feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you I don't feel alive, so I just keep on beating high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on beating high. Without you, keep on beating high. Without you, keep on beating high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Mind is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The power with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all.
Brain is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The power with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds matter have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire a natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN Gaming's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Today is India Qualifiers, one day number 2. This is Super Johnny, joined by CA alongside with me, and we'll be taking you through the action. We have a lot of exciting matches lined up for you guys today. And CA, we're going to be starting off with a quarterfinals match that was left out yesterday, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. Our fourth quarterfinals match, Enigma Gaming versus T69. It's one of the teams that we keep talking about with respect to the big three in Enigma Gaming, you know, with that new coach, the new firepower in Excali. But T69, on the other hand, a team filled with young talent, Johnny. So a bit of a David Goliath matchup here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as you mentioned, the David Goliath situation between the teams, but we'll be having a lot of conversation about the teams, the players, and what is going to happen with the matchups, with respect to the matchups, a little bit later into the broadcast, well, before the match, of course. Before we move on to that, there's a lot of things we have to discuss. I mean, this is going to be a long journey, starting with the Valorant Conquerors Championship all the way to the APAC Challenges playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. And as we talk about the journey, let's talk about the schedule of the VCC first, because that is what we are in right now. India Qualifiers 1, day number 2, 29th of January. After this, we're going to have the Pakistan-Afghanistan qualifiers, followed by Bangladesh. Then we have Sri Lanka, Maldives, India Qualifiers as well, India Qualifiers 2. Then we have Nepal and Bhutan, followed by Wildcard, where all the runner-ups from all the respective qualifiers will be competing for one last opportunity to make it to the playoffs, as you see there. And after the playoffs, we, of course, have the grand finals.
Yeah, and that grand finals, it's that much more valuable because, of course, 2 slots to that APAC playoff stage in itself. But as you were talking about, we have 2 slots from India, 1 each from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, Bhutan, and then the cherry on the cake, I think, in terms of qualifying, where the wild card got that much more spicier because 2 teams can make it from the wild card all the way to the grand final playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And from the grand final playoffs, as we did talk about this, the top two, the finalists, will be moving forward to the APAC Challenger Series, ladies and gentlemen, the Challenger playoffs for the APAC region, which is an exciting opportunity. I mean, last time we had the APAC LCQ to ourselves, where one team, Global Esports, did represent the entirety of South Asia. This time, two teams will be doing that. But along with the qualification slot, you also have the prize money involved, which over here is 30,000 US dollars in the prize pool. The first position, the first team, will be walking away with $15,000 to themselves. The second getting $7,500. Third and fourth walking away with $3,000 each. And the MVP of the tournament getting 1,500 US dollars.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. My eye especially goes towards the MVP of the tournament every single time. Several players made a name for themselves yesterday, trying to, immediately set themselves into a groove where they can nab that $1,500 in the bag. And we'll have to see today, especially Raw Fuel in that first game, can he step up and try to make his mark for the MVP?
I mean, that is going to be super exciting to watch because, I mean, a lot of high caliber players already. I mean, it is going to be super exciting to watch. Plus, I mean, talk about the day we had yesterday, right? We do have the brackets in front of us. Look at that. The first quarterfinals matchup. Global Esports taking on God Particles, and God Particles managing to get the win on Fracture. But still, Global Esports reverse sweeping them as far as the series is considered. True Rippers taking on Tryouts, moving forward to the semifinals. That's semifinal number one, ladies and gentlemen. Global Esports, True Rippers. Then Velocity Gaming managing a really, really close finish against Reckoning Esports. They have managed to secure a spot for themselves in the semifinals today as well. But who will they face off against? That is what we will find out next, as Enigma Gaming will take on T69, and whoever wins will face off Velocity Gaming at the end of the day.
Exactly. So Enigma Gaming, they're gonna have to try and wrap this quarterfinals up quickly because, or T69 for that matter, because they have a big wig in Velocity waiting for them towards the end of that day. But in the middle, we've got Global Esports going up against True Rippers. Again, like all of our matchups, they feel like one of those, really experienced teams versus amazing young talents. But now on to this matchup. Breeze and Fracture banned immediately. We got Bind and Haven picked up. And, I'm really hoping it doesn't go to map 3, Johnny, because I have a bit of a bet with Enigma Gaming regarding split.
Oh, wow. I mean, that just makes things a lot more interesting. But you know what? I hope it goes to split because, I mean, the matches yesterday were really, really close and very exciting to watch. And I personally was very entertained watching the matches, sir. If that happens today, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. But apart from that, I mean, we do have a Bind and Haven, the first two maps, as we do see them on our screens, and it is going to be very interesting as to what the teams are going to be bringing to the table. Yesterday was a bad day for all the people out there who love to play Bind so much, because the map was basically ignored and shunned in the entire veto. No one wanted to pick it. Everyone just banned Bind. I don't know why, but today I think we're going to be starting things off with that map first things first. But also talking about important things and fun things, we do have a giveaway happening, ladies and gentlemen. The VCC exclusive merchandise bundle that one of you will be receiving, one guy every single day. All you have to do to participate in the giveaway is post on your social medias that you are watching the VCC broadcast and use the hashtag VCC giveaway, tag NODWIN Gaming in that post, and then you will find a link in the description of this broadcast with a link to a form that you have to fill, and you have to post a screenshot of you have to share a screenshot of your post in that link, in that form, and that's it. That's all you have to do to enter the giveaway. And at the end of the day, we'll be announcing a winner. One lucky person yesterday did in fact receive win the bundle, and they'll be receiving the bundle shortly as well. It is a lot of exciting stuff in there: the t-shirt, the backpack, the pins. I mean, I would love to get my hands on a few of those things.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to try to finagle myself one of those, especially that mouse pad with the chill out brimstone on the hammock. Like, even if I'm not using the mouse pad, I just want to look at it. It looks so nice.
Yeah, it definitely looks nice. But you know what else is nice? It is the matchups that are about to begin in a few short minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And you guys can let us know who you will be supporting in this series, as we are just about to kick off Enigma taking on T69. Just go ahead, show some love to the teams, the players, the individuals that are going to be performing right now in the chat. And we'll be walking you through the action. And well, without any further ado, we do have the agent select on our screens now.
Nope. Just don't. Yeah.
Instant nope.
It's not allowed, guys.
It's not allowed.
No,
Well, strict next.
no neon for any of the country qualifiers. But talking about the compositions itself, Enigma going to lock in the double duelist most likely here with Excali to pick up that raise. The double duelist, double controller comp very much fits their standard playstyle of taking the game slow. We've talked with Vibe and I before about how Enigma really approached the game in the launch party show, and he explained how for him, Antidote is a very similar IGL to him in the regard that they like to take things slow, they like to get information, and then they like to make those mid-round calls on the basis of that information. And that double controller, double duelist style fits in both regards. The double controller giving them the opportunity to take things slow, get information, and then when they want to get going, well, there's no one better than Rafael and Excali to get you that entry, right?
Yeah, well, I agree on that, and I mean, it is definitely going to be quite interesting to see what these lads are going to be bringing to the table in this matchup. And again, I mean, quite a similar strat from both the teams in terms of, as you did mention, the double controllers being brought in into this matchup. But at the end of the day, you have to be focused. We did see the biggest names take the situation that was handed to them a little too lightly, and the maps were not theirs. So if Enigma, even though they are kind of the favorites in this matchup, if they don't want that to happen to them, they have to make sure that everything that they do is going to be on point. And it is definitely going to be exciting. I mean, watching Antidote perform with these lads as well. So quite a lot of things that I'm going to be witnessing for the first time.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting that we don't see the Astra actually from the side of T69, because in the past few matches that we've seen them play, it has been the exact same mirror comp as Enigma Gaming that they've played themselves. This time, instead opting for the Omen over the Astra. Now, personally, I do think the Astra is way better, except for the fact that when you look at players that T69 have in Strix and Rafa, their strength lies in these hard executes, these aggressive plays that come out that can surprise the opposition. And in that regard, the Omen functions much better than the Astra, especially because of that paranoia.
You know what, but though, I'm going to be a little biased over here because I like to play Omen quite a lot, so I'm just rooting for the Omen at this point. But let's see what's going to happen as far as the matchup is concerned, because the game is live, ladies and gentlemen, and the first round is beginning. Excali trying to enter the position of Hookah, but a good crossfire setup from Strix is going to catch him off guard, and Mr. Beebs on the other side is going to get traded out. Wonder finding Antidote in an off position, but the spike has actually been left at market. So this makes the whole scenario quite interesting, because now the defenders are going to see the spike as the player RVK in showers is going to get picked off. Now, the defenders have the spike, the attackers are inside and in the defender's spawn, just wondering as to how they can walk away with this round.
Yeah, tables have been turned, certainly, but look at the players of Enigma. They're completely isolated. Rocco still managed to win a duel. Getting caught with the drone in his hand, but the recon is more than enough. An insane flick for Rexy suddenly makes it a 1v1 Johnny. Rafuel will be able to collect the spike, go over for a plant on that A side, and now Duelist versus Duelist to pick up the win in this first pistol.
I think there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Just fake a plant on A and just teleport to B. But Rafuel is going to stick to plant. The spike has gone down on the A side. Post-plant position, he's going to check short, while Rafa actually moves in from lamps. Has seen the spike in the open side, and he knows where Rafuel is going to be. He's watching the position. Half defuse is going to come in, but Rafuel, he's going to peek the boxes and connects the head. The first round going in the hands of Enigma Gaming.
This has become such a theme across the India Qualifier 1. Yesterday, we saw a bunch of Ninja diffuses. Every single player opting for what we've come to know as the pros don't fake, you know. They're like, hey, we are pros. We've made it so far. And they rarely ever fake. Rafa, though, just barely missing out, about only 75% of the spike done. And Rafuel, one of the players that we were talking about, definitely a contender for that $1,500, trying to make his mark already with the 3K, turning around a round that was 2v4 against Enigma in the first place. Very well done by Rafuel and Rex.
Yeah, but let's see what is going to happen as the second round begins. Rafa with the shorty is going to take the satchel to the face. extremely low right now on his HP, but T69, they do find important picks as the Jet is going to be taken out of commission. Excali is going to try and see if he can trade out a few individuals from the side of T69.
Look at this. They have managed to get the spike. The jump peaks are coming in, but these players are really low. Facing off against Spectres, you don't want to peek out against those Spectres. Basically throwing away their numbers advantage, putting Enigma Gaming back into a great slot. Now, back-to-back rounds, Johnny, where the start is good for T69, but mid and late round, they just seem to crumble against the slow playstyle that Enigma brings.
Yeah. But I still have to give props to T69. They did get some value out of those pistols. I mean, picking off 2 players from the side of Enigma Gaming. But still, I mean, Enigma, they will have the advantage. The Spectres coming in handy in this round. And now they're just looking to close things out. The Omen with the shorty in his hand cannot do much. And he's going to be wondering as to just what the team is going to be thinking. His team, in fact, is going to be thinking for the next round, because that bye round is where they will have the opportunity to equalize against Enigma Gaming.
Only with shorty in his hand, so quite difficult trying to get any more damage onto Enigma. Yeah, that's exactly how it goes, RVK. We'll pick up that frag and easy 2-0 for Enigma. And normally you'd think 2 frags is a decent bit of damage, but I do believe Rafael did not invest in a weapon. I think he only had a ghost to his name, perhaps even saving for that operator in the attacking side. Something that I wouldn't be surprised with just because it's Rafael. We've seen him do that so many times. But instead, obviously, this time they're going to go for a bonus since they only lost that 1 weapon. And Rafael opting for a Vandal here. Oh, never mind. He baited me hard.
Gotta stick with the team. Gotta stick with the team. So yeah, here's what I was told when I was picking up tactical shooters in my early days. Your money, your creds are not yours. They are your team's cred. You have to think about the team in the bigger picture. About Rafael, what was that charge in towards Hooker? Strix is gonna find a wonderful pick. Rafael and Ando getting picked out of this round. Rexy is gonna fall down to Mr. Beebs as well. And all of a sudden, Enigma Gaming, this bonus round for them, well, they just went absolutely YOLO and have lost 3 players. It's 2v5.
1 enemy remaining.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better, Johnny. They keep going this aggressive push at the early stages of the round, and it would make sense if they had some sort of initiator, like a Sky or a Breach even, to enable those pushes, but every single time they get caught because of that. This time though, T69 holding on to their advantage. A spike dropped at B long, leaving RVK in a very bad position. Can't really retrieve the spike because he knows that there's at least 2 players marking, but because of the TP noise that he heard come in, knows that there's a crossfire in Hookah. He's gonna try to peek in, but Rafa shutting him down. A great buy round for T69. Only 1 weapon lost. They'll be happily moving on to the next.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is what they wanted. I mean, the bonus of Enigma is what they wanted to steal from them. And Rafael, if he had a little bit of a more support, the setup in Hookah wasn't really favoring the lad from T69 right there. So there was an opportunity to get a free pick, but just charging in alone like that is definitely going to get shot you in the face. That's what you're going to get for that. But now I think is when the real game begins. Buy rounds across the board. Everyone has those rifles in their hands, the Vandals, the Phantoms, heavy armors for everyone. And this is where things become very critical if you are on the T69 side of things, because if they lose this, they're going to be heading towards a reset.
In this 5v5 situation, the position of Antidote is key. He's slowly moving his way through B long, while Excali is continuously faking out towards Hookah, drawing a lot of attention to himself. But the discipline of T69 even better. Having said that, they lose a couple of frags each, and suddenly this is the perfect opportunity for Anti to start lurking into B, and a rotation for them to come over for the plant to go over to B.
Yeah, B side completely picked apart, and as you mentioned, I mean, that's going to be the cue for Enigma. It's a 4v2 situations. Enigma, they have the advantage, and Excali just clearing out the B side. There was one individual there, but even he has been picked off right now. Rafa is going to be moving
Player
towards Hookah,
standing.
taking a duel against Excali, but he was ready for that as soon as the satchel. I mean, as soon as the TP sound came, he knew someone
30
was
seconds
going to
left.
push. No one is going to hold in that position. And I wonder again, the last man surviving Forest team waiting for the spike to go down. And as soon as the sound cue comes, he's going to push through the smoke, through the nebula, antidote, finding an easy pick, and another round for Enigma Gaming 3-1.
Another round picked up, and finally, like, this is what I was a little weirded out about in the first 2 rounds. I think a lot to do with conditioning, and we're starting to see glimpses of YB, their coach, really come into play, where they were insanely aggressive in the first few rounds, but in these last 2 rounds, in this round and the last round specifically, we're expecting them to go back to their standard defaults. Wait, really, for players of the team T69 to start getting a little desperate, a little panicky, try to get information, and that's where you could see players like RVK on their passive looks being able to punish them. But now again, on those defaults, and this is what I'm talking about, Strix unnecessarily aggressive, all on his lonesome, gets instantly shut down.
And again, I mean, as we did talk about it. Oh, wow. Raw Fuel just lining it up. And again, a 2v5 that is not going to work out quite nicely in the favor of T69. But as I was saying, so it is the reset that is coming into play right here. Since the economy wasn't allowed to stabilize for T69, money-wise, Enigma, they're going to have a much more comfortable situation. But Rafa with the judge is going to upgrade to a Vandal now. Still a 1v4, a 1v3 now as he finds RVK. We're going to be hopeful about this, but Rexy is going to be there to shut everything down. 4-1. And again, you have to think about the economy quite a lot in tactical shooters. I mean, if you don't have any weapons, either you're going to play for picks or you're going to try and do what T69 attempted right now. Just be a little bit cheeky, be a little bit in your face of your opponents, try and be a little too aggressive, but majority of the times it's not going to work out. You're going to get a few picks here and there, and that's going to be about it. But again, another opportunity for T69 to dig themselves out of the troublesome situation that they are in right now. A buy round coming in play, and we do see the operator.
Yeah, Strix has picked up the heavy duty sniper, the investment coming in, and it's really about how they translate this investment into immediate value. However, being stopped from that with regards to no peaks towards B long, but slowly but surely you can see several members of the side of Enigma starting to walk towards that B long position. The drone will come out though, and that will instantly nullify Strix's position. He's gonna have to step back, and this will have the Hunter's Fury following up as well. They don't want to give the operator a single moment to find any value, but they weren't thinking about the support from Rafa. A beautiful setup from T69 punishes that lack of options from the side of Enigma. And Strix, he's just gonna keep it going.
Well, quite a wonderful round right there from T69. RVK, the last player surviving. Brings it down to 1v4, but I don't think he's going to be able to accomplish much in this round as the spike is in front of that op. And RVK does use the poison cloud to cover off the angle, but as soon as it goes, well, as soon as the smoke fades, he finds another pick. But then again, it is quite easy to sandwich individuals in a situation like this, and T69 do find another round to their name, but I still have to say Enigma, they're going to be in a comfortable position. They do have a little bit of a bank for themselves. And I think CA, as you were talking about the mental conditioning aspect of the game, Enigma, they are still on it. They're still being a little too aggressive for their own good.
Yeah, and I feel like they're starting to buy into the trap that I feel like every team buys into when you play against T69, where they're trying to find some sort of innate logic or long-term plan in what they do. T69 are more of a team that plays on their gut feeling, their instinct.
Yeah.
And yes, they have amazing setups like with Rafa and Strix. Last time covering for Strix's operator, Rafa being that isolated player waiting with Strix as the bait. But otherwise, it's usually just instinct, like that showstopper we just saw. Did not get much value, but got a ton of information, and now Rafa trying to use that information to wait for the push. Let's see if he can find some actual rewards.
Well, right now, Rafa, his plan is going to backfire on him as Excali has the showstopper in his hand, is looking to see if he can find someone, but shoots it in the wrong direction as Rexy does find the Sova on the other side. 2v5 are the numbers in the favor of Enigma Gaming right now. Strix, the operator in his hands, that means he has a huge responsibility of trying to see if he can save this cannon for the next round, because it is going to be, it could be the game changer, as there won't be a lot of weapons on the other lads from T69 that just got picked off. But as you were talking about the long-term plans not working out against a team like T69, I think, again, oh wow, some nasty shots connecting, and Wonder is going to find a 3K, even though there is not much time left. Just getting those picks is going to make sure that he's going to stop the bank of Enigma Gaming from getting too massive. And well, that is also an important aspect of the game, just trying to get those exits again and again. But as I was saying, a team like T69, brings this quote to my mind, and sort of a different take on to that, as Bruce Lee once said that I'm not afraid of the man that practices 1,000 punches once, but I'm afraid of the man that practices one punch 1,000 times. Well, T69, they have practiced those 1,000 punches just once, but you don't have to be afraid of them just to know that, all right, this team can cause a lot of trouble for you. They are definitely going to connect those 1,000 times, and they're going to make it hurt. And right now, that is exactly what they're doing against Enigma, just picking off a few rounds, few important rounds, one round at a time, and, well, we're going to see them inch closer to just cutting down this difference that's there. 3 rounds advantage for Enigma right now.
Yeah, and I do think, like, for T69 as well, even though Bind is usually considered a defense-sided map, for this particular team, I feel like they will be much more comfortable on the attack, especially with that Omen. So, the few crucial rounds you mentioned, they carry a long way if they're able to keep the margin close in this first half. But now in this round, Rafiel already taken up significant damage, and look at this, trying to create the space, spotted out Chris, so he's going to try to isolate him first, but oh no, a bit of a whiff. That's alright. That's why you've got that double duelist. One duelist taken down, the entry fragger creates a space, the other follows up with the trades.
Well, let's see, quite a back and forth situation for both the teams, but the spike has been planted. Rexy, he's going to check the defender spawn where 2 players, in fact 3 individuals are going to be waiting for him. Mr. Beebs going for the recon into the side, but Wonder is going to be spotted out. Beebs as well, and Beebs does find the pick onto Rexy. This is just going to be a consolation, though. Maybe they can upgrade a weapon. Wonder, again, trying for those exits. Excali in the cubby right there is going to find the pick to his name, and the second as well. Can he get the third? No! Strix, you cheeky man. Gets the pick on Excali with the op, and then backs off back to spawn.
Yeah, Excali is not going to be happy about that. He could hear the Ray's voice lines coming too, like 3 for me, 4 down, and he was waiting for that ace, and you can see the smiles there from Rexy, just showing like that. That was close, my man Cali, but not an ace entirely. But hey, that's alright. We know Enigma Gaming, they're that total squad. They're more concerned about getting the rounds won, because we talked about this in the pre-show too, right? This team is the team that wins this series is going to end up facing Velocity Gaming in the semi-finals in the matchup later today around 7:30, 8 p.m. And that's where Enigma, they're going to try their best to not show as many of their defaults as they can, try to finish this map as quickly as they can. And that's where rounds like this, they come in crucial. But moving on to this next round, Trist using that Viper Spit early to cut down on A short, and it's quite interesting because they've got Strix on the operator playing A with the Viper Spit shut down. He is going to find the rotate now. So, an interesting set of calls made here. I do believe the IGL is Trist himself, so I'm curious what the ideology behind that was, because he left Elon completely open and Rafiel just waltzing in there.
This is what happens. This is how you're going to have to pay for that little bit of a miscoordination right there. Rafiel is going to find a 3K for his team. 3 important picks. Can they get the 4th as well? I mean, the B side right now is completely open, and it's going to be a very quick round going in the hands of Enigma, 7-2. And as you mentioned, CA, I agree with that. I mean, the operator right there, I mean, a little bit earlier had they positioned it on the B side, Strix would have been prepped for the assault that came in through Garden. But, I mean, just the fact that he had to take the time after the round had already begun, and Enigma, they saw the Viper Spit and already made the call that they were going to move towards the B side. It took him some time to get to that side. By then, it was a little bit too late. Rafiel was already moving in, just getting into his position and just taking control of the site itself. But let's see. I mean, still a few more rounds. If T69 over here can walk away with at least 4 in this first half, I think then the second half could be a little bit more comfortable for them. But Excali, the round starts, pushes short with his teammate, and they do find the opening pick. Crisp with the judge is going to trade out RVK, but Antidote going for the shutdown. And now Enigma, they have control of A again.
Excali thought he needed a clear sight. Then he learned his co-duelist has already made his way out to heaven. The smoke, though, almost gave Rafa an opportunity to sneak up on Rexy, but that's all right. Rexy still managing to secure that duel, and no Strix. Don't want to be walking with your knife out so close to the site. He gets punished, and this was an eco for T69, but at this point, like, it's not just the economy that matters so much, Johnny, because this round is going to make it 2-8, and you have to start feeling like, hey, maybe the map itself is slipping away from T69 altogether.
Yeah. I mean, it has already begun. I mean, probably the best case scenario is maybe out of the next 2 rounds, T69 pick up one more round to their name, and then when the second half begins, they win the pistol, win the round after the pistol round, and can continue to build the momentum from there on out. But in that last round, again, look at the mindsets of the players of Enigma as to how focused they are right now. Because as you mentioned, Excali, he was trying to clear out the side. He did succeed in doing that. But Rawfield, the man who was pushing through showers, did not even reveal his positions until he was all the way in heaven. Had he shot a few rounds, given a few cues to the lads of T69, maybe he could have been picked up a little bit earlier. Would have been a possibility for T69 to turn things around, but quite a sneaky man. Rawfield right there.
I mean, I think Rawfield just has one ideology in this game, or has been told by his coach in IGL, bro, your job is just one thing. You press W, and you can do whatever you want after you press W. So Rawfield was like, yeah, I'm very much happy to do that. I'm going to pop some heads on the way and make life easier for you guys. But 8-2 on the scoreline right now. And at this point, like, they've got the operator back online because Strix did manage to save quite a few rounds. But into this round, you lose this, like a 10-2, if effectively becomes at the end of the first half. And that's tata bye-bye to this map.
Well, let's see. I mean, it was the pick of Enigma after all, so we do expect them to walk away with a W in this map at least. Maybe in the next one, T69, that is going to be their pick. They are going to go all out, try and get a win, try and equalize the series. But for now, Strix with the operator position towards Hookah is waiting for Excali to show himself, reveal yourself. But Excali does manage to find a safe pick onto Strix out of everyone. And that is going to be his cue to push in towards the side with the showstopper. Is going to find the second Antidote, finishing off Rafa. And that's the B side exposed.
No rush to get the spike planted either. Rexy casually making his way onto the B side, while RVK shuts down the rotations. Got traded off 1 for 1, but that's more than enough because he's given his team the location of this last surviving member from T69. Wonder's position being known. Antidote is waiting in the shadows. It's quite ironic. He's waiting in the shadows for the Omen to pop up. He takes him down.
Well, from the shadows back to the shadows. But again, now a little bit of a switch up from Enigma, because they were a little too eager to get into those sites a few rounds ago, and now they're just taking their own sweet time, with Excali being the man leading the charge right there. And Rawfuel, as you mentioned, his job is just clearing the backlines at this point. The side is going to be cleared by Excali and Antidote. And again, trying to contest Hookah, but this time it looks like T69, they're going to be ready. The Boombot taken out of commission. They're still waiting for Enigma to make a move, and there it's going to be. The Hunter's Fury being committed. This Paint Shell is going to be thrown into Hookah to try and clear out a few angles. The trades are going to come in onto that B side again, and that is going to, like, B is turning out to be a weak spot, a sore spot for T69. It's 9-2. They have lost a lot of players. I think it's going to be a 10-2 swap.
This round so beautifully done. We'll talk about the coordination team, the Jet and Soa in just a second, because right now, Trist, he's taken down a player, but A side, because of that, completely
Spike
left
planted.
off guard. As you mentioned, the slow playstyle that we wanted from Enigma in the beginning is what they've started to inhabit in these last 4-5 rounds, and really paying off for them, because now this Viper's Pit, it's not even on the site, it's on the entry to the site. So the retake nigh impossible against this Viper's Pit unless they pull off some miraculous gunfights. Viper versus Viper, Trist 1 HP because of his mirrors Viper's Pit. I hope he realizes that he can't save this round. Starting to now rotate onto having to group up with his co-controller and hope to find the miracle.
Wow, they do have the backlines, but oh, a trade coming in, but Wonder finally is going to be picked off by Antidote, and a 10-2 swap in the favor of Enigma Gaming, an 8-round advantage. Now imagine if they win the pistol. There's going to be so much pressure on the players of T69. It is not looking good for them.
I wish we'd gotten a replay of the Hunter's Fury from Rexy at the start of the round, because if you notice the way the Hunter's Fury was set up, it was to clear off specific angles. So tell Rafael, bro, you don't need to check here, or you do need to check here if the tag came off from the Hunter's Fury. Just that teensy bit of coordination between Rafael and Rexy, it's so splendid to watch from Enigma Gaming, because it tells you how they've been drilled, not just by their coach, but also by their IGL. They have that job, but after they get that job, that mission, they can then coordinate between themselves, with Rexy saying, hey, you know what, I don't need to give you a drone or recon this time, it's the last round, I'm just going to pop off the Hunter's Fury, clear off a few angles for you, and well, then you do what you do best, Rafael, pop some hits.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job right now, but let's see. The side swap, second pistol round of this game, and Trist, he's being extremely careful, doesn't want to go face-to-face against the players of Enigma right now. They already have a massive advantage in their name. And look at that, 2 players holding the position of Hookah from Enigma, while 3 lads from T69 are trying to push Garden. In fact, they have found the way towards the side, but Rafa, who was trying to take control of Hookah, is going to get picked off. Trist going for a very aggressive trade is going to get counterpushed by Rawfuel, and Rawfuel finding an important frag. Although T69, they do have the side to their name, they won't be able to get the spike down in time, and it is not going to look too good for them, as Wonder, the last player surviving, is going to rotate all the way towards the A side in a 1v3 situation. The players from Enigma are extremely low, but clutching this out is going to be close to impossible, and it's going to be the poison that kills him out of all things.
Yeah, the snake bite, just adding a further layer of bite amongst what Enigma has solidified in the past, like, how many? I guess it's been 3-1 and then 3-2, I think. And since then, Enigma haven't lost a single round. Just completely dominant on the map of their choice so far. And now putting T69 in a position where it's lose-lose in every single round till they find themselves in a decent economy situation. Because as you can see, they have to force. You can't really save, go looking against that match point round. But even as they force, they don't really have proper buys. A few Spectres with light shields, a few Sheriffs with light shields, not looking ideal whatsoever, but hey, they make the best out of what they have. Rafa finds that first blood.
Yeah, now this is going to be very interesting going for a force right now. Rawfuel with the Sheriff is going to find another pick. Excali is there with the Spectre in his hands to support him, but Rawfuel is just smacking these lads left, right, and center. Excali is going to join him in the party, and all of a sudden, Trist again, the last man surviving for his team in a 1v4. He has to hold his nerves right now, because this is going to take Enigma to the match point, and Rawfuel again handing out smackdowns for breakfast, I guess. Well, it's lunchtime, so for lunch.
Right. At this point, I think Rawfuel's he's not hungry for breakfast or lunch. He's hungry for some BLT. I think that's what Rawfuel has his eyes set on. He's like, yo, T69, I'm really sorry about this. I love you guys, but you gotta get out of the way, fam. I'm out for bigger blood. I'm out for bigger food. I want some bigger prey.
I mean, focusing on the bigger fish, but
yeah.
First of all, they have to get through T69. No matter what happens in this map, this was a pick off Enigma Gaming, let me tell you guys again. The next map is what T69 have decided to play, so I'm expecting T69 to return the favor when we move on to map number 2. Again, trying out to execute for the A side. RVK is going to take a safer position back towards spawn, while Rexy takes heaven and is going to try and see if he can take out or inflict some damage on the players of T69. The Owl Drone being put into play right now to clear out some angles. If they can clear out the corner cubby, I think the utility from the Rays might be able to help them clear shot, but Excali, he's just going to use his Spectre instead, joined by Rawfuel and Rexy, just taking down the players of T69 one after the other, and all of a sudden, it's all over. 12-2, the defuse is going to come in, that's going to make it 13, and the game is going to go in the hands of Enigma Gaming, walking away with a win on map 1. What a start to the day.
Yeah, and it almost feels like Enigma have a scrim set planned for the series after this. They're like, yo, we gotta get this over. We can't be late for our scrim set, guys.
Wow.
But hey, as you said, right, rightfully so too. Yeah. This was the map pick of Enigma Gaming. We expect at least a bigger fight from T69 in the next map.
Yeah, I expect them to actually walk away with the win on that map, because based on what happened yesterday, I mean, the difference between the biggest names that were there in the Indian Valorant scene and the teams that were chasing them has been cut out by quite a lot. So I won't be surprised if the win does actually come, in fact, in the hands of T69 in the next one, and we do, in fact, go to the decider. But that is all a story for another time, not another time. In fact, we'll be moving on to map number 2 in a few short moments, but before that, we're going to have to look at the stats of this map and see how the individuals performed, in fact.
Yeah, I think Rawfuel, what we were discussing around the prize pool aspect with the MVP, clearly using this map to make himself far and above, at least in his team, a clear-cut shot for that MVP, 22-8. But hey, the new signing in Excali, not so far behind. 346 ACS for him, 381 for Rawfuel. This firepower addition of Excali has done wonders for Enigma Gaming.
Exactly, and when these two players are going to be out of commission, let's not forget they do have RVK, Antidote, and Rexy as well. 3 individuals who can hit pretty insane shots themselves. So there's a lot of firepower in Enigma right now, and a team definitely looking to contend the trophy at this point. But again, as you mentioned, Rawfuel doing a phenomenal job making sure once his team actually, specifically on the attacking side of things, making sure that once Enigma got control of the site, or were trying to push for control of the site, there was no one left in the backlines of T69 to challenge them. And look at that damage difference, 7.16 for T69, 12.05 for Enigma Gaming.
The headshot percentage difference too, like sheesh, it tells you how, and this is average, it's not like Rawfuel's headshot percentage or something like that. This is just every single player of Enigma Gaming being this damn cracked. And
yeah,
if I was T69 and I saw this, I'm gonna be definitely terrified going into the next map.
Hey, I mean, you know, they're handing out haircuts left, right, and center to everyone on the side of T69, so I mean, it's definitely a lot of swag on Enigma Gaming. But again, this was just the first map. As far as the overall series is considered, I want to see what Enigma is going to pull off in Haven as well, because that is going to give us a lot of information to speculate what is going to happen once the team actually, so our prediction is Enigma is going to take away the win, and if that happens, they're going to be facing off Velocity in the semi-final number 2. So that is going to be interesting to see as to how the stats are going to be compared against Velocity. But the MVP comparison, Rafa versus Rawfuel, look at the consistency Rawfuel brought in towards the second half of the game, starting off in the 8th round. In fact, the 9th round.
Yeah, Rawfuel clearly a step ahead. Rafa, a player that we've seen even in VCC1, he was representing F1LS and was definitely a player to watch out for, but unfortunately not able to find that stable squad. So you can see he's got that talent, but with T69 it's more of the individual talents amongst all players as compared to the org-based strategies that we see from, say, other underdog teams like Reckoning or God Particles. So definitely not working out against a team that is so well prepared like Enigma Gaming.
Well, I mean, it is definitely going to be interesting to see how the overall series is going to fare out, because I want to see some interesting plays being made from T69. Plus, the next map is Haven, and of all things, which, I mean, does increase their chances to play a lot of mind games. But the only game that you have to focus on right now, ladies and gentlemen, is along with the Valorant matches that are there in front of us, the giveaway game that's there for you guys. I mean, it's not much of a game. All you have to do is apply for the giveaway, and the way you do that is post on the social medias that you're watching the broadcast. Use the hashtag VCC giveaway on the top right of your screens, and then tag NODWIN Gaming in that post. Take a screenshot of the post, fill out the form in the description, and share the screenshot in the form. That's it. That's all you have to do. And at the end of the day, one lucky winner will be getting the entire bundle right there. It's quite a nice bundle. The t-shirt itself is going to make it all worth it. It's going to make you guys tolerating us this entire time worth it. But again, it is definitely going to be quite an exciting day ahead of us. But for now, before we move to Haven, we're going to take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break to NODWIN Gaming's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Sia right there. And to give you guys a little bit of a recap of what has happened and where we are right now, I mean, yesterday was day number 1. Qualifiers, the quarterfinals of the qualifiers happening, and we did see Global Esports move forward to the semis. True Rippers are going to be joining them. Velocity Gaming is also there in the semis. All of those matches are going to happen, but we are trying to find out who the second, in fact the fourth semi-finalist team is going to be. And for that, the matchup right now is Enigma Gaming versus T69. Map number 1, Bind, picked by Enigma, and they dominated that map with a 13-2 scoreline. But now it is time for map number 2 of this series, and the map pick is Haven, picked by T69. And see, what do you have to say about this pick? what does Enigma look good?
Oh yeah, I think they look phenomenal on this map, especially because like RVK gets to go on to one of his favorite agents, and either the Cypher or the Killjoy do a lot more of those lurks. But hey, let's take a second to talk about the rewards available for our viewers themselves. We have this exclusive merchandise available. All they really have to do is fill up a form, make a post, and put up that screenshot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just few little things, as you said. Put a post, use the hashtags. You did see the hashtag right there. VCC giveaway. Use the hashtag tag NODWIN Gaming and fill the form and put the screenshot of your post in that form. And that's it. One lucky individual did, in fact, turn out to be the winner of this giveaway. And we were talking about nice things. I extremely love that. I'm in love with that t-shirt right there with the Breeze logo. CA is keeping his eyes stuck on that beautiful chilling brimstone mouse pad that's there. So we're waiting for those things. I mean, as soon as we see them, we're gonna try and see if we can sneak a few stuff for ourselves. But talk about sneaking stuff, I think T69 right now is gonna try and sneak away the W from Enigma Gaming. And again, Haven, what do you expect is gonna go down?
I'm really scared for T69, I'm not gonna lie. I do know that it's a map of their choice, but from the very start, like where the last Valorant event we casted, where YB was just joining Enigma Gaming, even back then when their defaults were not exactly set, when their chemistry was not exactly set, Haven was where they really felt comfortable. Haven was where Anti felt comfortable giving the different calls. So I don't think it's like Enigma is any weaker on this map, and especially considering the fact that Excali is coming in, I have a feeling that they might just let him use his Reyna on Haven, and that's a sight to watch.
I mean, you never know. I mean, it is Enigma starting on attacker side as well. So if the Reyna comes into play, that means the first half, Enigma, they're going to have a much more comfortable time. But let's see if that is actually going to happen as we do move forward to the agent select. Please stop hovering, Neon. I mean, it is going to give us a lot of anxiety if that keeps happening.
RVK though,
Chamber?
please do lock in that. Stop hovering, in the sense that we want that chamber locked in. Excali or RVK, I think both of the players, it fits in terms of playstyle perfectly, but I do expect it to go to RVK because he's that general sentinel. But if it does go to Excali, then I'm curious what RVK actually picks up. Do we see a Sky perhaps coming out of RVK? Maybe even a KO for that matter. It would be a really interesting shout. But you can see Raw Fuel, he's going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to bother myself with all these hovering. You guys remember what I did on Haven last time, don't you? That's why I insta-locked that shit.
I think Raw Fuel is just like already set. I think no discussions there as to what he's going to play. The Jet is going to be there. Antidote going for the Astra. And I think, yeah, Excali, alright, maybe the Breach.
I actually think he's going to lock in the chamber. Because I have a feeling Rexy might go for the Sky or the KO, and RVK locks in the Sova. I've seen RVK play that Sova before. Never mind. It's entirely the other way around. It's Excali, as we talked about, playing the Sky. It's effectively a battle Sky. I don't count that as an issue.
I mean, think about this here. There's a lot on the line. You don't want to take a risk right now. So just the standard comp being brought in from the side of Enigma and T69. Hope they are prepped for the action. I mean, the players definitely are going to be a little bit shook after what just went down on Bind, but they had a few minutes to reset themselves, a few minutes for discussion as to what they have to do to take down this packed rosters of Enigma Gaming. And Excali looking right into the camera lens right there, staring into the souls of everyone watching right now, that yeah, I'm on my way. I'm coming for everyone.
Yeah, and I have to talk about this player for a second because he's had such highs and such lows with, at one point he was one of the most feared players in India, and then there was a continuous reign of controversy about things going right and wrong, and since then the teams haven't really worked out for him. His team hasn't been able to find as much success. Now coming into Enigma Gaming, he was very much a last minute addition who looks like he's settled into the team brilliantly, and because of that, with the help of players like Anti, who he was with over at VLT, and YB, who he's worked with before, we see the prime Excali, the feared Excali once again coming back into form.
Let's see, Rafa going a little too aggressive on C long right now. Antidote is going to get spotted out by the boom board, but Rafa needs to be scared. There's one person right behind him, turns down, hands the smackdown to both of them, getting 2 picks. Raw Fuel has turned this round in the favor of Enigma Gaming on the other side, but this is going to get very interesting. The B side, usually on Haven, is left completely exposed, and Enigma have gone for the B side right in the pistol round, just played a little bit of a mind game with the players of T69, exposing the players on C long, resulting in the A being opened up, and that rotation was also very weird. They moved in through B, through the B-A connector, and then went and planted on A.
Yeah, interesting set of rotations there. The plant as well for defender side spawn, even though both of the players are actually playing in that A short area. So you can see RVK trying to reposition himself, get into the hell area, but this is not ideal because he has a nanostorm set up, so they need to try and play for time, and that's going to start off with Anti winning this duel right here. Spots off Tricks, gets a Sheriff for the reward, and now will be able to save time for RVK. They just win their duels, they don't need the time, and Enigma starting off exactly where they left off, the momentum carrying over as they win that pistol for themselves.
Well, quite a quick round right there, but let's see. I mean, moving forward, you're going to have to be extremely careful. The players of T69, so this was quite cheeky from Rawfield, but I'm happy that the players from T69 were, in fact, prepped for the situation that Rawfield is going to be holding off in some weird position towards the B side. In fact, the back of side was where he was and was caught off guard by the players of T69, but just being ready for situations like that, for positions like that, might just work out in their favor. But Strix again with the shorty in his hand, pushing forward to C long, is going to find Excali, but finally getting shut down. Antidote, he's going to be ready, pushing into the smoke, is going to find another one, but after Rafa, Mr. Beebs is going to be there to trade him out. 3 versus 3 situations. The numbers have been traded out quite evenly, but the weapon advantage in the hand of Enigma Gaming is going to allow them to take those long-range battles. Well, Rexy with the Sheriff is not going to care about the distance or who's going to face up against. He's going to find an opening, easier situation for Enigma right now, as the numbers are 1v4, 1v3, and it's 0 versus 3 right now, as RVK finds the last player from the side of T69. So a 2-0 start on Haven.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, it's not looking so great for Enigma, simply because of the fact that their composition, it's not ideal for this map either. Where the Omen can be substituted for the Astra in maps like Bind, maybe. On Haven, it's a big no-no. You need the Astra. She's ridiculously good with her ability to clear off the entry angles. For example, taking A lobby control with the gravity well simply placed at A long, or even using the dissipate for the crossing smoke. It can be so damn good, but none of those are things you can do with the Omen. All the Omen can do is just try to smoke it and deny them, but you can see how Rawfield plays. He's like, smoke, I will move forward before the smoke even comes through, and I will capture that angle. And this is what an Astra can help you avoid.
Well, let's see. They're going to have to avoid quite a lot right now to push in towards the A side, as 3 lads from the side of T69 are going to be waiting for them on the entry, and Rafa going for a very awkward peek against Rawfuel. Rawfuel coming out on top in that trade, but Wonder is going to be there to pick off Excali. I'm sorry, pick off Rawfuel in the collision. 4v4. The numbers even. Enigma still keeping their eyes set on the A side.
Look at this, the position of Excali, it's all about being the active lurker. It's one of his biggest strengths. Even when he played that secondary duelist as the Reyna, even when he played the Omen way back in the day, that's what he really excelled at. And now you can see that guiding light that he threw towards Garage has attracted the attention of the Killjoy and Sova to move all the way towards C, as well as the players on A to back off from A. And this is going to help catch them off guard, because the gravity well now isolating Strix entirely. Enigma on their bonus, just making T69 dance around, spinning them around, and getting a free entry onto this A side. This is IGLing at its very peak.
You are divided.
A lot of mind games and just not taking any chances. Any possibility that's there for T69 to come out on top, Enigma, they're prepped for it, and they have countermeasures already in place. The players from T69 just backing off, trying to save the weapons that they have in their hands right now, as That's all that there's going to be for them in the next round as well. The economy, again, in a very uncomfortable position, but it is still the start of the game, so they're going to have a lot of opportunities to make a comeback.
I mean, we certainly hope so, because if you take last game as your measure,
Recalling my
it doesn't look like Enigma are the kind of team to give them those opportunities. So I want to see if which players from T69 can step up and make their stand. Be like, give them to us or now. We're going to grab it for ourselves and make this match a much closer match than Bind itself was. But it really has to do with communication here. I think we saw this in Bind as well, where the communication of T69 started falling apart the slower the game got in general. And Enigma, their communication clearly on point the slower the game is. They're able to tell each other the specificities of how they want to execute, where they want to fake, and which angles each other is covering. So rarely did we ever catch them isolated or not being able to trade for one another. That's exactly what happened here too. That battle sky which I was talking about, Excali leading from the front.
Oh, well, the Nano Swarm is going to be there to split the players of Enigma Gaming, but that's not going to matter. Rawfuel pushes forward, finds Mr. Beep. Triss going for the trade, but Excali is going to find the KJ in an off position, and RVK. Quite a cheeky move against Wonder, just forcing him to focus his attention on the alarm bot right there, but Rafa hiding on top of ramp, waiting for the players of Enigma, as Excali is going to get spotted out, but that was just bait. The final player from the side of T69 is going to fall 4-0. The dream start for Enigma Gaming. They have the momentum, they have the money. Let's see if they can keep this going, and how far will they go before T69 gets their first round in this game.
Yeah, exactly right. Enigma are currently just spinning Enigma like a fiddle, playing them like a fiddle, my bad, and continuously just able to exploit the little holes they leave. For example, even though that round was very easy in itself, you notice that as soon as RVK was able to take down the flanker, the spike started rotating. They're always going for the foolproof manner, not willing to risk even a single round going over to T69. I think mostly just really respecting the fact that all in all, even though T69 might not have set strats or defaults, they have insanely talented players. So we don't want to give them a road back into this map.
Well, let's see. I mean, as of now, it's going to be quite tricky to find that path, a way to make a comeback. But look at that. Look towards A-Long. T69, they are willing to take the risk moving into those aggressive positions. But Rexy with his Alrone is going to try and see if he can tag one of these two individuals at least. But the C-Long push from Enigma, it's a go now. The green signal is going to be there. Rawfuel finding Wonder. Chris going for the trade. RVK towards mid is going to get a pick, but well, it's going to get picked off, but Rexy's going to be there to trade out RVK. 3 versus 3. Seaside control being given to the players of Enigma Gaming, and now they're going to be playing the post plants with just 2 players. Seekers being deployed by Excali as he goes for the hunt in the C-Link, but he's not alone. His teammate is going to be joining him. Antidote and Excali, the 2v3, the duo. Can they make this work as Antidote falls way back deep towards defender spawn? The 1-1 trade coming in. The showstopper is going to be there, and Excali is going to be taken out. He's going to be blown to bits and pieces as T69 finally find the opening that they need. The first round on the board.
Yeah, and we talked about how we needed one of these players to really step up, take the matter into their own hands, and cause a bit of a ruckus to try and bring back that semblance of control into T69's hands. And well, we see Rafa doing exactly that. The game face moment on for him. Rafa performing extremely well to not just find 2 frags initially over here, but also while shutting down the rotations, able to use his showstopper to make sure that the retake into the side in that 2v1 situation is not one where Excali even has a chance where he can somehow win that 1v2 duel. Finally, the first round on the board for T69, Johnny, and I hope they're able to carry on this momentum in the rounds going forward.
Let's see, the momentum is looking quite strong, but Rawfuel again, a little bit of a change from the side of Enigma. Now they're spread all over the map. The Blade Storm is going to be there from Strix, trying to push quite heavily towards the A lobby. The Shock Dart connects on Rafa, but the Blade Storm being used. The Sova is just jiggling in and out of position. Rexy just playing games with these three lads from the side of T69, while Antidote with his teammates is just going to expose and open up the B side. Rexy is going to find one pick in a 1v3 situation all alone. He's going to find two, in fact, as he picks off Strix with a pistol as well. And he, on the other side, picks off Rafa. So even though T69 quite heavily committed to counter-push the A-long position, it is still not going to work out. The defenses on the other sides were a bit lacking, and that is how Enigma work around it.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they tried to get proactive with the A-long push, but the problem with that is that as soon as you capture A lobby, then what? Your boombot is gone. You don't have a Sky or an Astra even who can provide you an extra gravity well or an extra guiding light to enable your fights, and it allows Rexy to play around that narrow choke point. And even though it's a 1v3, he turned it into a couple of 1v1s and was able to take down two players before he goes down. And that's the biggest deal. That's the biggest weakness of this composition. And T69 at the start of the rounds, they have all the tools they need to keep it pushing, but as soon as they use those tools, they run out. They're not recyclable tools the way Excali's Sky's guiding lights are, or the way the stars are available in multitude. Okay, once again, Rafa, one of the key players, he gets that first blood.
But look at this raw fuel. I mean, that's one way of dodging a recon. You just counter push it, just go in deep. And the man is absolutely not afraid of taking an aim deal right there, but let's see if he's going to be able to take control of this A side, as finally has been called out by Mr. Beeps, who's trying to jiggle in from heaven. Raw Fuel finally deciding to disengage, as C side control is there with the players of Enigma. Excali, he has this side all to himself right now. The players of T69 are trying to close in. Excali is going to be spotted out, but with a shorty, you can't connect that. You can't even dream about connecting that shot. And Excali is going to go for the punish on the Omen. 3 versus 4. The numbers in favor of Enigma. They have Spike. They have the site. They're going to plant and just take the round. Oh, wow.
Oh,
17 HP.
yeah, Excali almost getting caught out, but has his guiding light. So by the time the Hunter's Fury coming in to support him, he's be able to find one. No, make that two. The collateral is huge, and now Excali looking for the ace to finish this round off. Strix also very low on the HP, and the new man, Excali to Enigma Gaming, will take the ace in this second map, and you can see smiles all around. The entire team ecstatic for his success.
Everyone is smiling apart from RVK. I think he just wants to get this done with. He's like, let's just finish it, and then we're gonna have a celebration to ourselves. But let's see. This was quite a wonderful round for Excali. And again, as you mentioned, we knew this is what was going to happen with that Sky coming into play. And again, the lad has delivered, but I want to say, I mean, his team is also kind of enabling him to do that, especially Antidote, who's always there, just trying to see if he can put Excali in a favorable duel every single time. And that team play aspect right there, just between the duo itself, is doing wonders for Enigma right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It really is that mini bits of synergy that Enigma take that goes a long way. But look at this right now. They have the Killjoy lockdown. They've got A-shot control for free. So here they have the perfect position to just set up the lockdown if you want, maybe even commit a Cosmic Divide and just get the A-side control in a jiffy. And I think that's exactly...
Yeah.
Wait, hold on for a couple of seconds. I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. I think even they were just trying to think, oh, are we going to do this? Are we ready? And as soon as the call came, the team is going to start to move in, but Strix, in fact, taking Raw Fuel out of commission. The Jet is going to be out, but missing the second shot. Now both the lockdowns were deployed, but no one is going to get detained as everyone backs off. 25 seconds on the clock right now, and Enigma Gaming, they're going to have to rush to the B site right now. The C is already being protected. The players from T69 are there to defend their position on the C side and delay the players from Enigma Gaming. 11 seconds, 10 seconds. The clock is ticking. The players pushing through. Garage Wonder finding the opening. Antidote and RVK are going to get picked off. Rexy is going to be the next. Excali finds Wonder, but Mr. Beeps trades his teammate out, and well, that's all she wrote in this round. T69 using the clock against Enigma, just making them panic with not enough time.
Yeah, I know that like we like to say better late than never for most circumstances, but in Valorant that's not how it works. It's better never than late, I would say. Where if you are committing those 3 huge ultimates, they committed the Cosmic Divide, the Lockdown, as well as the Seekers from Excali to try and get the A side for themselves. If you're doing that, either if you want to do it as a fake, you've got to commit them really early, or you better just not do it. Save it for another day, call it off this round, and go back, because at that point, Enigma were caught in 2 minds. As soon as raw fuel went down, you could see that little bit of hesitation. Wait, without our entry fragger, we're not sure if we want to go. But that's exactly what T69 wanted. They work played into their hands, and T69 securing the round.
Also, a little bit of a blunder in the previous round from Enigma. The timing of the Nebula right there on towards Heaven, not really playing in their favor, but Antidote returning the favor to Strix for what happened in the previous round. He's like, you're going to give us a loss, and I'm just going to take you out instead. Raw Fuel finding the second pick of this round. 3 versus 5. T69 trying to see if they can play this game at Enigma's pace at this point, but well, Enigma, they're just taking control of everything. Excali picking up Wonder on the ramp. Rafa is going to trade out Excali, Mr. Beebs, and Rafa stuck on the B side while Enigma have taken control of A, planted the spike, and are just waiting for the players of T69.
So, we were talking, as you mentioned, right, about the timing of the Nebula versus the push coming in from Raw Fuel.
Yeah.
I remember on YB's social media a couple weeks back, he posted a clip from their scrims. Hold on for a second, there's retake going on. Rafa, Mr. B is able to get a couple frags here and there, but the trades instantly coming out, and given the positioning of Antidote, has the operator able to just clean it up, make it 7-2. But back to the point I was talking about. So a couple weeks back, YB posted this reel on his Instagram where he was showing us a glimpse into the practice of Enigma Gaming, and it was an ascent near the flower area. So basically right under catwalk next to the stairs, there was a player stuck, and Raw Fuel was giving the call, hey, there's a player stuck there, can I get a gravity well? By the time Anti said yes and started the gravity well, Raw Fuel had dashed in, updrafted, and killed that player already. So you can see that Raw Fuel's not exactly the kind of player who's going to wait for stuff to happen, you know.
But I think it's better to wait. I mean, that guarantees you the pick, but oh! Whoa! Strix, he was waiting for that moment, but RVK, what we talked about before the game, Enigma, these guys are deadly aimers, and RVK is just going to prove us right. 2 picks for the lad. Rafa is going to be the second casualty in this round. Chris holding the angle hard left of the A entry. Raw Fuel finding the pick, and that again is another round in favor of Enigma. They have lost RVK, but that's not going to matter. It's a 1v4 for Wonder.
Yeah, you can see how Enigma is playing T69 as a fiddle simply because of that Hunter's Fury that Mr. Beeves popped. All because, like I was talking about, Excali's one of his biggest strengths is his active lurking potential. Use that Trailblazer at the exact moment RVK was causing chaos towards mid and his team was entering A. I think you're going to see it on the replay right towards the end of that Trailblazer coming out, putting Mr. Beeves in a weird position where like, yo, maybe they're executing C, maybe they're garage splitting C, maybe they're executing B, and he's like just pulled off his Hunter's Fury. But no, Enigma's actually executing A. The spike is all the way over at A, and the mind games Enigma is able to play with T69 right now, it's just completely giving them full control of a map. And on a map like Haven, when you have map control, it just feels like it's over right then and there.
Well, all things said and done, as the last 2 rounds of the first half are going to fare up right now. Raw Fuel again just waiting for the players of T69 on A long. And it feels like there is no resistance being faced by Enigma Gaming. It's all smooth sailing for them. Look at this!
Blocking vision.
How is Raw Fuel getting control of A long again and again and again? And you know this man is doing that for the past for the last 3-4 rounds. He's been doing that, and still no one, even though it has been left abandoned, no one was checking A long for a good 10 seconds. You are not going to check that angle.
Yeah, Look at Excali's position. This position is so underrated with
seconds
respect to
left.
the audio
One
information he's
enemy
giving right
remains.
now to RVK. He hears the footsteps of Trist going towards that the defender side spawn area. He's able to tell RVK, bro, there's one guy coming
Spike
towards you.
planted.
As soon as his teammate takes him down, they then settle back into their positions, looking for this last member in Rafa. And I know, Johnny, we wanted and we expected T69 to give a better fight, but it just looks like it's Enigma all the way,
round
getting
before the
set
switch.
for the semifinals right now, because 92 already, it doesn't look like there's a comeback to happen here for T69.
I mean, hey, it's not over until it's over, so we're going to be hopeful. We're going to hope and see if T69 maybe in the second half will look to challenge the players of Enigma Gaming, but for now it's looking very, very hard for them. Enigma Gaming in full control of this matchup. Everything is looking good for them as we step into the last round of the first half. Antidote on the operator is going to peek towards C-Long along with Waffling, Excali, the two deadly plays. Oh, wow!
Oh my.
Pulled out the showstopper, dodged it with the tailwind, and then picked him off. That's style
Easy
points right
does
there.
it, Enigma.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, they have no chill. Just pedal on the metal all the way forward, shutting down the hopes and dreams of not just the T69 players, but the T69 fans as well. Enigma Gaming, they did
Switching
not
sides.
come here to have, like, I wouldn't say did not come here to have fun. I would say they did not come here to mess it out, you know. They came here to play. They want that top spot, and they're proving with this map that they're not just any other team like they were in VCC. No, come VCC 2, Enigma most definitely one of the big three.
Yeah, definitely. And also with your coach standing right behind you, you have to be serious. You can't just do whatever you want in those rounds. So we know why. He likes to win first and then have fun later. So that's what Enigma focused on right now. Win this game, then there's going to be a little bit of downtime. That's when you have fun, and then you come back again and focus in on winning against Velocity.
Exactly, right? So let's see. Can T69 find some sort of momentum, at least some sort of fight in this attack, because the aggressive nature that we saw in defense might just play fruit on the attack right now. The double satchel distracting Anti, and Rafa able to take him down, but the trades are there. Actually in favor of T69 so far, leaving Excali the last man standing, Johnny.
Hawk out.
Well, last player
Spike
standing
planted.
from Enigma. This pistol round could be the turnaround that the players of T69 need, but the last man that's left is Excali, and this is what he does best. Take names and also give haircuts to his opponents, just with lead bullets, of course. So gets a few picks, but just consolation prize for Enigma in that round. It was an unfavorable situation for them. Well, finally though, T69 have the third one on the board. It's 10-3, and because it was the pistol win for them, maybe they can get the next one as well. 10-4 is the anticipated scoreline right now after this round.
I have to say though, I love the fact that we're getting to see Excali back in his true colors. Like, he's that feisty player, you know, he's that spicy player. Even in a 1v4, which he knows he's very likely to lose, as soon as he gets that first kill on Trish, the BM immediately starts with the bullets on the body of the Killjoy player. So that's what I love about Excali. He not only messes with players' brains because of his aim, but he plays that psychological warfare too, like with the BM he's able to do. But hey, talking about psychological warfare, look at this now. A fake at the start of the round, a stack for Enigma Gaming, not gonna work out as T69, they find the right rotation onto C.
Well, an easy side take for T69. Now Enigma, they're going to try and close in for a retake, which is going to be very tough for them considering they don't have a good buy. With the pistols against the Spectres, it is not going to be easy to get those aim duels to go in your favor. Three lads trying to close in from C-Link. Rockul is going to be the first one to pop his head, and he is going to get shot in the face. Antidote finding a pick on Rafa. 4v4 are the numbers. The clock is ticking, and Trist, he goes big, finds two important picks. Wonder on the other side is going to get Excali, take him out of the picture, but Rexy is not looking to stop, finds two picks in a 2v1, is finally shut down by Strix.
Someone tell Trish that the run and gun got nerfed on this
Oh, yeah.
Spectre. He's like, hey, wait, I thought we could run a gun still on the Spectre. I mean, to a certain extent you can, but not as freely as you used to be able to. But hey, nevertheless, the round is what matters, right, Johnny? Because that's what T69 is able to secure in the bag. Albeit, a couple of key weapons lost, so on that end, Enigma will be happy. But Enigma themselves, they went for 3 sheriffs and 2 marshals in that eco. I don't want to call it an eco because that's a pretty hefty investment, and you can see because of that investment they're now in a position where they have to all go for light shields.
Yeah, but now the game begins for Enigma. They have the guns that they wanted, and now they have to defend the site. Rexy and Rawfuel doing a phenomenal job just holding on the initial assault from T69. Rawfuel still going strong, finds the 3K for his team, and all of a sudden T69, for them it looked like they would have control of the A side, but it was all just set up from Enigma for a 4K for Rawfuel.
11-4 on the scoreboard, and Rawfuel starting to pop the heck off. A bit of a weird recon right here because as you can see it doesn't reveal much. Rawfuel did end up throwing a cloud burst onto it just to protect himself and his teammate, but even in the first scan it didn't reveal much information, and it became a bit of an RNG push where they're hoping T69 that they can make it work. But talking about hoping, again, a bit of a force buy here with a Vandal and full shields for Rafa, an Operator and light shields for Strix, but the rest of their team relegated to Spectres and Sheriffs, so Rafa and Strix under a lot of pressure to find value from their full buys this time.
Well, let's see, the Outrun from one side, the Trailblazer from the other. Information is key, that is what is going to get you the round, but Antidote and RVK just in perfect sync to close things out for T69, and again it's looking quite a similar scenario for T69 in a world of trouble as Enigma Gaming are on match point.
Spike down mid.
I think that reaction from Antidote right there, I believe it's about this, right? The one tap from Mr. Beaves, I'm not sure entirely. I am curious if there is an interview, I hope we get to ask him, but for now, 12-4 on the scoreboard. Enigma Gaming in a solid position to secure their spot in the semifinals against Velocity Gaming. And you can see, very much a team game. Even though Excali is leading the charts, every single member performing admirably. And that is the gravity well I was talking about. The same push when Enigma did and Rawfuel went ahead, the T69 could not do anything about, but one gravity well gives Enigma the duels and they're able to shut it down.
Well, Wonder finding the opening for his team. Rexy taken out of picture. And another one. Antidote is going to get traded out by Mr. B, but the lockdown is going to be there. Enigma, they are on the back foot in this 2v3. Excali trying to see if he can distract the players of T69. Focus all their attention on him, allowing RVK to get in position on Heaven, but this is going to get very tricky again. A 2v3 situation on towards Hell, and Excali is going to find Strix, even though he shot second, finds the second one as well, brings the numbers down to a 1v1. RVK, is he going to stick this defuse? Well, let's see, the turret is going to be there to delay the push slightly from Mr. Beebs, going for the duel, and the distraction is going to be a success as Beebs goes for the shots on the turret. RVK finds the final kill of this game and also the round for his team. And ladies and gentlemen, the 4th quarterfinal is done, and Enigma Gaming, they're going to move forward to face off Velocity today itself, because that is going to be match number 3 of the day.
Exactly, this was just the first series of the day. Enigma, of course, securing a quick win to give them some time to relax, give them some time to, anti-strat, maybe prepare, really, for the semi-finals in itself, because, hey, to get a guaranteed spot in the playoffs, you have to win the qualifier. At least make the finals to get that spot in the wildcard itself. So, Enigma, they might be feeling happy after this match, but the job is far from done.
Exactly, as you said, the job is far from done. You still have to move forward, face off against Velocity, and then move to the finals of this qualifiers that are going to happen tomorrow. But for now, this was quite an interesting matchup because T69 in the first half, it looked like they were struggling quite a lot trying to figure out what Enigma was up to. There were a lot of mind games being played by the players of Enigma, and most of them centered around the fact that no one, absolutely no one could take out Raw Fuel, who was again and again just causing so much trouble on that A long position.
Yeah, and this is where I miss the Astra a lot, but I will say, I do feel for Wonder, he's not really a controller main player, if I remember correctly. I do think he's an initiator main, so he's just playing fill for his team, right? So I have to give him props for even taking up the responsibility to fill up that controller spot, but you can see that's why the Astra is so prevalent in this meta. Just too damn strong and being able to offer multiple options, may that be shutting down aggressive pushes or finding active lurks the way Anti is able to. But hey, RVK, I feel like that mid fight where he kept getting kill after kill is why he ended up on the MVP here on top of it.
Well, RVK, I mean, is always going to be the unsung hero of his team. I mean, we've talked quite a lot about the players from Enigma Gaming. All of them are so good with their aim, and for them, it's all about getting the team ahead, putting the team ahead of themselves, and they do a phenomenal job of doing that. But this is why this team is so deadly, because when it is required from one of the other individuals to step up and get those picks, they can do that as well. And this time it was RVK.
Exactly. I think the line you said, especially that they're a team willing to put the team ahead of the individuals, it rhymes perfectly with what we know about YB as a coach. So you can see the effect of Enigma and the IGLing of Anti, as you said, just spinning around T69 again and again, just leaving them confused and making them run around all over the map. That's exactly the kind of thing you want to see. But hey, talking about seeing, again, the numbers we expect completely in Enigma's favor. But what I'm thinking about, Johnny, is I'm sure one person who's got his eyes on all of these mind games, these calls, is Amit Rasu, looking at the IGLing of Anti, his former teammate. I mean, like, all right, let's see what you got against me.
Oh, this is going to be Anakin against Obi kind of a situation. The master against the apprentice. And, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch. Also, Excali is here as well in Enigma. Let's not forget. I mean, a former teammate of, in fact, both of them played together on Velocity, and now both of them are playing together in Enigma as well. But we do see the individuals, and it looks like it is going to be a while. I think at the end of the day, when we do see the players on the MVP leaderboard, maybe someone is going to be ahead of Knight Rider. But let's have a look at the team card of Enigma Gaming. Again, Raw Fuel, very consistent, followed quite closely by Excali and RVK on the third. Antidote doing a phenomenal job as well. And then there's going to be Rexy, again, another unsung hero for the Enigma Gaming squad.
39.75 headshot percentage, and Rexy with 36.78. This is what we meant with the players that crack. Raw Fuel though.
Yeah.
Holy moly, man. Like, how? Almost 40 percentage on the headshot. I think Scream was at 45 or 46 on like his pop-off maps, and on an average around 40. So equate a player to Scream itself, that's a big deal. And Raw Fuel, he's getting scaringly close, like terrifyingly close, I would say.
I mean, because think about this, right? Last VCC, we saw Raw Fuel every single matchup. I mean, from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 2, he was improving quite a lot. I mean, there was a difference, noticeable difference between his individual performances between the maps. And then you come to the second VCC where everyone has stepped up their game. I mean, the man is definitely going to be insane, but in the next matchup for Enigma Gaming, they're going to have to take everything, their gameplay, individual performances, to a whole another level, because it is going to be Velocity Gaming that they're going to face. But before we move on to that matchup, the next match, ladies and gentlemen, it is semi-final number 1, Global Esports versus True Rippers. Paradox taking on the lads of, taking on Hell Ranger, and also it is going to be quite interesting to see how the situation for Global Esports is going to look like today, because yesterday it felt like they underestimated the players from God Particles, and God Particles, they made them bleed.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, we saw several small errors coming out from True Rippers, but also a lot of momentum-based gameplay. So I'm excited to see how and which team is able to capture that momentum for themselves and get a solid run going as they try to make their way to the finals.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing we want you guys to do, and that is to apply for the giveaway itself. That's for you guys that we are holding a exclusive merchandise giveaway, merchandise on the VCC that you guys are enjoying right now, hopefully. And again, to do that, all you have to do is post on the social medias that you're watching the broadcast, enjoying the broadcast of the VCC matches that are going on right now. tag NODWIN Gaming in that post and use a hashtag that is VCC giveaway. And after you have done that, take a screenshot of the post, go to the link in the description and share the screenshot right there. It's going to be a form. Fill out the form, fill all your details over there as well, and that's it. You're done with your application, and every single day you can tune into the broadcast, apply for the giveaway, because every single day of the VCC broadcast we're going to be handing out merchandise to one lucky individual, but that is going to happen at the end of the day.
And I always say, like, feel free to show us a bit of your own talent, like maybe some art, or I saw yesterday actually someone tagged me with some animation that they made around the Sova drone. Absolutely beautiful. It doesn't honestly matter with the giveaway, but it's very nice to see the talent of users come out. And if you do, make sure you tag us too, so we can have a look at it.
Exactly. We could have a look at it and enjoy it and just share it with the amazing community that is you guys. And it is definitely going to be quite exciting, because now, since this quarterfinal situation is done, we do have our semi-finalists in front of us right now. Everyone is going to be speculating as to what exactly is going to go down between the Global Esports True Rippers matchup, and you also have called out like the sort of mistakes that were there, the little bit of whiffs that we did see, in fact, from the lads of True Rippers. A few rounds that should have gone in their favor, just being a little too close for comfort. But I think with a team like Global Esports, you need to be prepped to the max, because one small error in judgment, and there's a lot of people on the other side that can make you pay. We saw some insane action from Kappa yesterday with the clutches that he brought in, and I would love to see them again. But if that is the sort of scenario we're going with, that means Global Esports, they're going to be struggling again. So it's sort of a bittersweet decision for me. I don't know what I need to go with.
Yeah, I mean, Clutchpa on one hand pulling off that 1v4, but then again, Paradox on the other hand pulling off that 1v3 to secure them that win on Icebox. I think both of the teams have had some amazing plays happen for each other. But definitely, I think it's going to come down to that momentum factor. And I can't keep up my excitement.
Are we going with Clutchpa? Are we sure? Is that name logged now?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, after that, like, it has to be Clutchpa for sure. Maybe sometimes once in a while Kappa, but Clutchpa in general.
I mean, it's up to the community, though. Whatever the community says, I think the players are just going to try and adapt it. But let's see. I mean, we're going to take again. Ladies and gentlemen, do go ahead and fill out your applications for the giveaway that's happening right now. I've already told you, like, go on the social medias, make a post, use the hashtag VCC giveaway, tag NODWIN Gaming, and fill out the form. And while you guys are going to be busy filling out the form, filling out all the details that are there in the form, just getting your applications ready for the giveaway, we're going to be taking a very short break right now. And after the break, once again, Global Esports taking on True Rippers. The semi-finals are going to be starting. A lot of hype, a lot of excitement for the matchups. I mean, I personally don't know who to pick, because I like everyone in the semi-finals. I'm going to make my decisions. You guys fill out the applications. We're going to take a very short break for now, but stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
Mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you. Get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Break this the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The power with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. And cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to you.
Bring this the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Get up, yeah. I don't give a damn, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT for the South Asia region 2022 with Gillette as a grooming partner. Of course, I'm back. I wasn't really there for the first game. Needed a little bit of break, needed to take a little bit of break. Of course, a tiring day yesterday, so I took a little break off. But Sia over here, my man's just going. He's a machine. He's not a human being. Actually, not a machine. He's an emoji.
Yeah, just digital code, so it's pretty easy to just keep it going. But hey, Necro, as you said, I'm glad to have you back. So now we're into the semifinal stage. It felt only right that we have the OG duo that's done English throughout VCC 1 and 2 to cover the semifinals. But hey, let's take a look at which semifinals we have today, Necro, because starting us off is going to be GE True Rippers before we get to one hell of a matchup between VLT and Enigma.
Oh man, GE True Rippers. I mean, look, True Rippers, even though yesterday they won against tryouts, I still feel like a lot of voids were being made from their side. And TR, I mean, overall, they are a pretty good team. As you mentioned, even we were having a little bit of talk before this matchup, and you said TR is one of those teams that they kind of lose the rounds that they're meant to win, and then they win the rounds that they're not meant to win. It's kind of like random. It's kind of like all over the place when it comes to TR. And we also saw yesterday True Rippers making a lot of mistakes. Like some rookie mistakes were being made from their side, and that's why tryouts as well were being gifted. And same things was happening even from the other side. Same things were happening even from tryouts. So I do want to see going inside the match against Global Esports, you do not have any room for error.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I really want to see where True Rippers is able to use that matchup and learn from it to show us a more consolidated version of themselves. But on the other hand, the way Global Esports was able to come back yesterday, the way Global Esports was just able to really personify GE fighting, it's a big question as to whether or not they're going to be able to even pull it off. But hey, the giveaway, Necro, all these cool items up for grabs for our viewers.
Oh man, all these cool freaking item, exclusive merchandise for you guys, and all you guys need to do to actually be eligible for this giveaway is make sure that you guys are subscribed to our YouTube channel, and then any of the social media platforms that you guys prefer to use, just make sure you guys are tagging at NODWIN Gaming in it, and also add hashtag VCC giveaway, and then you guys will be successfully eligible for this cool merchandise. You're also getting that little Brimstone mouse pad, man. I honestly really want it for myself, and hopefully in the future maybe I'll be able to get my hands on it.
Yeah, I think all of his talents are definitely gonna end up going on a heist of sorts through the office, just casually trying to sneak one here and sneak one there. We'll see what happens, eh? Before now, looking at towards the maps itself, we've got the veto on, and already the Haven ban coming out, the breeze. Oh, Fracture maybe for us.
Ooh, bind from Global Esports. Oh, True Rippers are definitely going to be struggling there, man. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, 100% agree, because this was something weird about that veto yesterday too. Bind has been a perma-ban for True Rippers in the past 3 months. Like, to add on to that with the stat, when you go over to any stats website, you look at their stats for in the recent history, they played literally 0 maps of Bind. So Global Esports clearly noticing that and being like, wait, you're not going to ban Bind in the first rotations? We're happy to pick it up. But on the other hand, True Rippers looking at a potential weakness in GE that GodP showed us in Fracture and looking to have that come once again. I'm excited to see how that works out.
Oh man, Fracture map as always is kind of like one of those just, you know, interesting things coming out. Yesterday we did see Fracture, and interesting, I'm not gonna lie, interesting. A lot of confusing things were happening, and it was really hard for us to get our mind, or at least grasp our mind around it. So Fracture is definitely going to be one of those kind of maps that's always going to be confusing me, especially as well. It's kind of like a really new thing when it comes to spawns as well, and we saw the aggressive nature from God Particles yesterday. That was just throwing me off so many times, and if it's throwing us off, imagine how many times Global Esports were being thrown off yesterday.
And that's the exact reason True Rippers wanted to pick it up. Like, they're trying to catch Global Esports off guard, but I think that's much easier said than done, because I have to reiterate my point. Hellranger loves this map. An off day, I can imagine, you know, where Shivi is able to just out mind game him, but they have the analyst as well in the back to go back, do the ward review, and come back so much stronger for it. But wait, with no further ado, let's find out what exactly True Rippers are going to play on this map of Bind, because we haven't seen them play at all in recent history. And Paradox on the KO. Okay, I really like this.
Ooh, this looks interesting. Now we're seeing KO being utilized so much, and then you're also seeing Rossi going on Raze, which is quite understandable. Bind is one of those maps where you've seen Raze come into play so many times, especially Sentinels as well. We did see Tens, if you remember, in the Champions. He also went for Raze and Bind. I mean, he usually does go for Raze and Bind, but yeah, of course, it makes a lot of sense. Rossi locking in that Raze. But yesterday, the problem was in the map of Fracture, he did the same thing. He went with Raze, but he wasn't really able to activate himself. So do you think it's that going to be the same case today, or is it going to be something, it's going to be like a complete curveball?
That's the biggest question, right? Because the Raze itself isn't much of a surprise. They played this exact Raze composition twice in the last month. But for me, the bigger surprise is that they haven't given up on Rossi's Raze, in the sense that both Bind and Fracture, now we expect him to not play Jet. And if Global Esports are able to secure a victory with Rossi not playing Jet, that goes a long way in terms of the confidence for him and the team that, hey, I'm not just a Jet one-trick pony with respect to the impact I can bring on the map. I am ready to diversify, and this is the question I think GE are looking to answer. On the other hand, but that KO can be so damn oppressive against the Raze. I think we saw that even last year, the way the KO is able to shut the Raze down. I'm excited to see what kind of performance Paradox brings for us.
Honestly, Paradox has to be one of the main keys that True Rippers are heavily relying on. So Paradox has to be that instrumental playing here. As you mentioned, eyes are definitely going to be locked onto Paradox, but on the other hand, my eyes are going to be locked onto SK Rossi, because yesterday with the Rays, wasn't really able to pop off. Maybe this time he'll be able to do so. Did open things up, but it doesn't really matter because he got traded instantly.
Look at this though. Slowly sneaking in already. Global Esports have got free control over the lamps on the basis of that Viper's wall. But that 0 point coming in will tell them that, hey, the two player members, the Astra and the Sky, are towards that A position. They couldn't use their ability, so they had to just hightail it out of there. Now trying to get on over to this B side where Bones is trying to anchor with that chamber. Paradox coming in for support, but it's all up to Bones to hold on till then.
Oh man, Bones was all up to him and skills. Finds the opening, lightning fast, follows it up with on to Bone. Bones out of the equation now. True Rippers
planted.
left with only 2 players to work with. It's a 2-on-4. Master was well down to 74 HP. Doesn't really have the HP to work with. Does have a recon dart available. You can try and utilize it to just gain the extra bit of info, but still it's a 2-on-4 man advantage. Clearly heavily just favoring Global Esports, and that's what they win off of.
Yeah. A simple pistol win for Global Esports. It got scary for a second there with the 0 point from Paradox revealing and suppressing the Sky and the Astra, but quickly able to use that Viper wall once again to get themselves out of a sticky position into a good plant on B and get themselves into this position where they can get their anti-eco in. But a little weird. Hellranger and Kappa not going for the buys, and this is something I personally like because I think the anti-eco meta where everyone goes for the buys isn't fruitful for comps like this, which are meant to play for information, who have these initiators who are looking to get you that information so that the duelist can go for the entry, and rather play on a 2-on-1 triangle sort of formation where players like Lightning Fast, Rossi can move in, and if they do end up going down, then the initiators can pick it up.
Oh no, Master's taking a lot of damage from that snake bite. Will be flushed out of that position. Doesn't really have any other choice, but still Paradox tried to strike in. Lightning Fast taken down quite low, but Lightning Fast just doing Lightning Fast things. Able to get an easy 3K Bones. Will be able to retrieve that Spectre in his hands. That's what exactly he does. Is he going to be expecting the man himself, Kappa, being really aggressive on the defender spawn, and that's why he doesn't expect Bones falls down to Kappa.
Hellranger even took the teleport just to add on to the pressure right there. And see, this is another reason why I love the semi-anti-ecos almost, where they only bought 3 weapons. Because now that they've lost two members in this round, they don't actually have any damage done against them, because Hellranger was able to recover the last Spectre, and they get to carry on as if it was just a full bonus into the next round. Or even we could see Hellranger and Kappa upgrading and giving those weapons over to their comrades. It's actually not that, it's just Kappa upgrading, Hellranger carrying on with the Spectre, as GE look to play the bonus with Lightning Fast. He's just on a Ghost, and immediately you can see the roles change next, where Lightning Fast was being very aggressive last round with the Spectre. Now with the Ghost, he's willing to step back, be that passive lurker.
Makes a lot of sense as well, right? I feel like the B-long push coming in from the side of Global Esports is mainly because they just want to get the ult orb in. The controllers are all the way back on the other side, and that's what exactly happens. Rossi teleports. This is a big brain play coming through. Look at this. They're rotating from all the way back. Maybe the main game plan is to hit the B site, and that's what exactly is happening. Astra got the spike in the hands. Rossi as well will probably open things up. And Luka following it up with the drone, but this time the drone's going to lead to his demise. Bones too quick with the frag. Hellranger with this guy trying to flash, at least get an entry in. Skills able to find the entry. That's going to be quite a lot. Hellranger follows it up with another chain. Hellranger. Still, it's a 4-on-3 situation. Kappa isn't really that comfortable in the spot that he's found himself in. Master, indeed, is going to be a master class player in that spot that he's found himself in. Hellranger trying his best to close things out. He's able to find a second frag. Man advantage heavily leaning towards Global Esports, and True Rippers, they're going to be ripped apart after this.
Skills with this aggressive push. Catching himself in the smoke, but it's all about timing, and Skills turns back because of Relic shots. Master able to pick up that first frag, but Hellranger taking down Relic will main this. Viper's pit, the positions Lightning Fast has especially very much intact. tried to reposition onto that second Radiant box, and he's just gonna be like, I wasn't doing that. I was just trying to bait. A small mistake gone right though, as Hellranger picks up that 4K, and it's always like something that I like noticing multi-kills on initiators, because recycling those ultimates can be so fruitful. But you can see, as you said, Necro, with this bonus win, it does feel like that 0% played map of True Rippers, well, it's gonna have Global Esports ripping them apart on this map.
That's what I said. After that round, True Rippers are clearly going to be ripped apart when it comes to the economy. You can see the half buys coming through from their side. They just do not want to go for a gamble play. Things taking quite slow and safe for now. Global Esports not going to be expecting this push coming through. Beautiful nade to flush him out of his blitz. And one tap God connects that dick with the frenzy. He's able to confirm that frag in his hands, but Kappa is there to try things out instantly with a beautiful 2K. Bones as well follows it up.
I have this spike.
Not a good news for True Rippers. They can't just keep on giving these frags away.
What's especially ironic was that the frenzy one-tap guard used to take down the Sky was a Sky frenzy.
Oh no. Oh no. It's kind of like just rubbing little salt on his wounds as well. SK Rossi, of course, just follows it up. Beautiful side control easily in their hands. Global Esports looking so comfortable on his side. SK Rossi, as always, just doing Rossi things, being really aggressive in defender spawn. But Master, I'm pretty sure, is going to be expecting Rossi to be there, but it doesn't matter. Rossi is too quick to react, and one tap God now left all by his lonesome to at least try and secure a gun, maybe? You can try and go for the exit frags, because one tap God pretty much knows it's a GG round. So you might as well try and go for some economy damage if possible. Try and save the guns off, but Rossi denies it.
I think expecting SK Rossi to keep coming on the push, given that he was able to pick off one of True Rippers' players in that defender side spawn, but the timing again working out in favor of Global Esports this time, where Kappa and SK Rossi just eliminated everyone across the board, and not much damage either. With 4 back-to-back rounds won, a weapons loss is not going to mean much to GE whatsoever. You can see they've got a big cushion built up, lightning fast at max eco already, and yeah, no one to buy for because they barely lost any members in that round. So GE very much in a comfortable position, but look at this, they've changed the wall that they've been using from the first 4 rounds. Here is where conditioning really coming into play, where this wall would make you feel like surely they're not going to walk into lamps like they did, but that's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh no. Just doing the unexpected. Ooh, and Rollick will shut down the aggression from Rossi. The showstopper being shut down as well. That's a huge investment. Not really able to get anything out of that. Gets spotted with the boombot as well. Headranger's position compromised, and True Ripper somehow they're able to rip Global Esports apart. Clearly that strategy did not work out for them. One tap got though. This time it's Hellranger who connects the one tap onto him. And now Hellranger looking to follow it up. The recon dart's on point, and still somehow is able to find another frag, even though he's getting scanned with the recon dart.
Yeah, a great round for True Rippers. They are able to not just secure the round win, but take off the showstopper as well as the Seekers from the hands of Global Esports. 2 huge ultimates being taken away will put them in a great position to now keep moving forward and solidify this momentum. Having said that, the Tour de Force was used by Bones, so the chances of an operator coming in seems... Wait, hold on. I was going to say unlikely, but the players can afford it for each other. So one tap guard, we saw his performance on the operator, real insane value for his team yesterday, but it's an entirely different challenge doing it on the Raze as compared to doing it on the Jet.
The operator's available on A, but Global Esports, they're completely avoiding the big threat. TP comes through, Hunter's Fury being used at the perfect time. Master just denying that entire long control. Beautifully placed up. Hunter's Fury right there, just buying as much as time as possible. SK Rossi as well, just taking things really slow. Not really over peaking, not really overstepping.
This is so insane. Like, I have to say, I love this from GE. They went B long, they captured the ult orb. They instantly take the TP, they commit the Trailblazer just to capture the ult orb. Map control is a big deal, but when you're doing it with value for those ultimate orbs, especially on the sky, it doesn't matter if you're recycling those ultimates or losing them because you're going to get them back so much faster. These are the small things that teams like GE are able to do that really sets them a tier apart from the others.
30 seconds
You
left.
mentioned GE, yeah, of course, a well-experienced team. Bunch been playing since a long time together. So the team synergy, the team coordination makes a lot of sense. That has to be on point. Paradox, though, in a real unexpected place. Cosmic Divide comes through just to try and deny as much as the side control as possible. But Paradox, with the knife out, is going to suppress everyone down. The down man needs a hand, but Paradox, it's fine. He's already done a lot of damage. It's a 2-on-1. True Rippers, this has to be their round. Unless if they just make some rookie mistakes and Lightning Fast just clutches us out. Lightning Fast has to be one of those people that is really good when it comes to clutching rounds out, and that's what we're exactly seeing. Just doesn't care about the recon dart. Let it scan. Presence being felt. Master is going to be a little anxious. He will be paranoid, but it doesn't matter. Master still wins that engagement.
And you can see Lightning Fast not happy about that at all. That was around GE. I think we're expecting to go in their favor, but Master ensures that TR pick it up, and it's a crucial round because given the way it started, right, like right here, the GE have so much map control with the ult orbs, but also the simple fact that they're able to get the spike planted. They use that time factor to work out, but the KO that we talked about being an X factor for his team's success, it's exactly what happens. It helps make it a 1v1. Paradox picking up that triple kill, but also doing so while his null command was active, which means even though his revival was for naught since he got taken down immediately, he was the perfect bait for his team to get a trade for nothing. And True Ripper is now 2-4, starting to build up their own economy, but again, the ult orb control is key. They pick up that Shower's ult orb, they have the Seekers online. It's a simple matter of using the Cosmic Divide and Seekers together to get a slight victory.
Oh man, the ult orb. That's what global esports are really going for. Just prioritizing those ult orbs, getting those ultimates back up. On the other hand, Bones JR is just taking things really safe and cautiously, but the problem is he's been spotted. Seekers out as well. Intention is clear now. Vision's a little bit more clear. Global esports clearly do just want to penetrate through their defense, but this time it's Bones JR trying to keep things together for his team. Is he going to be able to keep it together? That's the question. He was able to find the opening. He was able to shut down the aggression, but it doesn't matter. Lightning Fast is a little too quick in that push. We'll shut down Bones JR instantly. Viper's Pit inbound. All they want to do is just get the spike planted. Oh no, Showstopper also being utilized. Heavy investments coming in through from True Rippers. And it is clearly possible that they're probably going to get this round as well in their hands. Misses that shots, but it's fine. There's 3 players available.
Yeah, a pretty simple round there, nabbed up, and again, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, because of the ult orb control that they've got over the last 2 rounds, they set up the Cosmic Divide, they have the Seekers, and even though it's a little bit of an issue at the start of it, the key point for True Rippers then becomes how they respond to it. And the response is absolutely amazing in One Tap God's Operator. Even though he's not having the greatest of matches right now, he finds that first pick at the start of the round before the Seekers come out. A slight timing issue there for global esports, and True Rippers exploiting that slight timing issue to perfection. Now, we talked about this yesterday, Necro, where we saw a lot of small mistakes from True Rippers as well as Tryouts, and how the teams are punishing each other. But for True Rippers to be able to punish a team like GE for the same mistakes, it shows you the caliber at which these players are capable of playing.
Oh, One Tap God, though, is not going to miss opportunities like those. Lightning Fast, he can't just walk in his crosser like that. One Tap God as well. Got to give props to this man. He was just holding an off angle. Did not really expect it either. But Bones JR with the Bulldog making some insane things happen. That's a huge engagement as well. Winning a fight against a Phantom with a Bulldog.
Need that back. Need that back.
Bold moves from that man, without a doubt. But still, True Rippers, they're able to at least make this comeback happen. They're able to put a halt to global esports momentum that was going on.
Look at this. Again, back to their standard Viper wall, which cuts off the immediate lamp's entrance. I don't have the Viper alive right now, but because of that, the setups that the True Rippers have gone for are ones to try and avoid the instant push in. The guiding light blinds out Master, and SK Rossi able to take him down, but Relic precise with that. Tap, drops the spike, and now they try to play for time, True Rippers.
Oh my god, no. These guys are insane with Bulldog. What's happening? Just connecting those nutty headshots, and now Skills follows it up. It's the only lifeline available for Global Esports inside this round. All eyes on him. Of course, the man who likes to play with the controller role inside the team also has the operator in the close range. I don't know if that's a good choice, but it doesn't matter. Just pulls out a Classic, and it seems like Classic is still the best gun in the game, CA.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing this in V61, and we're still talking about it now. It's been nerfed a few times, but hey, the Classic most definitely still, at least in terms of value, right? 0 credits, insane value you get every single time. But I was scared for a second there. I think Skills just noticed that he had a weapon below him, did not notice which weapon, so got surprised with the operator, and he's like, oh well, I can't do much with this. I'm gonna have to pull out my Classic real quick and smack him in the head with that right click. And that's exactly what he does. 5-3 now for Global Esports. But the timeout's still called because I think they're starting to notice that they're being punished early rounds with those separation, with the isolated duels going in favor of True Rippers. The default's now working out for Global Esports. So the timeout has to be about how do we change these defaults? What information do we have about where True Rippers is playing?
Oh, man. I just can't believe Skills actually went for the operator on the ground and then pulls out a Classic. It's like, imagine how much trust he has in the Classic.
Yeah,
I've
I don't
never
think he knew it
someone
was
that much, or something that much, as much he trusts the Classics. Talk about emotional damage.
I think every player who's ever played Valorant has emotional damage because of the Classic. Just random jump, right click, and yeah, you're around us.
How can you forget about the running gun? Gotta add that as well.
I mean, that's been corrected now, right? So you're starting to
Come
heal,
on,
right? Offering therapy sessions too.
Man. But yeah, 3-5 scoreline. Global Esports clearly having round lead. That means they have a little bit of room for error, but still, room for error doesn't mean you should make errors. So Global Esports should take things a little cautious. Beautiful knife out from KL. Gonna be suppressing SK Rossi. Stuck in the slow. Cannot really move out or either use his chest. Satchel only has one satchel in pocket, so he cannot even satchel all the way with the backside. It's kind of handicapped with that, but it doesn't matter. It's just Global Esports doing Global Esports things.
Yeah, you can see the smiles on their faces just adding on to the pain that True Rippers might be feeling right now. The timeout used very, very well. They get a flawless round in the back of it with those defaults changing. And I think the key thing I am noticing with those defaults is that now they're grouping up more as two separate 2 units and leaving Lightning Fast to be that rotation cutter or the passive lurker where he can then give the information for the team or make the call for mid-round rotations. But in case that two-man unit, like for example, as you can see now, Rossi and Hellranger and Kappa and Skills, in case one of those two gets a pick, then they can give the call like, hey, we've got this area for us, maybe we can find a rotation here.
There we go, Trailblazer out. Here comes the party. Showstopper able to connect one. That's a huge frag on the backside. SK Rossi opens the floodgates, but still the flood isn't really there yet. Instead, they're just trying to play some mind games, CA. I don't know what exactly is going through their mind, CA. Just do CA things, analyze this.
Nice. This is what I'm talking about. The 2-man units making their way forward. They've got shovers, they've got short, and I mean, on bind, you don't need anything else to secure the side. Hellranger being like, oh wait, we forgot the spike, guys. I'm gonna just pick that up real quick. Maybe grab me an ult orb on the way and move into the site as well. It's just phenomenal gameplay coming through from Global Esports and no answers from the side of TR. I noticed what you got excited by though. That suppression is key, but doesn't amount to much when you can't win the aim deals.
Okay, you gotta do him dirty like that, huh? Alright, dude. Doesn't matter, yeah. As CA mentioned, CA said this. Doesn't matter if you cannot win the aim duels. True Rippers, maybe it's time to elevate your aim. But yeah, True Rippers do have Paradox on the site. He's waiting for the master
remaining.
to give him some calls, but it doesn't matter. Skills proves that he's the real master in the lobby. Finds the opening frag. The potential of clutch out the equation, and Lightning Fast put the final nail in the coffin. And Global Esports gets another round in their hands, and this is where they're able to build the momentum again. Now True Rippers will need to get the grip. They will need to adapt on what Global Esports is doing here.
Yeah. Rippers really at least need to try to make a fight out of this, because again, you have to, I don't think you can give them the excuse saying that this is their away map, because they intentionally chose not to ban a map they haven't played in the past 2 to 3 months. For me, that's quite questionable, in the sense that if you're doing that, then it's usually because you have something planned, like you have some sort of ace up your sleeve that you can pull out and surprise the heck. Oh my god, I love this lineup. I wish they pressed F on the lineup just so our viewers could see it, but it bounces off a tiny window on Shovers and gets into the spot on Shovers, you could see on the minimap. But hey, back to the point, look at this B-long push coming in from Two Rippers. Bones and Master trying to get B-long control. They might catch Rossi off guard.
Oh, Lightning Fast though. A quick tap. Scratch that, not a tap though. Talk about chest damage, that's what it is.
Oh, no.
Global Esports, no, SK Rossi. Just follows it up with 2, and SK Rossi, my bad.
I know what you were gonna say.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, we can forget about it. Okay, Lamps control as well in their hand, and again another flawless round from Global Esports, and SK Rossi just doing Rossi things.
Necro almost took the L with the SKL thing right there, but hey, held yourself back.
Listen, okay, these days I'm seeing a lot of those memes. It's always hard for me to get my head off of them. Okay.
Wait, but it's another thing. We love your memes, guys. Honestly, I personally, at least, I think, yeah, I can speak for Necro here too. We love seeing all of that just community emotion, I would say, come through in those memes. So please keep making more of them, and please do share them with us. Like, sometimes we miss out on some because we don't get tagged, so it's always nice to have someone share with us.
Oh man, memes definitely. This is what we live for, right? Memes is kind of like, it's the best thing in the world.
And Valorant.
Valor memes.
Ah, yeah, that's perfect.
Just like Valor goodies, right? Valor merchandise. Talk about merchandise.
Ooh.
Kappa just, what's going on? Making the defense completely readable. What's going on? Kappa, the experience clearly shining through this time. And silencing the rookies. True Rippers. Not able to do so, but this time the Hunter's Fury catches Kappa. Experience will fail him against the Hunter's Fury, but it's fine. He's got his teammates to get his back. Beautiful flash out. Skills instantly capitalizes on top of it. Cosmic Divide used as well. Master not going to be having a lot of info to work with after that.
Skills will finish the round as well as the first half off. And you can see they're pumped, they're motivated, and they are feeling way better than they did yesterday in map 1, where it was all just game faces. We're talking about game faces. We've got the game face moment where the suppress immediately shut down. And another reason, like, for example, if you want to go for that shover suppress, there's a lineup that you can go for that ends up with the knife on top of showers, so they can't break it. And you need to know those lineups. But I don't think they will know. They can know those lineups since they've never played this map in the past 2 or 3 months. So a bit of a yikes for me, what we're seeing right now. I feel like momentum is, especially after yesterday, momentum is not something you want to give a team like Global Esports. It's not just pedal on the metal. It's like, I saw this.
They thrive on it. They live for those moments. And talking about momentum, it seems like it's Paradox is trying to stop the momentum for sure in this second half. A beautiful shock dart though from Kappa. And then you have a man like Lightning Fast to follow it up with another one. But Bones JR with the Headhunter able to get another frag in his pockets. What's going on, Bones JR? How can you not check that? Those are one of the most common things you really check when you do get a sight in their head, especially being an attacker. Quite questionable as the way he was playing that one. The Lightning Fast as well. Just getting a perfect read on what exactly is happening. He does realize Spike's going down on A side, but he does not know where the Astra is located. And this is where Lightning Fast is going to be caught in a lot of trouble. Gets spotted with the drone. Not a good news. Lightning Fast will need to play things a little slow. Recon Tard as well, just to use just making the path so much more tougher than it should be for Lightning Fast.
Look at this. Lightning Fast going for the fake. Looking to isolate the duels between Master and Relic, but it will not happen. Master will pick up where Paradox got them started and secure the pistol. And this is key, Necro, because what we haven't got a chance to talk about is the way the first half ended at the 9-3 scoreline. Usually at that scoreline, if you lose the pistol, your map is most likely done for. So winning this pistol, a huge, big deal for the side of True Rippers, because now they get the anti-eco, they get to move forward, reduce the lead, and then maybe if their bonus goes well, they can play on that economic game, try to reduce the margin, the gap that is there round by round. We'll have to see.
Talk about gap.
Oh!
It's just Global Esports doing some cap things.
Rossi
Able to-
just
Yeah,
one tap, God, that's gonna hurt.
Rossi doing lossy things.
You couldn't help yourself there, could you?
I just gotta entertain the chat as well, you know.
Yeah.
Just gotta put some smiles in their faces. They're here to have a great time, and that's what we're gonna give them. We love you, chat. But yeah, 4-9 being the scoreline. Aldron's out to get the lamp control. Enemy tagged as well, but he needs to know that you cannot spam through a bulldog over there. You need an Odin for that. Maybe next time you should try and get an Odin in your hands. Beautiful knife as well, it's suppressed, but the problem is it's Shorty holding the close angles. Skills as well, follows it up with a classic. It's the 1-2 punch and a knockout. Skills retrieving that bulldog in his hands, and what's going on? Just that single bulldog showing so much damage.
This is the downfall of giving away guns on an eco, Necro. Now in a 2v1 in favor of GE.
Oh my god, Skills, the MVP for that round. Just doing so good. Single-handedly flips the table in his favor.
Oh my god. A round where we were just talking about how True Rippers can use this to push off the momentum. I 100% agree, Skills the MVP, but once again, Kappa amongst the thick of the action. Him setting up Skills by baiting with that shorty to allow Skills to get the trade in the first place right here on the replay. Got him that bulldog, and well, the rest was history with Skills just popping the heck off. Makes it 10-4 on the scoreline. True Rippers forced to take a timeout.
You know what I found funny? He actually tried to wallbang that with a bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a PANIK. I didn't want to say panic because it doesn't correctly justify the panic.
Yeah. No, I feel you, right? It's like when you do get attacked through and it's like, oh, you do see that enemy. Even me sometimes, I just flick onto it, even though I know I'm not going to be able to wallbang it, but still, it's just kind of like a little hope that maybe there will be a little, you know, somehow we just find a little exploit here and there.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
but this
that's
timeout.
not. Okay, whatever. But yeah, this tactical timeout, just to help True Rippers out to get their mind on what exactly Global Esports are doing. So Global Esports as well, they will need to try and switch things up with this timeout.
It's all up to which team is able to now start getting much more proactive, I think, because when you look at the compositions itself, right, it's very hard for the side of True Rippers to be able to get information for free the way that Global Esports was able to because of their double initiators. Don't get me wrong, True Rippers do have 2 initiators, but their KO is more about shutting people down, and as you can see on the map as well, the Paradox, he's playing it more as a battle KO, like a pseudo Phoenix almost, where he's trying to get his team the entry, which means that the initiator isn't getting the free information like Kappa or Hellranger were continuously doing. Combining that with the fact that they don't have as much high impact ultimates, this is going to get real difficult for True Rippers.
Oh man. Oh, it's the Headhunter making the plays happen. Beautiful flash. SK Rossi being flashed instantly. Or actually, scratch that, was 1-tap God, my bad.
I know.
Oh, dude, it's kind of hard for me to grasp my mind on it, dude.
I know you meant like the ability of that chamber as the Headhunter, but as soon as you said Headhunter, my mind first went to SK Rossi, because he literally hunts heads.
Yeah, he's literally the Headhunter.
Yeah.
At this point, someone please make a montage on SK Rossi. And just title it Headhunter. But yeah, now SK Rossi, there we go, just hunting heads, doing classic Rossi things. Relic being shut down. Paradox, the only man left alive. But again, Paradox is going to be feeling the pressure for sure. Going up against 3 of the best players out there. And one of them is Rossi, who is a man needs to be scared of. Rossi's just a man, even if you just hear the name, it's just this. It's just like, just get scared. You do not want to face up against a man like Rossi. But he needs to also watch out from his back. Paradox does realize there's a lot of threat lingering around. And Rossi gets an ace in his hands. Oh my god. CA, you got anything to say about that?
Yeah, I'm not happy with that. But like, I had a couple of interviews with the global esports players on my channel, and they told me that every single time Rossi gets a 4K, they all make a pact between themselves that they're going to go out and hunt for that last kill, make sure he stays as 4K Rossi and not 5K Rossi. So really, I want to see 4K Rossi a lot more. Come on, G. No, I'm kidding. It's lovely to see SK Rossi get that ace.
Honestly, steal those ace, please. Steal them.
Yeah.
Steal them.
A lot more banter for us to talk about then.
Yeah, just steal it, please. That would be so much content for us as well. Rossi just being disappointed. Talk about emotional damage. I was gonna mention it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Kappa.
I think I might get emotional damage off of the term emotional damage.
Spike down. B.
Yeah, but Kappa now, look at that. Just global esports are lining the bodies back to back. Getting those frags in their hands.
What?
Oh, that's a nice shot from Kappa. Shuts him down. Sit
out of
down,
here.
son. Master Kappa proving that he's the better solo in the lobby.
Yeah, he's the hunter. Clearly, because he can see through smokes. Jesus. Kappa on another level right now. Bones trying to have a say in this, but well, it's all good till it's not, and it looks like Kappa will try to secure the 4K. It's not going to happen immediately. Bones trying to keep this round alive. Does have the Tour de Force, Necro, so if he can get a nice open plant, maybe he can play off of that ultimate to find pick after pick. But given the way the Tour de Force works, this has to be just insane gunplay from the side of Bones.
1-on-3. True Rippers. Oh, this is going to be a lot of pressure. A huge lead already given away to Global Esports. I don't really feel like there's going to be any way they're going to be able to close this distance. And Kappa's just proving me right. This time it's a 4K Kappa. Oh.
Yeah.
That's
I guess they changed roles. I mean, after the 1v4, Clutchpa, 4K Kappa, whatever you want to call him, he's like, yeah, this is how it is. Even with his hairstyle today, it just feels like he just got up and straight up came out here. And he's just casually flexing. What is this shot, man? What is this shot? What?
That's the sixth sense right there. To be in global esports, you need to have your sixth sense activated, ladies and gentlemen. And if you do, you can straight up go ahead and apply for global esports. Maybe you'll get selected.
Yeah, where are all them haters at that say Kappa doesn't have aim and all that? You see that?
Want to play?
Like
Let's
that.
play.
If
He
that
doesn't
happened
need
in a
aim. He doesn't need aim.
if that happened in a bug, I would be reporting it 100%. Like, no, that's not okay.
Reporting? I'm not just reporting him. I'm sending him a friend request and I'm like, oh, yeah. Why did you do that?
Oh,
Down A.
oh, Necro.
What happened? What exactly happened? Talk to me. But look at that. That's a quick shot from Bones. He follows it up with another one onto lightning fast. What's going on? Oh, within a blink of an eye, this round has came to us something completely different that I did not expect. He's still knocked out. And look at Rossi, what he's doing. He's just rubbing the salt on his wounds. I wanted him to actually do something interesting.
4K
Rossi just, 4K Rossi just satchels it. A little bit of style points added to his account.
So, the reason I was like, oh my god, in the middle of the round, was because the "You are powerless," the null command, came out a second too late. Rossi released his showstopper immediately, making sure that his ult did not get shut down, and that's such an important interaction. If that ult does not go off, if he gets suppressed, suddenly Rossi gets caught out, Rossi gets taken down, and all of the 4 kills maybe doesn't happen, and the round goes for True Rippers. Just a small interaction showing you how good SK Rossi is with his reaction speed.
Oh my god. CA, why are you so educated in Valorant?
It's also because like the way the null command works is it radiates from KO's chest in a circle, right? So you hear the "You are powerless" first before you get suppressed for like, it's a matter of milliseconds. But
Yeah,
like with Rossi,
Yeah, but
it's,
Rossi realized that. Yeah, yeah, makes a lot of sense. As you mentioned, yeah, it's kind of like the circle's coming out. So as soon as you do realize, okay, you do hear the sound in, he instantly just ulted. He tried to get it off of his chest, because he doesn't want it to be wasted. None of us want it to be wasted because that's what he realized. The KO instantly ulting as well. As soon as the KO went down, I mean, Rossi was just able to, pop off easily. But then later on, it was just Global Esports just gaining that huge lead over True Rippers. And in the end, even though things were going back and forth, but at the start, and in the end, the vision was a little bit more clearer, right? It was just True Rippers winning that. I mean, not True Rippers. It was Global Esports winning that.
Yeah.
Talk about emotional damage. It's been a lot on me.
No, Necro, stop it. Oh my god. I'm definitely going to have to go to a therapist about this. Like, yo, my co-caster keeps saying emotional damage. What am I supposed to do about it? He's going to be like, well, I also have emotional damage. Now, what do we do about it?
Oh, man. Look at the scoreboard as well. I mean, Paradox is, of course, one of those star players out there for True Rippers doing really good. But again, I do want to see Paradox more kind of like a little bit more aggressive role. He is doing really good. He has that aim. He has that cracked aim as well. I want to see him go a little bit more aggressive. Just put the pedal to the metal, just like how SK Rossi does things.
Yeah. And you can see domination in every single way. A 13-4 victory for the side of Global Esports. And True Rippers, why, oh why would you let that bind map go through? Like, were they scared of Breeze more? That's the only guess I could think of. But hey, it doesn't matter. We're now going to go over to Fracture after this. But before that, comparing the best players from either team, you can see just that tiny gap between the 15th and the 17th round. That's the gap between a 4K and a 5K.
Oh, man. Look at the player-to-player comparison between Paradox and SK Rossi. I mean, SK Rossi, yeah, doing really good, but in the end, you can clearly see, I mean, just like how things are really looking like over here and there. And the graphs as well in the end rounds, you can see on the 16, just complete high. And it's just SK Rossi popping off in those end moments. Paradox somewhere downland at the start did have a lot of impact, but then later on it seemed like things were kind of slipping away from his hand. Not just him, it was just the entire team of True Rippers. Wasn't really able to get the grasp on what Global Esport is exactly doing. And coming inside this map, this is what we expected, right? I mean, their bind, we questioned that, and it seems like we were right about it.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that the game plan they have going into Fracture is similar to God P. But hey, talking about like being satisfied with game plans, what we have for you guys is a bunch of cool merch. And at this point, like, I've talked about it too much, man. I need to go like headhunting through the office, find me some of these.
Yeah, dude, I've talked about it a lot of times as well. I mean, at least these exclusive merchandise will help you guys to heal from the emotional damage.
Oh my
But yeah, but yeah, all you guys got to do to win this exclusive merchandise is just go ahead and tag at NODWIN Gaming on any of the social medias. Make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, and make sure to type hashtag BCC giveaway in it. And you guys can tag us too as well. You know, my Instagram is NEKR0U, CA is CAcasts. But yeah, overall, if you guys just want to tag us as well, make sure to get creative with those messages, and maybe you will have a huge chance of winning it. With that being said, the first map out the way, bind out the way. We are going to be pushing it onto a little break. We'll be right back after some time.
bombs here. Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Necro, this is CN, this is Valorant Conquerors Championship by NODWIN Gaming with grooming partner Gillette and Road to VCT for the South Asia region. Now, CA, the first map out the way, True Rippers getting absolutely ripped off. You have any more hopes or expectations from them coming inside in the next map?
I mean, at least the expectation that it's much closer on Fracture. They have a ward that they should have reviewed coming into today to look at and understand how Shivy was able to make Global Esports dance and take that map away from them. But I think what's especially important is the same review would have happened for Global Esports. So I'm struggling to see Hellranger. You know, it's like fool me once, sure. Fool me twice, yo. I'm a messed up shit up.
I mean, come on, it's Hellranger, right? You can't really F around with Hellranger. He's gonna slap you down if you do so. He's gonna take you once, he's gonna take you twice, but then third time he's gonna be like, all right, dude, stay on your place, know where you belong. But yeah, take a look at the viewer rewards. Again, we are talking about it so much. We're pressuring on this so much. Guys, please get these viewer rewards in your hands. Look at CA's smile. Look at his smile, dude. He's so happy to see those viewer rewards, aren't you, CA?
I mean, yeah, and they get it every single day, right? So even if you miss out on one day, come back to the stream the next and try out once again. It's just an extra bonus for all of our viewers to be able to not just enjoy the matches, but also enjoy having something related to the VCC on them. May that be a t-shirt, a pop socket, whatsoever. But let's get back to the games, because I think that's, at the end of the day, what we're especially excited for.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here to cast. But also do like we also saw our Hindi counterparts, you know, just having a great studio. Kind of jealous of that. I wish I had a desk as well, which I can stand on, which I can lean my hands on.
Why would you stand on the desk? You would stand
not
behind
stand on
the
the desk, like just stand and cast. You know, overall have a great time casting. When you're in a studio, it's kind of like a complete new feeling, CA. Okay.
No, but now I've got the image of Necro standing on a desk.
You know what? We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. If something insane goal is being reached in the end of the day, I'll actually stand on a desk and post a picture on my social media. So we'll make it happen. But there needs to be a drill for CA as well. So everyone in the chat, make sure you guys are typing out a drill for CA. And when we get back on, we'll make sure to read the chat and we'll try to find out the best one. And CA will have to do that as a drill. But yeah, with that being said, moving on inside the next map, let's get our heads back in the game. What are your expectations, man? I mean, of course, an interesting matchup coming in. The first one, as I mentioned, True Rippers getting absolutely stomped. The second one, do you think things are going to be changed moving inside the second one? Like, are Global Esports going to keep doing the same thing they did? Or are you going to be seeing a little bit more overconfident and aggressive Global Esports?
I want to see a little bit more of, not the overconfident, but definitely the aggressive Global Esports, right? Because when we look back to the Fracture map yesterday, I think the biggest thing that they were lacking was confidence with respect to the plays they were going for. And I think a large portion of that was because of the fact that Hellranger maybe got into his own mind with respect to how Shivy was able to help call. But hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen, because Paradox is finally, I think, playing that jet. Yes! Let's freaking go.
Okay, well, let's go. I mean, we did see them kind of pull out that chamber. That's what they're exactly doing. Bones is just like a chambermaid. I personally did try to get myself playing in the chamber. Honestly, he's a really great character, but I still feel like there are way much more better options available to try and help your team or support your team. But again, that's just my opinion.
No, I 100% agree, and we're going to see that on the other side with Kappa picking up the Cypher, right? And similarly, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love Paradox on the Jet, but the Raze is better for this map. But I think, given the fact that they've picked up the Brimstone even instead of the Astra, it's all about comfort here for True Rippers. So I'm excited to see how they actually go about this. And I want to talk about that Brimstone for a second, because as compared to the Astra, what he doesn't offer you is the global presence. But that's all right if your Brimstone and Viper are playing permanent anchors and permanent lurker roles, because then they can take up one half of the map for themselves. And suddenly, when Brimstone is anchoring a site, he's ridiculously powerful. The Molly, one of the strongest in the games, is a very strong way of denying entry for the side of Global Esports into site. And I feel like that's something they struggled with a lot yesterday, where when Rossi was not able to find the same impact as he would with that Breach and Jet combo, with that Breach and Race combo.
Breach and Raze combo. I mean, it's pretty interesting, but I still feel like when it comes to Breach combination with anything else, it has to be really good with Jets. And now, I do understand Breach and Raze can be a potentially really good combo, but that's just what I think. I feel like Breach and Raze is way much more convenient. But what do you think?
Definitely in terms of the utility, a lot more convenient, but Breach and Jet just gives you a lot more execution speed too, right? So it really comes down to how the communication is being held between both of these teams. But again, like talking about communication, GE they have a ton more options with that Cypher and Astra, where they can continuously look to change up the way they play, as compared to the Chamber and Brimstone, much more one-dimensional and much more focused around one particular strength of theirs. In the Chamber's case, that's the gunplay, and the Brimstone case, that's his ability to be a almost sentinel kind of controller.
There we go. It's Rossi to kick things off with the boom bot. For now, the entire area is clear, and just like that, Rossi gets an entry onto towers. Bones needs to watch out, has the headhunters available, but it doesn't matter. He's able to connect a couple of shots, but not really enough to take anyone down. Flames utilized from the side of Brimstone just to try and buy as much time as possible. But we do see True Rippers just doing a lot of work in the sidelines, trying to take him down. Relic as well, following it up with a lot of kills. Actually make that 2. Lightning Fast shuts down, puts a stop to Relic's performance. Here we have Lightning Fast following it up with another one. Master on the Breach. Shuts down Rossi, but it's fine. The site control is in hands of Global Esports, and that's all they need.
Yeah, he can just go for a simple tower post plant here, get the plant down, and then play off the B tower for his post, looking for the jump peak to figure out where Master is. I don't think he has an idea just yet. The Master is lurking behind that gen area. Lightning Fast gonna check out the B arcade, make sure no one's gonna sneak up behind him, and now waiting for Master to show up. The fake defuse, it instantly taken down. The 4K for Lightning Fast, and again, it's so crucial when, like, yeah, it's in general, it's good when anyone gets a 4K, but it's so crucial when characters like the Raze or the Viper get those 4Ks, because now he's only 2 points away from his ultimate. And considering the fact that Fracture has 4 points on the ultimate, can you imagine a Viper's pit to lock down a site in the second round or even the first buy round?
Oh man, still early game phase though. You know, it's really hard to conclude anything this early in the game. But I also want to get your head onto something, CA. Now, this is really completely off topic. This is off the game as well. I absolutely freaking love the copy pastas that happen in the chat.
Cage triggered.
It's just so fun. It's like, I don't understand, how do they get these kind of creative brains, right? Like, I don't know how do they get these ideas to like type all that stuff they're typing, but I'm going to hold on to my words, as Global Esports have already found an opening in this round. They were able to find an opening, and now they're slowly and steadily trying to sneak in the site. It's the B side that they're really, it's the A side that they're really wanting control of. Rossi just moves in, Lightning Fast follows up another kill, and the headhunter from the side of True Rippers is able to find one. Even if they're able to get another kill, that's going to mean quite a lot, and that's what exactly happens. Relic follows it up with another one on Rossi with a frenzy. That's a huge frag. Guns retrieved in their hands. That one single gun can make a lot of things happen, as we saw in the past from what Lightning Fast did. Hellrager able to shut down Relic, and he's just single-handedly taking care of business.
Just like that, the round picked up for the side of Global Esports. Albeit a decent chunk of damage done by the side of True Rippers in that round should force Global Esports into a precarious situation where they're not necessarily able to get a simple bonus through. We'll have to see if they elect to just go for the full buy, because they do have the Viper's pit to play off of now, as we were talking about. So we can assume that they might just go for the aggressive pushes that we've seen them do in the first 2 rounds. Now again, this map, it's all about conditioning. You need to try and force the opponents into thinking a certain way, using the Viper's wall to your disposal to make that happen. And then after the first 4 to 6 rounds, you can slow it down and have that Viper passive lurking. again, that aggressive play is what we're seeing. A 4-man unit towards this B main area, trying to get control of that ult orb, and then keep moving in further as Kappa just slowly lurking, waiting for the aggressive push from the A dish area. And he's going to find Paradox doing exactly that. If Paradox gets shut down, it's just going to be a free rotation over onto A for Global Esports.
Talk about free rotation. Lining faster, able to open the side up and open the floodgates as well. The entire Global Esports roster able to just flood inside the site. Get the tower controls in their hand easily, lightning fast, shutting down One Tap God.
Here.
And now just like that, they have the entire site in their hands. And it's quite interesting to see One Tap God back on the Brimstone. I mean, he is one of those players that likes to play the duelist. But I guess in the previous map, wasn't really able to play that good, so now maybe he's switched back to the Brimstone role.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think look at Ross. He's just sitting with the judge on the edge of the boxes, waiting for someone to.
Dirty. He's a dirty and a naughty player.
He's just waiting for a gun to show up, and he's gonna pop some heads. But right now, the call has been made to save and go for the exit frags for True Rippers. Able to find one, but not many more. Paradox stuck as well. I don't.
Oh! Is he stuck though? That's the question. That's the real question. No, even if he's stuck, he's able to find his way out. So at that point, you cannot really call him stuck. Maybe it was intentional. Maybe it was just to bait him out of his position. But yeah, no, jokes aside, he was kind of stuck there, but still some insane shots to just get him out of that tricky spot, and he's able to make it back to safety easily.
Insane player that is Paradox here. Just showing us why I was so excited about him going on to the Jet. But right now, what they really need is some sort of consistency in terms of their economy situation. Because, hold on a second. They seem to have decided to go for the semi-buys. 3 players still able to afford the Vandals. One of them being Paradox. The other 2 buying it up. Well, the rest go for the Sheriff and Light Shields. While Global Esports now playing that conditioning game I was talking about. The same B arcade wall that cuts off the tower access too. But instead, this time, they're walking slowly towards A dish because they know Paradox made that solo push last time. And while the Viper split does come out from Relic, they have to know he's isolated. They're just going to W key and try to catch out this Viper.
Oh, man. Are they going to be able to do so? W keying sometimes, yeah, that can help you out, but all the times.
Spike down.
Be a little
Defender
questionable.
spawn.
Able to shut down Lightning fast, but still 2 players available on the side of True Rippers. And making those mistakes is just it's just going to mean you're gifting those rounds away. One Tap God actually able to make a one-tap connection happen. And now still Viper being such an instrumental player for team.
Last player standing.
Relic being spotted. Kappa just smells him out, sniffs him out the game. And now it's only left One Tap God. 2 bullets in the Sheriff. Maybe you should reload, man. It's getting me anxious.
left.
There we go. Thank you so much.
Yeah, One Tap God should not be able to do much here. Just salvaging
Spike
as much as
planted.
he can from this round. Gets 1 ult orb that much closer to his orbital strike. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the day. You can call it right here. One Tap God needs to make sure he dies. Cannot afford to save a Sheriff. So just gonna try to get his way across to the other side of the map, find himself into the A drop area, and maybe, just maybe, he can find some exit frags. But already, given the position of Hellranger, he heard the audio of the rope being taken across from spawn 1 to spawn 2, and he has told his team, Kappa able to pick up the kill. It's almost like they were giving the kill over to the person who needed the ult orb. The kill, you know. So Global Esports going a step further. But again, here I have to talk about the conditioning aspect, because if you remember the first 2 rounds, it was the exact same wall going through from B bench towards B arcade that cuts off the B tower perspective. But this time they didn't use it at all. They just put it there to bait out the other players and slowly walk towards A dish. And that's what conditioning is all about, because as soon as True Rippers see that wall come down, they're like, oh, okay, A dish is probably free. Paradox starts walking and he gets caught out.
Look at the Global Esports economy as well. It's just so strong. Global Esports are looking as strong as the old school Nokia phones. Oh, I just cursed it. Maybe I should stop saying these kind of things. But yeah, Global Esports, Hellranger though, trying his best to equalize the man advantage, or equalize the man number. True Rippers having a man advantage, they should be feeling a little better. That should give them a sigh of relief. Actually, no, scratch that. Still, they haven't really gone a single round
down,
on the board.
defensive
They'll need to start hitting the deck as soon as possible. Lightning
Player
fast,
standing.
able to get the trade. Still a 1-on-3 situation. Lightning fast, the only hope left alive. Not anymore. I jinxed it. I'm sorry, chat.
Yeah. The caster curse is real, guys. Caster curse is very much real, but I think once again here, displaying what we were talking about in terms of conditioning, where just last round they did not go anywhere near B. This time starting to move there, but still leaving Kappa to shut out the push over there from Paradox with the cages. So now Global Esports, they just need to try and change up their defaults. I think what's especially important is to try and keep that wall, but only have one person going through it, like the way Rossi is right now, but make it almost like a pincer movement while you still are able to take B main control. This effectively guarantees them control over 3 power points of the map, because Kappa has his camera over the A-dish area, so he can mark the flank from there. The wall with SK Rossi over here, and now with underground control, Hellranger setting up that rolling thunder. If he does go for it without Rossi coming in, this is just purely a fake. Because now Rossi and Kappa, they can move in, sure, but they're not there in time. Either that was a fake or a miscom. I'm not sure what just happened.
Oh, man. There we go.
I know exactly where.
Raging Thunder coming in through as well. Brimstone's ultimate just to flush anyone out of that spot.
Enemy remaining.
Global Esports, they're just able to line these bodies up. They're able to stack them up on top of each other. And now it's all down to Paradox. Come on, man. This is your chance to just line these kills up as well. Prove yourself unparalleled, and that's what he's trying to do. Finds one, but Dash was a little questionable. Maybe he should have just stayed behind that wall and tried to make a little bit of just a little key. I would say even if like a little off angle was being held from his side, just moving out from that and trying to peek him out, just trying to do a little bit of shoulder peeks, that could have worked out better, but it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Paradox, at that point, like it just keeps coming back to the situation where I feel like now what True Rippers need to change is they need to start grouping up. You remember the best success God Particles had against Global Esports was when they were being proactive with Knight Rider and Shivy combining the Breach and Jet to make something happen, but hold on a second. The Tour de Force, Bones ripping through Global Esports, finding a Kolak kill.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, Paradox trying his best to slice things up, but this time the Fruit Ninja being shut down. 2 players alive on the side of Global Esports, and on the other hand, True Rippers having all 4 players up. Global Esports, they're just...
You are divided!
Even though they were, able to win the previous round, but still now, with that insane collateral shot from Bones, just changing the entire pace of the game.
Look at this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, moves a little aggressive. Bones able to trade it out. Skills shut down instantly. It doesn't matter. Rossi's the only man left alive. I mean, he can make some clutches happen. He has the spike in the hand as well. A site is completely empty. Rossi is going to be finding a free stroll.
Should be able to get the plant here. Has the showstopper ready as soon as he gets the plant. So
30
he's going
seconds
for
left.
that B main plant, and he can play
Spike
on the
planted.
jiggle on this plant for the post plant diffuse, but can also look to use the showstopper to finish it off. Not actually going A main. Instead, he's going to go towards A top side, and this is a very interesting position from SK Rossi. They're not going to expect this at all, but if they are used to this map, it's a very spammable position and something you can just spam through to check now. This is going to come down to the positioning entirely because SK Rossi, he's going to find the first peak, but gets taken down instantly.
Bones
I
was
wish
on
he'd
fire.
gone to maybe at least the screens, or if not the screens, at least A main, so he could have heard them coming and then backed off to his current position.
Bones was just absolutely on fire in that previous round. And talk about fire. What's the most spiciest thing that you like to eat?
Oh, I love spicy fruit. Everything.
Yeah, but like, which is the special dish that is spicy and you love? Like, that dish. The same
that's a hard
question goes
question.
for chat too. The same question goes for chat too. If you guys have any like dishes recommendations as well for CA, make sure to type it in chat, or just type overall. What's your favorite dish in the chat as well?
Yeah, I think I
Let's
might have
see.
to take some inspiration from chat, but I think anything chart related. definitely something I love. Asian food. I'm gonna go on a list of foods here, and Necro,
Right, so-
who is definitely hungry,
Oh,
now starting to make
one
me
more
hungry.
question. One more question. Are you a green chili guy or red chili guy?
Both. I love chili. I'm a spicy guy.
Okay. Respect. Plus rip for this man. But yeah, 2-5 scoreline. Clearly a huge lead. Not really a huge lead, but an okay amount of lead. If you talk about room for error, they definitely do have that. But Reske Rossi, showstopper used. Easy entry on the site. His job's done now. Being really aggressive on the other spawn was... He could have been able to take him out, but it's fine. One tap God just slip in his eyes. And he's able to shut him down.
Viper's Pit setup though has a small gap. The jump peaks can spot them out, and Paradox trying to take the shot through that does get spotted out now. Moving through screens and a main at the same time. They need to penetrate this Viper's Pit, but they're completely unable to because the position's taken up by GE. It doesn't give them any opportunity. Now Paradox does send skills back to his bed, but has to just skirting on out of there. Has to save his operator, but at this point, like, the biggest reason we saw God Particles upset Global Esports was the momentum they were able to deny again and again, and the way they were able to play mind games with them. It doesn't feel like True Rippers is able to satisfy even one of those conditions.
Oh, man. Global Esports, yeah. Take a look at the replay. We're able to get this entry on the site with the showstopper as well. Easily 2 players gotten taken care of on the site. Rossi's job was pretty much done, so it did make a lot of sense why he was being that aggressive. In Global Esports, what they would, and then it were just able to just line up those bodies and get the overall round in their hands. 6-2 being the scoreline. Global Esports having another huge lead inside this round, inside this map, and the lifeline for True Rippers, it seems like it's fading away.
Yeah, we'll have to see if True Rippers can find some sort of hope here. A breath of fresh air is really what they need to bring them back to their true self. Because right now, True Rippers kind of playing like the false Rippers. Have to see if Bones can be that person, but no! What a flick from Kappa! I mean, it didn't really matter. He would have been traded anyways, but just, you know, just add that little Salt Bay extra flair. Just, yee. It makes me feel like disgusting and astounded at the same time.
I'm gonna call him Papa. What a flick after that. Impressed. If you talk about impressive performance, Kappa has to be a man who's been able to just put on a show for all the viewers that are in the chat. SK Rossi, aggression punished, but it's fine. Kappa against here to save the day. An action superhero for Global Esports. But it's fine. We have shots coming through. Paradox, a little bit of fat finger coming through as well. Did not really mean to dash in the front, so it's fine though. True Rippers, rounds are slipping by. So is the time, and so is their lifeline.
I'm not sure if I am... No, okay, never mind. I thought for a second I heard a different language right there from the Rays and Rossi. But I think it was just him saying... Yeah, I think it was just him saying the Brazilian voice line that she has. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But right there, I think what True Rippers with this timeout are trying to achieve is how do they... So when you think back to the God Particles match, and we keep going back to the God Particles match because they took away this map from Global Esports. And you have to assume that's the reason True Rippers picked it up in the first place, right? Because if you look at their stats, they haven't really played much of Fracture recently. And I mean, that's for most teams, but they haven't really found much success in it the way certain teams might have. So you have to assume that they're looking to replicate some of what God Particles did, but they haven't been able to do that because they're just not as aggressive. I think one key point that we have to mention is yesterday, again and again, I kept saying, Knight Rider, I love you on the op, but the op is just not going to work for the style that you need to beat Global Esports. And Paradox, he keeps going back on the op. Now, though, has that rifle, and I see that no, sorry, my bad. I see Master on that breach ready in that A Heaven area to set up Paradox's push from A main. So finally, maybe that Jet and Breach can combine to have Paradox start popping the heck off. But Global Esports, they're not going to be fooled twice. They know exactly what's coming.
Oh, they exactly know what's coming, as you mentioned. They really did need that tactical timeout as well, just to get themselves synced up, just to get the breaths up as well. And look at what Relic has found himself in. Quite interesting. Kappa Position unknown, but still, the problem is he's taking a lot of damage from that Viper's pit. Ult off taken. Relic, well known of Kappa's position. I don't know what Kappa was expecting. Just getting that in front of him like that, that's quite a questionable way, even though you do realize there's a Viper pit in the front. Still went for those odds. It didn't really favor him in the end. Was expected, but yeah, now Global Esports. This round definitely seems like things are going to be really tough, but it's a deadly duo. SK Rossi and Held Ranger alive, but it doesn't matter. Just single man Paradox is enough for both of them.
Yeah, walks into the paint shell like it's no sweat. He gets taken down at the end, but he's like, I'm gonna take you guys out with me first. Paradox playing that really, really well. Finally, getting some value off of the timeout. Two Rippers here, get that round back for themselves, and you have to start wondering, like, is Global Esports more comfortable on attack or defense? And I think the answer is defense because of the fact that they have the raise. But at the same time, the Jet Breach combo, we saw this from God Particles too, much better on the attack as compared to the defense. So I feel like the second half is going to be the stronger half for both of these teams, which means True Rippers right now, they need to at least try to end this half off on a strong note, finish off that 7-5, and trying to do exactly that with the proactivity. This time, Master and Paradox and the Breach and Jet combining to get an aggressive push for Paradox down into a dish. But Rossi drops him like a fly, and that's going to be Q for go, 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 W key onto B.
Oh, Rossi clips his wings. And now the rest of the Global Esports will have the morals high inside this round. Destroying his teleport as well. Here comes the Rolling Thunder to get the entry on the side, and they're probably going to be getting so. Showstopper being used. Just try and stop the Breach, but the problem is he's already snuck past through Rossi. And he will be taken care of. No. Rossi forgot to check that angle. That's such huge investment. Did not really get anything done with it as well. Rolling Thunder finally being utilized from his side, and now everyone from the Global Esports side just trying to hide. Ooh. But it doesn't matter. Global Esports, they're just so impactful in this round.
Yeah, Global Esports looking clean right now on the map of Fracture. I have to give props to Two Rippers for actually trying at least to consider that they might be able to surprise, because I'm a big fan of the surprise factor. Right? I think I always say this, that underdog teams need to try and take the extra step to try and take down bigger teams like Global Esports, and I feel like that initiative in terms of the veto was taken by True Rippers, but unfortunately they're not able to translate that into actual success on the map, at least so far. Maybe if they can get this round in the bag, finish it off in an 8-4, we usually consider that scoreline to be a good foundation to pull off a comeback. But hold on, Paradox trying to do exactly that right now, but Relic gets shut down just as the Viper Clock comes up. So a 1-for-1 trade, and Global Esports, on the behest of that trade, they get the side control. But Paradox, the trigger controls.
What? He was flashed out. That was the problem. That wasn't really the exact trigger control. He was just flashed out. Couldn't really see what was going on in the front. Paradox shut down though. It's fine. And now it's a 3-on-3. Global Esports, they have the side control in their hands, and that's what they're going to work off of. Talk about momentum. Lightning Fast is going to work off of it, and he's just raining down death and destruction, collecting those kills in his account.
Switching sides.
Yeah, Lightning Fast able to finish that off, and Global Esports on the 9-3.
Look at that.
Spike down A.
Oh, I feel bad for Relic right there. He was trying to be the, the good support. Half Paradox is back, but then Paradox just casually dashed on out to that, and Relic's like, wait, I can't do that. But how am I supposed to get out of here now? Just stuck in his position. I think Paradox there should have at least broken the Broombot, so Relic could have focused on the running. But hey, it doesn't matter anymore because the round is done, and Global Esports with a 6-round lead going into the second half. And you know what? The guy who started us off in that pistol round with the 4K Lightning Fast, he's right there on top of the leaderboard. Absolutely phenomenal. And I think it's starting to set up a storyline for us where this map very much a map for lurkers. Lightning Fast though, something about pistols and him. Oh my god.
Oh, 3 quick kills. Lightning Fast is just a cracked aimer. Look at that now. There's Kappa with the Cypher Cam on the site. Quick spot. GE working with a lot of info. Indeed, it's just kind of like icing on top of a cake.
Here.
And now Kappa, look at the man. He's just so focused. He's playing for the win. Makes a lot of sense. Win is not really far behind. They can smell it. But it's the 9-3 curse, CA.
Nah. I think that's become a myth at this point. It happened only once, man. It did not happen ever again.
Okay, you know what? You just jinxed it. Now you're gonna make it happen.
Hey, if it does happen, I'll be really happy because I do want to see a close match right here. But for now, this round not going to be as close. The spike firmly in the hands of Global Esports, and that they are not willing to move away from it. SK Rossi gets the fall line for him, and he will pop him like the just like that. Double digits, 10-3 in the hands of GE. And boy, oh boy, Necro, this is starting to become a bit of a whitewash.
Oh my god. Yeah, as you mentioned, True Ripper is just getting popped right now. They need to do something. They need to do something. Global Esports are just being really unpredictable with what they're doing. Even on the attacking side, we did see how they were able to just keep True Rippers guessing all the time. And True Rippers, even somewhere down the line, they were struggling when it comes to those initial aim duels. Or those individual aim duels, as you like to call it. But Global Esports now on the defending side, it doesn't matter. Even if they're on defending side or not, they're still going to be aggressive. It's the pedal to the metal. It's the man, the myth, the legend. Wait, himself, SK Rossi. There we go. There we go.
One enemy
Skills
remaining.
now pulling on his best way to try and get an ace, and he's gonna get that through. What is going on? This has become less of a I have to remind you, semi-finals matchup, yeah? Top 4 teams in our country, but Global Esports have made it a raffle for, okay, this round you can go for an ace, okay, this round you can go for an ace. I wonder when it's Hellranger's turn. Or
Oh no. So you're just saying that they're pretty much disrespecting True Rippers right now.
no, they're respecting them. They're giving everyone a chance to go for an ace.
They're respecting each other. They're not respecting True Rippers.
No, so you respect True Rippers by ripping them apart, like their name suggests.
Oh my god. Oh my god. See, yeah, you're savage, man. I freaking love you. But yeah, True Rippers, yeah, indeed getting ripped apart, getting popped like popcorns.
Oh, I like popcorn.
Everyone likes popcorns. They're salty and nice.
And
Butter
look at this.
popcorns as well. Absolutely love them. But talk about getting popped like popcorns. It's Kappa. Just proving who's the real Papa. Getting 2 back-to-back frags, even though things weren't really looking off that great. True Rippers were able to kick things off pretty well inside this round. It doesn't matter. The Spectres are too strong for the Vandals to handle. And well, Global Esports, the vision is pretty clear. 11-3 is the scoreline. To bounce back from this, now True Rippers will just need a complete miracle.
One enemy remaining.
It doesn't seem like they're going to be granted one. The Astra in skills. You may put fire down on him, but he will rain fire and death on you. Just diffusing right here. Giving the point over to Kappa. Why not lightning fast, I wonder? It's just like, I guess, sharing equally now at this point. Match point for the side of Global Esports, and I forgot, I think that's the RTX Vandal, right? Someone in chat, please do let me know if I'm wrong, but it's the new skin collection with all the cool voice lines. Yeah, this one with all the cool new voice lines on the guns themselves, and then that big ass mechanical robot kind of dude comes at the end of it for the finisher. It looks amazing, man.
Oh, it looks absolutely amazing. Yeah, the finisher, this is what I was really looking out for. Like, I was like, so, okay, the only goal in my life was to actually get the glitch pop dagger. As soon as I got that, I was like, okay, I'm probably never going to buy a skin. And then they released this bundle. And this is where my mouth just starts watering. I'm like, please, I really want it. And then I just stopped playing Valorant because I don't want to waste money anymore. But yeah, it's just, within a blink of an eye, it's just Hellranger raining down hell. The only man left alive for Global Esports. Actually, no, scratch that. He does have another man to support him. It's Kappa,
Last player
the
standing.
experienced man alive against the rookies. But Master this time is able to strike in, and now it's all down to Kappa. This is your right moment to strike, Kappa. All the spotlights on you.
Look at the way he's going to, right? Using the canteen push so he can find this exact peak on the entry, spots them out, but instead gonna just get right to get stunned. Ends up being at the end of a double peak from Master and Paradox. Very well played by them to ensure that there was a double peak, because we still have the traumatic memories that GodP does. Kappa in a 1v4, that was just a 1v2. You never know what happens when you give him those isolated fights. So well done on their regard to make sure he doesn't get that. Paradox going down, but Master will did find the trade, and hey, the hope is still alive. It's quite slim, but it's still alive that they can go on an 8-round win streak and somehow push forward for a comeback. But with SK Rossi not even contending for top fragger, it feels like it feels very, very slow.
Oh man. It's just global esports just mowing through. At this point, they're just able to rack these kills up. What is going on? I feel like I'm watching a death match. And Rossi as well now moving it forward. Does realize this. These are pretty much these easy kills, but Master not making it look easy indeed for global esports, but it doesn't matter. The man from the back should seal the deal. And global esports get that win. A really well and a banger win for global esports. Going to be having the huge smiles on their faces. But Kappa, look at the man. He's still has a serious face on.
No, that's lightning fast and Kappa having a certain discussion. I'm curious about what exactly they're talking about. Maybe lightning fast saying, yo, why did you help Skills push in that last round? We were equal on kills before, and then he got 2, and now I'm not the top fragger anymore. Nah, they're definitely not doing that. But I'm just looking to correct the small mistakes they might have made. But for us, that was a much more dominating performance. A performance we expect from GE yesterday, but we got delivered today. But I just want to say, props to be given for True Rippers. They made it to the top 4, and they're amongst the 4 best teams in India, 3 of which are the big 3, like Velocity, Enigma, and GE. So that's the upper echelon to be on.
I mean, Global Esports is literally the defending champions. So, I mean, this was expected. I mean, Global Esports, they are the defending champions for a reason. They have a lot of experience. They have gone through these kind of phases. They're not really going to be feeling the nerves anymore because they've already went through all this process in the past. But on the other hand, True Rippers, of course, it's their first time on such a huge stage, so it makes a lot of time to get over that mental as well. You're going to be having those nerves rattling. But yeah, overall, Global Esports were just able to steamroll through True Rippers. Still, as you mentioned, spam hearts in the chat for True Rippers for making it up till such a huge stage. And keep this in mind, True Rippers still have another chance in the India Qualifiers too, so still the lifeline hasn't faded away.
And also a bit of a long logic that we talked about yesterday, wherein if now Velocity beat Enigma, and then it's a VLTG final with one of them taking the win in the Q1, and Enigma take 3rd place, and then similarly in Q2, if the person who lost Qualifier 1's final ends up winning it with Enigma being in 2nd place, then True Rippers automatically qualify for the wildcard. So there's a lot of hope here for True Rippers fans. But talking about hope, this is the reason we always have such high expectations from these teams. This team, 31.58% headshot percentage. It tells you they are the literal future of the Valorant community. The young guns really stepping up today.
Oh man, young guns indeed stepping up, and especially when you're young, you're definitely going to be having that reaction time to work with, and that's what is clearly being seen with the headshot percentage. 31.58 coming through, but frag wins, and overall, it's just global esports just dominating in all the other stats. But still, gotta say, the man, the myth, the legend, SK Rossi on your screens, being the MVP of the best of 3 series against True Rippers. The defending champions are indeed defending, and they're looking to get themselves a spot in the grand finals.
And the MVP with both of the maps being played on Race, so definitely silencing the haters and answering our question of whether he's able to deliver the similar amount of impact that he regularly and consistently does on Jet. Now on the Agent of Race, SK Rossi just became so much more terrifying because it's not like you can think, oh, this guy's just going to pick Jet every single time. No, he's not. He has a lot of tools to his disposal, and he's going to be able to shut you down one way or another. It's absolutely terrifying to play against him. But talking about terrifying, the entire team in itself, because you can see every single member contributing, doing their part to make sure they get the win.
Exactly. He definitely has a lot of guns in his arsenal, and he can always try and rely on the other ones. But SK Rossi overall, I feel like even if SK Rossi plays any other Asian, his aim is just so good that he will not even use any utilities, and he will still just dominate any kind of game because his aim is just really good. But I feel like over here, the man who's getting really overshadowed because of SK Rossi has to be Lightning Fast, and we need to talk about him a lot as well. 129 kills for himself. Lightning Fast playing that Viper most of the times, and he's able to deliver this well. I mean, this man deserves each and every single inch of respect.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, I think Lightning Fast proving. I mean, we keep talking about young guns on the side of True
Yeah.
Rippers. Lightning Fast, he's one of the youngest players. He actually the youngest player I think on global esports. Also, the player with who came on much later as compared to Rossi or Skills, and since then has evolved himself into one of the best. So definitely deserving of that respect because he's so damn good. But now taking a look at the brackets, Necro GE in familiar territory. They made themselves to the finals, but I know you've got your eyes on something else.
Oh, VLT versus Enigma.
Oh, yeah.
CA, this is going to be interesting. Are we going to be seeing the entire just India Q1 back again in the finals, VLT versus GE? Because that's that's the Val Classico, as we like to call it. But yeah, VLT versus Enigma is going to be the upcoming semifinals matchup, and I'm definitely pumped up. What about you, CA?
Oh yeah, I am hella excited. This day has built up map after map with Enigma D69 first, giving us a taste of what Enigma is capable of, and now GE reminding us why they're the defending champions to finally, we get to see that VLT Enigma, the big three amongst each other finally clashing.
And look at that as well. Beautiful mouse pad right there. Viewer rewards for all of you guys. And you guys already know at this point. We've been saying this so many times. You guys should know. You guys should be able to recall it. All you guys need to do is type hashtag VCC giveaway in whatever post you guys are making, be it Instagram, be it Twitter, or any other social medias. Make sure you also subscribe to the YouTube channel. And you also make sure that you're tagging NODWIN Gaming in your post, and then you will be having a huge chance of winning these giveaways. There's a lot of good goodies, man. Why not? Maybe just try and get your hands on them. We're talking about the upcoming map that's going to be coming, Enigma versus VLT. What are your speculations, man? Because Enigma, they're looking really promising. Raw Fuel's performance, oh man, he's on fire.
Yeah, Rafael's been on another level altogether, but don't you dare forget about Depthmaker or Hellfighter. I mean, I could just name the entire roster of VLT, and then I can proceed to name the entire roster of Enigma. So that's how amazing of a matchup this is going to be.
Exactly. I mean, I beautifully like what you mentioned as well. This is what you're really trying to say, is that each and every single player has a stellar position inside that roster, which will make sense quite a lot in the future as soon as we will be heading inside the game. But I'm pretty sure we are probably going to be heading for a break in a while. Before that, we have a little bit of more talks to go through. Now, okay, it seems like we also have a little bit of interviews. Some of one of the players actually do want to give their interview, so we're just going to be heading right inside the interview without wasting any time.
Gentlemen, global esports के players हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं, and it is going to be the IGL himself, Hell Ranger. You know what I am going to ask you. Launch party पे हमारे वार्तालाप हुए थे fracture को लेके. कल क्या हो गया?
So, कल at the start, I'd say I made some bad calls as an IGL. I was not decisive about what we wanted to do in the map, and that can happen sometimes. But yeah, it should not happen in such an event. So, like that is where most of our fracture fell apart, and on the defensive side, we got caught off guard a lot of times, which does not usually happen. So, yeah, I think it was a combination of a lot of things. So, nahi hona chahiye tha, and obviously, taking nothing away from God Particles, they played really well. But we could have won fracture because we feel really comfortable on it, and yeah, that's about it.
I think वही चीज यहाँ आज आपने डिस्प्ले करी, और मैं काफी खुश हूँ कि कल के बाद आप लोगों ने रीसेट किया, क्योंकि कल सेकंड मैप थर्ड मैप पे बहुत शिकस्त चेहरे पे नजर आ रही थी. आज काफी खुश है, तो आई एम हैप्पी विद दैट. ऑलवेज कीप स्माइलिंग. एक बार फिर से
ये देखिए, ये स्माइल कर रहे हैं. लेकिन हेल रेंजर, अभी देखिए, अभी आपके पास समय रहेगा. वीएलटी वर्सेस एनिग्मा डेफिनेटली आप लोग देखेंगे जरूर, बट देन पिछला वीसीसी वर्सेस ये वीसीसी मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि क्या डिफरेंस आपको प्लेयर्स की मेंटालिटी में नजर आ रहा है. आई आस्क फॉर बोथ द साइड्स. एक ऐसा जो यंग ब्लड्स निकल करके आ रहे हैं, उनकी मेंटालिटीज में क्या चेंज आपको नजर आ रहा है, एंड देन आप हो गए, वेलोसिटी हो गई, लाइक जो नोन टीम्स ऑलरेडी, उनकी मेंटालिटीज में क्या चेंजेस आपको लग रहे हैं?
See, मतलब obviously competition अभी ज़्यादा है from the last times. Everyone is stepping it up. जो youngsters है, जो VCC में आए हैं, right? And for them it's good also कि they have nothing to lose, right? They are not the favorites. They are not supposed to win either ways. On paper, I mean, I'm not saying in terms of their team or in terms of their things, but in terms of expectations, since वो नहीं रहता, you can freely, you can play your game, right? And it's good to see that, not only that they're playing their game, but a lot of people are thinking strategically, which I saw. तो वो बहुत अच्छी चीज है देखने के लिए. I've always admired God Particles as a team, and it was really good to see how Reckoning played as well. And तो वो उनकी mentality होगी. And for us, right, obviously everyone expects us to win, right? Like either us, VLT, or Enigma, right? You expect us to win, and it's not like we are not used to that expectation, but
Uh,
like the mentality we had on, let's say 4-12, right? We are down 4-12, and
hmm,
हम लोग का बस वही discussion चालू है कि next round में क्या करना है. So I think that is where we are just one step forward because of the experience
जी
that we have, where we were not कि अच्छा अभी हार गए. No, we're
जी
like,
जी
what
जी जी
are we
जी
going to do the next round? And उस पे focus करते करते round by round we made a comeback. So obviously we had some clutches go our way, and all that is important, but the mental aspect is where you win majority of the game. So
डेफिनेटली
today the way I called against True Rippers was completely different than the way I called against God Particles on Fracture, right? So it's just mentality. Even हम लोग के साथ भी होता है, ऐसा कि नहीं होता.
जी
It's
जी
just that जिसके साथ कम होगा, right? And if you have the same strategy, same firepower, whatever it is, if you are strong in the mental game, you are going to succeed.
डेफिनेटली डेफिनेटली एंड कल आपका ट्वीट भी मैंने देखा था जब आप बात कर रहे कि ना वो जो कमबैक आया काफी बेहतरीन था, लेकिन मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ अगला कल बेस्ट ऑफ 5 रहेगा, जो भी आपके ओपोनेंट हुए,
हाँ.
क्या लगता है 3-0 3-1 लाइक आप किस मार्जिन से जीतने वाले, क्योंकि आज जो 2-0 हुआ है दैट वाज वेरी डोमिनेटिंग. आई गेट इट, फाइनल्स में हाई ऑक्टेन रहता है, बट एक नंबर में जाना चाहूंगा, क्या 3-0 होगा या क्या, किस तरीके से?
So obviously we want to win 3-0. ऐसा तो नहीं है. Every team who's out here wants to go clean and win 3-0.
जी
But I think it will be an interesting game. I really don't know VLT Enigma से कौन आएगा, because they are both really strong teams. And बाकी तो आप कल गेम में देख लेना, जो स्कोर लाइन होता है, मैं क्या ही बोलूं.
देखिए एक चीज मैं बोल देता हूँ, चाहे कोई भी आपको फेस ऑफ करने के लिए आए, मजा बहुत आएगा कल का मैच देखने में. एंड हिल रेंजर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. इस कॉन्वर्सेशन में भी काफी मजा आया. Congratulations on the win and all the best for the finals tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for your.
Oh man, the mental aspect indeed is really important. And he also shed some light on what exactly happened against God Particles yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they did mention one more thing. I did like how Hellranger mentioned this. He was like, being the defending champions, they have a lot of eyes on them. And with having a lot of eyes, that means they also have a lot of pressure on themselves. But with that being said, I'm going to hold on to my words for right then and there, because the upcoming matchup is really intense. And to get that intensity back in, just to get that intensity back in my head, I'm just going to go ahead and take a short little break with CA. So we'll be right back after this short break.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Cancerous how we breathe vapors. Greed got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masters. Just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. The power with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, they back the Atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. And cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all.
Bring this the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous how we breathe vapors. Greed got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Assemble the masses, melt the
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mods, have you locking at the sound? All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. And put your gun finger trigger. And put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCC for the South Asia region, of course, with our grooming partner as Gillette. And well, I'm going to be your host and caster, Necrojon. Alongside with me, it's going to be CA. We don't really need an introduction anymore because CA is an emoji. But yeah, with that being said, now moving on inside the second semifinals of the day. This means, Global Esports has already secured their spot in the grand finals. I do want to see which is going to be the second team between VLT and Enigma. My predictions, I said 2-1 VLT. What about you?
That it might be a 2-0 depending on the veto, right? I feel like the veto is clutch here because there are certain maps that I feel like that are strong for Enigma, but VLT take the cake because of the fact that we talked about earlier. Velocity have Amaterasu, who's playing against an antidote as the IGL, someone who he knows very, very well. And this is where the YB factor really comes into play as to how much YB can influence Anti to maintain his cool and calm. Because if you think that Amaterasu is getting into your head, well, he's probably already got into your head, stolen everything that you need from there and gotten out already. So he's always 2 steps ahead. So you got to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh man, Amaterasu definitely is a brilliant person himself. So yeah, as you mentioned, him being the IGL as well, and especially Antidote over there on the enemy team, he does exactly know, or probably should know, what Antidote's playstyle is going to be and what he thinks or what he's going to be expecting from his team. So yeah, exactly. This is really going to be an interesting matchup. As I mentioned, Global Esports has already secured their spot in the grand finals, and now it's a chance for one of these teams from here to move on forward. Now, keep this in mind, as I'm mentioning over and over again, even if the teams do fall out from here, they still have another chance in the India qualifiers too. So even if you guys are a huge fan of any of these teams, you guys don't need to sweat. With that being said, we also have viewer rewards for you guys, exclusive VCC merchandise for you all, and all you guys need to do to win is make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel, and if you guys are, and make sure you guys are making a post adding hashtag VCC giveaway in it and tag at NODWIN Gaming in it, and maybe you guys can tag me and CA as well in the same post, so just to elevate your chances of winning that giveaway, and maybe you guys will be able to get your hands on this beautiful VCC merchandise.
Yeah, just maybe. And I think for us too, we're gonna definitely try our hardest to get our hands on the merchandise. But my mind is entirely focused around this game, Necro. I'm really excited to see what the map veto actually is, and I think we do have it ready. So let's just quickly find out what these teams have planned out. So an Ascent ban, love that from VLT. A Breeze ban, already giving respect to what happened. But Icebox is where the real test is gonna happen, I think, because Bind, this is one of the maps I was talking about. The composition that Enigma currently plays on Bind, the double duelist, double controller composition, that's a composition that in South Asia, VLT pioneered over several months back. So they know the weaknesses of that composition. They know how to play around it. So in Icebox itself, I feel like Enigma needs to make their stand, ensure that the mind games are not being won by VLT, because otherwise, if Icebox is a breeze for VLT, I feel like Bind just might be too.
Oh man, I mean, I do remember the old Enigma kind of being really good at the map of Bind, right? I mean, they are as well. They have the experience on the map of Bind, but as you mentioned, VLT, they're the OGs of the same composition, so they're probably going to be they're probably going to know those little nooks and crannies, those little bugs around here and there, just those little spots to just slide through and get those, you know, rounds in their pockets. But still, I do want to see maybe Enigma has something else planned in their hands, because Enigma as well, they should be well aware of the same fact that VLT are probably going to be knowing what they're going to be going for. So maybe Enigma will just throw like a last minute curveball. You never know.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Given the nature of the team that is Enigma right now, the fact that Excali's just recently been added on, YB came over less than 1.5 months back, such changes can really cause chaos in your communication. So it's a double-edged sword. I 100% agree that a change could be the X factor they need to take down VLT, but you've got to balance that with the fact that VLT might just exploit that change completely. But VLT, once again, opting for that double duelist composition, Necro. Yesterday, we saw this exploited to a certain extent by reckoning in terms of the rotations. We'll see if Enigma is able to do the same.
Oh man, I do want to see exactly what Enigma are going to be going for that. But no, as raw fuel, we already do know this man's going to be sticking to the jet, and that's what exactly happens. I honestly am in love with VLT's composition that they found themselves in, right? Before, of course, with the Rays, then you have Deathmaker with the Jet as well. So then it's pretty much like you're giving these star players to have the room. You can give these star players to be like, okay, this is your duelist, go make some plays happen. While at the same time, you have that Sage coming in for the tactical play, then you have Soa for the info, and then you have the only thing you really need in Icebox is just Viper as a controller. That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest difference does become... Okay, hold on! This is the change we were talking about. Was fully expecting that KJ Hubbard to turn into a pick, but Excali, a former player of Velocity Gaming, taking the fight to Velocity Gaming, the Excali Reina. You know that laugh Reina makes when she starts popping off? I've said this on cast before when Excali's playing that Reina. I can totally imagine Excali, like that evil laughter coming out from him too. This is getting really spicy. Both of the teams going for the double duelist, but it's a Reina versus Raze. Can Vibor take down Excali? Can Excali hunt down his former teammates? We'll just have to see, Necro.
I mean, if you talk about, Reina is more kind of like a selfish duelist, right? Yeah, she does have the leader to work with that can help out quite a lot, but still the rest of her kit is pretty much selfish. So, but on the other hand, if you take a look at Raze, she has the showstopper to make the entry happen. She has the boom bot as well to spot anyone out and also clear some areas out. Then you have the grenade to try and just flush anyone out of their comfortable spots. So overall, I would still give the edge over to VLT, but I do want to see what Excali has got in the back. I mean, of course, Excali is one of the best players out there, so I should expect greatness from his side. But you never know, man.
Yeah, you never
Greatest of the greatest players sometimes choke down to the pressure, and Deathmaker, a man like himself, connects a beautiful dink.
Look at this. using that Lear, as you mentioned, one of the only tools that Reina can help with respect to her teammates, but otherwise it's all down to Excali, but it does get them entry into the Cypher now. Velocity electing to play on the retake. They've got a double flank going on, but it's been protected by RVK and Rexy as the double flank protectors. So it's all about those duels right here, while on the other side from screens, the teammates start moving in. On the flank though, Depmaker picks up the first kill, and suddenly the pressure is too much over there. Excali needs to find a kill here so he can find that overheal, and just like that, the Reina is online, Necro.
Oh, Deathmaker has 2 players to take care of. He finds one. Amaterasu follows it up, but it's fine. Rawfuel will put a stop to it. Deathmaker isn't really in the most comfortable spot, but still, even though with only 2 HP, Rawfuel's able to shut him down. I don't know how he's able to get those frags.
It's all exactly that. It all comes down to just frags, because right now the teams are going neck to neck with respect to their compositions. They're going at each other's throats, picking up those double duelists, and this simple wall, right? Like, this is why I usually love the KJ, because then you can save the Sage wall for situations like this. You don't have to worry about kitchen. But multiple times yesterday, we saw Amaterasu go for the aggressive kitchen push and then wall off mid entirely. So he's like, you know what? I don't want to waste my wall on just one particular area. I'm going to cut off one entire entry for you guys. This time around though, not opting for a push, a simple 1-2-2 setup here for the side of Velocity Gaming, patiently awaiting a push from the side of Enigma, and it's Hellfighter who finds that push and the first blood for them.
Oh, Hellfighter. Pumping things up, and well, there we go, the one-tap dirt nap. Rawfuel just putting Deathmaker down. It's like, sit down, son. But still, before getting spotted by the recon dart, not really a great thing, but it's fine. But having the guns in the hand to work with, that's all they really need. Excali missing a little shots. Vapor in the front. Needs a fresh magazine, and he will get one. VLT. Clearly, even though they had the gun advantage, they had the guns to work with, but still somehow things are slipping by from their hand. Is he going to expect this flank? No, he doesn't. Antidote realizes man's quite low, and he peeks out again. And he will shut him down instantly, and now the man advantage favoring somehow Enigma. Enigma looking really strong inside this. 22 HP to work with, right to ace. No, somehow he misses those shots. No, you cannot miss shots like those. Rawfuel, such an awkward engagement for him.
This. Actually ready with the Marshal, just holding this diffuse angle. He has 2 shock darts left in all of his recon utility, so can play purely for the post plan. Rexy almost caught off guard for a second. Gonna try to shut out Vibor, but the Pain Shell will make sure Rexy not in a great position to play for the post plan now. Vibor sticking the defuse while right to ace gives the backup, but Rexy with the quick jiggle able to take down right to ace, and now Vibor insanely low. He has done the half defuse, but Rexy playing the jiggle perfectly, has the shock dart ready, and will find the clutch. Rexy, you absolute maniac. What a clutch to be able to pull off. Look at the time left too. 37 milliseconds.
Yeah, didn't really have a lot of time left. I mean, the spike was defused pretty much 50% already. And also too, like Vibor, Vibor knew all he's trying to do is just waste time at this point. Just jiggle peek the corner, just shoulder peek it. Not really give him a clear peek to work with, so Vibor just went for the stick completely. A beautiful play from even the side of Rexy, but still got a little too close to comfort.
What a shot though, with that shot to take down right to ace. He was the full HP member. So absolutely beautifully done by Rexy, and 1-1 already. This tells us the tale that we expect in this match, where both of the teams are insanely close now. Excali's spidey senses tingling, telling him someone was there, but Antidote is the one who'll shut down Depmaker. Another, like, this trio actually, Antidote, Hellfighter, and Depmaker, they're the bestest of friends. But right now, Antidote on the opposite side, trying to take down his buddies, and he's gonna do it in a prolific fashion, finding 2 kills already.
Oh man, I'll go lie, Enigma are looking pretty phenomenal inside this. Look at the champion skin as well, just glowing. Showing that he's the actual champion inside this game. Too early to call it out though. Antidote being flushed out of his position with those patients, and this is exactly what I was saying. But still, Vapor being a little too over-aggressive, and it's going to be Excali to put a full stop on his aggression. And now Enigma left with 5 players to work with. It's a 2-on-5 situation. Clearly, the call has to be here for VLT to make it safe. Oh no, Amaterasu is just stuck. Look at him. He's just stuck in those little containers. He just doesn't have anywhere to go.
Still trying to hold on to his position. They don't have no idea he's here. If Hellfighter can come in, distract everyone away from him, Amaterasu could be the X Factor to at least do some damage. He's able to take down Excali, but that's all he's gonna get. That's all she wrote. Enigma Gaming now picking up the first buy round as well. Hey, that was an eco for Velocity Gaming, so this next round going to be the true test. Will it end up being Velocity equalizing, or will it end up being that close match of the Enigma just running away with it? But one important factor that we really have to consider is, again, that mid push, right? Because for both of the teams, the lack of that sentinel is going to mean the kitchen area, the mid area completely open. So I'm going to start wondering when Enigma is going to start trying to exploit that. Actually, I do notice the pings already coming in, so maybe a kitchen push here for Rafio.
Oh man, kitchen push. Would be quite interesting. Yeah, look at the B side though. There's only a Viper available on the B side and the entire B side, and then you have to say just kind of looking out for the mid. Enigma, they're spread out quite a lot over here. We do see just kind of players being spread out. Then you have Rawfield all the way deep mid. Is anyone gonna expect Rawfield to be there? I'm pretty sure no one's gonna do that. And Rawfield capitalized on that exact fact as well. And he just lines up dead bodies like it's nothing. Excali follows it up. And just like that, A side is completely clear. They also get the side control in their hands. The spike should be planted in no time. Deathmaker not really able to pop off just yet, but maybe we should give him a little bit more time to work with. Oh, save call being made.
Yeah, they're just gonna go for the save, and it's a smart call, yes, but at the same time, this is not what you want as the defensive side against Reina, especially, right? Because especially when you have that raise in the composition, because life is gonna get so much easier for the side of Enigma Gaming going on to their own defense. They can continuously even have Reina holding that kitchen angle because she has the power to dismiss on out of there as long as she gets a kill. So Velocity Gaming currently finding themselves in hot water in a map of their own choice, but what we do know about them is that they're not the sort of team that necessarily has the strongest of starts. They're the sort of team that has the strongest of finishes because they adapt beautifully. So we'll see what Amaterasu is able to cook up and how they're able to adapt.
Talk about adapt. That's what VLT need to do for sure. As we mentioned, Amaterasu, he needs to get it. He needs to wrap his mind around what exactly Enigma is just trying to do here. Excali as well. Clearly, each and every single player, they just have the game faces on. On the other hand, Antidote as well. Everyone is just looking so serious. VLT has only 1 round in their hands. Enigma having 2-round lead. That means quite a lot. VLT. I mean, yesterday we saw some comebacks happen. Yeah, for sure. They made it happen. But VLT going up against a team like Enigma is going to be a little bit more tough.
Electing to play on the Viper B anchor setup once again. But here, this is the issue, right? They don't have those KG and Nano Storms to play entirely on plant denial. So already even using the snake bites to deny entry, the focus then becomes on trying to just delay using the fragging power. But with Hellfighter moving back, it seems like they have elected to play entirely on this retake basis, which is where the flank now starting to come in from the side of Vibor, who's being helped by the drone, is going to be key. But they spotted out RVK holding the flank from the attacker side spawn, so that's been shut down. Enigma covering every single angle. The Empress online, and even though Amaterasu finds the kill, Excali laughs on out of there.
Oh, he missed so many shots though. Was finally able to connect that tap onto him. Deathmaker with the operators. It's just gonna rain down death and destruction on the enemy team. Can definitely go for a defuse, but still maybe they're just going for a little bit more safer play. Enigma Rawfield, look at this man. Just able to sneak past through, and Rawfield, it seems like he's taken over Vibor's cam this time. But yeah, Rawfield finds another one. Deathmaker now left the only man for VLT to try and clutch this one out. But he gets shut down by Excali. And look at Antidote. He's a happy man now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we talked about the importance of this too, right? For someone like Antidote, who's a brilliant IGL, no doubt, but relatively new IGL as compared to someone like Amaterasu. Starting off with the right momentum, with the right groove, can be the game changer for this entire series, because then it never leaves him room to start questioning himself. Like Hellranger also said, for an IGL, the indecisiveness can be the death of the entire team, like it was for GE in Fracture yesterday. So right now, Antidote and his team, a 4-1 lead for them. They're feeling it, and this is what I was talking about the last 2 rounds, finally starting to exploit that lack of KJ towards that mid, getting the aggressive push in, shutting down Ace and Deathmaker, and immediately they've got the plant on a perfect Fnatic mid to be split.
3-on-4. It's a 3-on-5 to Enigma. As you mentioned, they're just able to easily read through VLT's defense, and they're just able to reach through it. And it's Rawfield just doing Rawfield things. He's on some raw fuel right now. He's on fire. Enigma having all their players up, they can afford a lot of risks now, and that's what they're exactly going for. Amaterasu missing some shots, and he will have to pay the price for that. A flawless round from Enigma Gaming. That's gonna help boost their confidence up by quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Enigma Gaming right now, as you said, they have all the momentum in the world. Antidote is able to give the calls out with perfection, like even this, right? Understanding the fact that VLT every single round, they've been playing that Sova on the boilers. That's someone they can't punish because he is going to be looking to recon early round, and he hasn't had anyone push in on him in the first 5 rounds. So in the 6th round, Antidote says, hey, WWW, shut down that Sova immediately, and then we can go for the mid to B execute. They do that, drop the spike on Raw Fuel, and it's an easy peasy round for them on the basis of that. Ace himself calling that timeout, acknowledging that I just can't hold boiler by myself. We need some sort of utility to shut down for when that Lear comes in, because you can't really answer that Lear unless you don't have support.
VLT really need this timeout as well, just to get their heads back in the game. It seems like for now, they're just completely lost from the main target. Enigma, they're able to read through VLT's defense like it's an open book. So what can VLT do? They're trying to switch things apart. That's what VLT is really going for. And with that timeout, that's also going to be giving them a little bit of side relief, or time to buy off of from the game. But yeah, still VLT. 4 rounds lead for Enigma Gaming. That's going to mean quite a lot for, as you mentioned, a young IGL. A new IGL like Antidote.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury being used this early in the game. Deathmaker sneaking past through a lot of eyes, but this time he gets spotted by Rawfuel. Rawfuel just has his spidey senses tingling, and I feel like Deathmaker should not have started running there.
Yeah,
he gave a lot of sound keys away, and this is where Rawfuel was able to capitalize on it.
Like, especially considering the fact that the Viper Spit is locking down A, you cannot afford to have your Jet going that aggressively and giving away her life that early. Now Amitarasu and Vibor trying to retake the yellow container. They're not checking it on time, though. They peek 1 by 1 into Raw Fuel, and that's a death sentence if there's ever one.
Oh man, and a flawless round from Enigma Gaming. 6-1 being the scoreline. And oh boy, oh. Enigma Gaming, they're just able to steamroll it through against VLT. A big team like VLT, they're getting absolutely shut down like that. I don't know what else to say, man. This is a huge statement being made by Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, exactly, right? And you have to start wondering if they're able to smash VLT like this on this map. Maybe what we talked about is actually the other way around, where they take this momentum then into bind. They know what VLT is already expecting in terms of the nooks and crannies they want to exploit in Enigma's composition, and punish them for even trying to do that. That's the coach effect, but hold on. Let's talk about the DM effect for a second. The Bulldog shuts him down, but no. Antidote be like, no, brother, no. Not this time.
That was the Antidote himself. We'll shut him down now. Well, there we go. Having a man fired up. A man like Rawfuel, that's all you need in the squad. Has the gun fired up as well. It's lit up the champion skin. Showing that he's the champion inside the game right now. Right to Ace having a really good angle, but is he well aware of what's happening inside kitchen? Seems pretty well aware. He's walking in forward. Look at Rexy holding such an off angle. Letting HellFF make that mistake. Even though Enigma, they're looking so good, they're still not being overconfident.
This 7-1 scoreline, this is starting to get a little terrifying, Necro, for all of the VLT fans out there. You could think that yesterday was one-off. You know, you could think that the way Reckoning exploited VLT on the map of Icebox, it was something like it was an off day, the team wasn't ready and all of that. But how do you excuse this? How do you excuse in the semifinals, when you're trying to go up against your old rivals who are sitting comfortably in the finals in global esports, you have this upstart in Enigma Gaming being like, they're not big three. They want to be called the big two. It's no longer VLTGE. They want it to be known as GE and EG. And VLT, well, they better have something to say about it, because right now their setups are being pulled apart by Enigma Gaming. Again, look at this. They're playing the Sage Viper to try and anchor down VLong itself, but here is where the Reyna comes in clutch. One single Leer will isolate both of these duels for themselves, but the wall coming in should buy them just enough time to back off, and back off it is now, choosing to play on the retake VLT, but they've already committed so much utility, and Hellfire gets caught.
Oh no, Hellfire, I don't know why he was walking like that out in the open. He should have just went back to safety as quick as possible. He also did have the defending wall. I don't know what exactly was going through his mind, but talk about emotional damage.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
And well, look at this. How much more emotional damage do you need more than this, CA?
I mean,
it's just Enigma Gaming just doing unexpected things and able to just keep VLT on their knees.
There's actual emotional damage though, considering like there's certain phrases exchanged between the VLT players and Excali himself. He's got a point to prove. He wants to make sure he laughs his agent off. I'm very glad I didn't say the word I was going to over there. But laughs himself off of VLT's failures right now, because Enigma Gaming are stomping on them. And it's not just a stomp in the sense that VLT are having an off day. No, no, no. Enigma Gaming, they're just a step ahead. Ace, you'll find one, but instantly traded out.
Oh, listen to that
raw
music.
fuel. Hey.
It's a jammer.
All right, let's take a second to talk about setups, right? It's really important, because when you're running that race, you want to make sure you're utilizing her utility to commit to a certain type of playstyle. You either get proactive with the boombot, gain control of A main, and start punishing them on the flank, very similar to what we saw in the pistol round, or just play entirely on the retake. Just step back, save that race boombot to retake with, and then you have. But VLT, they're trying to get the best of both worlds, and they're failing at both. They try to anchor down, they're not able to, they step back, but that's when Hellfire gets caught. They need to try and commit to a particular playstyle, and then maybe they can punish Enigma Gaming, but it looks very hard, because you can see Anti's reading them like a book, expecting this B-long push. Three people do it, Anti doesn't care, he's like, yeah,
it's cracked!
give me them all.
It's cracked to Fonts too! And then RBK just clip their wings, and then you have just Excali doing Excali things, shutting down Deathmaker. Who's Deathmaker? No one knows him. Excali just making him unknown with the kind of frags he's able to put on the board. And what is going on? Enigma Gaming just...
planted.
No one expected this to happen. VLT, they're just getting rolled on by Enigma Gaming over here. I don't know what VLT can do to try and avoid that, but talk about rolled on. Oh, that's an emotional damage to recover from.
Man, and the damage is going to be real, because when you think about all the players of Velocity Gaming, they have a 6-man roster just like Enigma Gaming do too. Ooh, a nice shot by Right to Ace. I'll give him that. But that's all I can give him, because the round goes over to Enigma Gaming. The smile is there for Excali. He's feeling the glee, the euphoria. And that's quite ironic, considering VLT's manager is Euphoria. But right now, the only person feeling euphoric is Enigma Gaming, because they are stomping on Velocity Gaming on the map of their own choice. Excali on the Reyna, the good old days are back, but he's not representing VLT. He's stomping on them.
I feel kind of bad, man. How are they going to recover from this? So much damage being dealt onto themselves. It's going to be hard.
Oh, look at Vibor.
Yeah, look at Vibor being so proactive, being really aggressive as well. Working off of that drone to get a lot of info. And the other problem is, he didn't really get spotted, but the Hunter Fury comes through. Excali takes the tag onto himself. And it's Rafu to follow it up on VLT Vibor. But Right to Ace also finds a frag onto Excali, so that's quite huge. VLT might just be able to put a stop to the momentum that Enigma has put in front of them. Oh no. With shots like those, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Right to Ace out the equation now. It's a 2-on-3. It's still a possible scenario for Enigma to secure another round in their backs.
Oh my god,
oh my god, moves away in the nick of time. And Amaterasu still so unknown of that fact. But the problem is Amaterasu has the resurrection available, so he will probably go for the resurrection play.
But look at the bodies of Velocity Gaming. They're being protected by Rexy, so the resurrection is quite unlikely. And the spike is with Rafuel. Now, I don't think he has an idea about Hellfighter's position, so he has to be very careful about where he goes for the plant. But Rexy trying his best to do a fake here, pull Hellfighter's attention away from Rafuel. But Hellfighter spots him out. He's not going to get distracted. Drops the spike carrier, and a team ace for Velocity Gaming. They've got another round, but you have to wonder, is it too little too late, or can Velocity find the momentum? Can they find their groove and actually push for a comeback?
9-3 curse? Question mark?
Nah, that happened against them.
Look at that. They just need one more round to make it 9-3 and then pretty much move on to the second half. And if that does happen, well, I would just say it's going to be a comeback coming soon. Because 9-3... I trust him, man. I've been in the ranked games 9-3 a lot of times, and even if I'm on 9-3 situation, I'm able to clutch it out. If the enemy's on 9-3 situation, which is most likely, they're able to clutch it out. But yeah, now, beautiful attack coming through from Rexy. Hunter's Fury there as well, just trying to find the opening, and he will do so. No, finds the tag. Looking to get the kill, but no is going to be the answer, but it's fine. Amaterasu's got Deathmaker's back. He will get Deathmaker back up on his feet.
Aggressive push on the operator. Oh! A beautiful flick and dashes back in time. Makes the advantage nullified, but immediately right to ace. Able to shut down the rotation. Now on this 4v3 retake, it's all down to Cali Necro. He has 2 of his Devours still left, so as long as he can get 1 kill, dismiss on back, then he could definitely be able to pull off the round. But on the other side, on the flank, it's a brother versus brother battle. Anti versus Deathmaker. His narrative's all over, man.
Oh, man. Amaterasu able to find a frag on Excali, and then you have Rexy to follow it up. And now it's just the final man alive. It's Antidote to left things clutch with the IGL himself. Will need to carry the team on his shoulders now, or maybe a back. Oh no, the defense is being stuck. Antidote realizes that same fact, but it's fine. Amaterasu is just playing it perfectly.
As you said, the IGL himself, the captain himself, the leader himself, leading from the front, a 4K and a resurrection. There's not much more a Sage can do in a round. Amaterasu doing it all, getting his team to that 9-3 scoreline. Now we know, at this very scoreline, Velocity Gaming lost their chance to represent South Asia at the Asia Pacific Last Chance Qualifier. Can the 9-3 curse that was on them come back to haunt Enigma Gaming through them? I highly doubt it, but let's see.
Keg W. Yeah, but again, 9-3 curse is there on the board. VLT can try and make it happen, but still, I feel like Enigma Gaming, they're going to look really strong even on defense. And I do want to see, is there, like, how are they going to be able to play it off? Because Rafuel, the way he's being really aggressive, that's paying them off quite a lot. Deathmaker, as always, just able to kick things off with a nice dink.
Look at this. The way the setups are done, it's, again, Antidote with that aggressive push, he's walled off mid. But little does he know that there's a possibility for them to just exploit this by going back. He hears the knives being put forward, so Antidote has to hold mid himself. On the other hand, the duelist holding a crossfire, and this is the power of the Reyna. She can sit in that cubby, wait for them to come. As long as even her teammate gets a kill, as long as that soul orb comes up, she can happily dismiss on out of there. That's not something the race can do, but for now, Velocity Gaming starting to all group up towards this B area. Rafuel is the bait and Excali is the switch. Can they find this value? Can Excali dismiss on out of there?
No, he cannot. There we go. The question's being answered by VLT, and Deathmaker's intention's pretty clear. The vision as well is now getting clearer. Rafuel spotted. Broombot doing a lot of damage. Down to 17 HP. There's no way it's going to be able to move back to safety. And now Rexy as well taking so much damage. Enigma making a lot of mistakes happen in VLT. Just making a flawless round happen in VLT. Finally, you can see the confidence gaining back on their side.
Yeah, and I'm remembering an important point. Malav, actually, the analyst for Global Esports, mentioned to me, which is, why raise? Like, if he wants a lot more say in terms of gunplay, why not chamber over Cajun, you know? And give Vibor that chamber where you still have those traps where he can still protect the flanks, but still, over the KJ has a lot more say in the way the gunplay comes out, because I have to say that Raze has been extremely underwhelming so far. Having said that, the pistol round going in favor of Velocity Gaming is a strong start. So maybe that underwhelming Raze can be the X factor. Vibor, definitely a player with the talent to be able to rally his team on that comeback, but it can't just be one player, right, Necro? It has to be the entire team, because Enigma is not the sort of team that bows down to a single player.
Now, if VLT does make this comeback happen, that would be huge emotional damage for Enigma Gaming, even after. That would be even so hard for them to take in that I cannot imagine. It would be more tougher for them to take in even after a breakup, but there we go. LFF able to open things up. He's able to find that frag. VLT, they're just able to open the floodgates and they just flood inside the site. And now it's a 3-on-5. Enigma, what's going on? What's wrong in their defense? If you talk about what's wrong, a beautiful shot from Excali connects right onto his skull. Skull ripped apart. Antidote follows it up. Antidote make it 2. He needs another one. He's out for blood and he's hungry. And he smells it as well. Smells delicious indeed. But Rexy now left with only 15 HP to work with. Unfortunate. Enigma Gaming tried their best to make that round back in their favor, but it was just stopped.
Yeah, and this is starting to get extremely intense with the way these rounds are turning out. Anti with some cracked shots, but Velocity, the important factor here is that they managed to pull out the round. The annoying factor there is that they lost 3 weapons. So now, as you can see, they don't have a buy. Like, right away, he's going for a save, while a few of his teammates in Depmaker, and I believe Vibor going for the full buy. So we'll have to see if these duelists can lead the charge with their full buys and find some value. Because right now, Amit Rasul with Depmaker looking to exploit the mid gap. He assumed there was, but Antidote will not leave that. The wall has already come up. But this information is key, Necro, because now that they know that the wall has been invested towards mid, they can go for a fast execute and a plant, knowing that that wall cannot be put up to then try and defuse. They can play on the post plant.
We also do see VLT just walking it on to B site. They have one man in the back. It's right to Ace to try and gather all the eyes on himself. But the problem is, Excali already conveyed the info that he's the only man in front of him, so he's not really going to be going around for him. Instead, makes the rotation happen back to the B side. This is where he really does need the backup. Enigma, they're able to bounce back. A beautiful read coming through from their side. Excali was the key player for that read. Was able to convey the info onto the A side, and now on the B side, Enigma,
Last player
they're
standing.
able to stop this entire push coming through, and Rafael, just like that, able to rack up those 2 quick kills, and will close out another round in their favor. With all the funny part is, you know, with all the emotional damage we've been talking about, I'm pretty sure the chat as well will start to get annoyed, and it's kind of fun to make them tilt.
Yeah. Hey, chat. You know, we like bringing you the hype, we like bringing you the jokes, but once in a while, we like bringing you the tilt as well.
Yeah, we want to.
Because why not? Let's go through the entire spectrum of emotions.
We want to do some emotional damage on you guys.
Oh my God, no. No! Yeah, I definitely need to go to a therapist after this.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. I swear I'm gonna stop.
Yeah.
I'll try my best. I won't say it again. Okay, this is for you, man. But yeah,
Oh boy.
5-10 being the scoreline. Still 5 rounds lead for Enigma. They will have a little bit of safety cushion for sure, but I do want to see what they've got now. Because Enigma Gaming somewhere down the line, they were really being predictable in the defensive side, but they found the way. They found the ways to try and stop VLT in that previous round. A beautiful read coming through from Excali. The info that he gave away on the east side meant quite a lot.
The drone has revealed RBK's position, and this should give them the opportunity to instantly get the plant down, but they can't waste any time because with the snake bite coming down, they're now able to plant. RBK using the snake bite, vulnerable to perfection, finds that collab double kill, and Enigma are now running amok. Velocity's attack. There is no say, there is no way that Velocity are able to find their way back, and you can see the shock on their faces. I don't think they were expecting something like this.
I mean,
We were
Neither was I. Yeah, neither was I. That's what I was about to
30
say. Neither
seconds
was
left.
I expecting. Just a blink of an eye and the entire VLT. What? Amaterasu, what was that? Stop it. Oh my god, look. I really don't want to use the word again, but after that, that's quite a lot of damage. I did not say it.
Okay.
I did not say it.
I did it for
Amaterasu
you
moves
guys.
in
I stopped
forward,
him.
and Excali is just posted with his gun, with his crosshair train. We'll shut him down. But yeah, that was a beautiful shot. 2 quick kills with the Sheriff as well, just flicking on the heads, just cracking their skulls open.
And yeah, talking about, like, again, the timing factor, right? Because if he starts planting a second earlier, you notice he's about 60% done. He can actually just go for the entire plant without dying. But just because he plants a second later, he has to stop because he knows he's going to die. So the immediate gut call is that, wait, I don't want to give away my life for a plant, so I'm going to get up. But that's exactly what RVK wants. He has that Viper Cloud as well. That gives him a pseudo one-way of sorts, notices their legs, and then is able to get the collat on the basis of that. Enigma are continuously one step ahead, and I have to say, I have to give so much props to Antidote. A new IGL, but not one to take lightly. Antidote is here to play.
Dude, those shots, it's hard for me to recover from that. But yeah, RVK able to find the opening right there. Will be quite a lot for Enigma. Excalibur, beautiful find. Amaterasu, trades are happening back and forth indeed, but still the man advantage clearly favoring Enigma Gaming.
You will not
Being
kill
the
my
defenders,
ally.
that's going to mean quite a lot. But wait, guess what? Man advantage now being neutralized with that resurrection play. VLT having all 4 of their players up. Same thing goes with Enigma Gaming as well. And now RVK looking to make some stylish play happen.
Vibor on alert, but it seems like Anti and Excali have almost right into it. Excali popping the Empress. The first touch, the first contact is key now. His position revealed with his first few shots firing, and now he's just stuck in this gen angle. Has a leer for himself to clear out, and Antidote buying him some time, but time is not what Cali needs. Needed a couple kills. Just like that, Velocity, they take control, they find the win. And it's not over. It's not yet over, Necro. I mean, we always say don't count your chickens before the eggs hatch, and I certainly hope Enigma is doing the same, because even in this round, key ultimates invested the Viper's Pit and the Showstopper. So when you have those high-profile ultimates being invested, the team that gets the round, they get this important boost of momentum, and that momentum in the hands of Velocity Gaming right now. Still, their captain leading from the front. We'll have to see if this pans out or not.
Oh man, raw fuel skin's glowing, and so he's making the enemy skulls glow as well. 11-6, Enigma Gaming having all the tides in their favor, but still that previous round being won by VLT. A lot for that for sure. Marshall's in hand, trying to connect their shots on the Aldron, and guess what? The Aldron has a really good movement, some slick movement from their side, but Deathmaker able to find Excali, and Vibor follows it up with another one. Viper's Pit inbound on the site. Side control in the hands of VLT, that's going to mean quite a lot. For now, Enigma, they will need to make sure they're silencing that Viper if they do even want to have a huge chance of winning this one. Vibor, aggressive plays will pay off.
Exactly. And that's the aggressiveness we've wanted to see from Vibor from the very start. That's the proactivity I was talking about, right? Because the biggest advantage of that Raze over the Reyna is her movement. The Reyna doesn't offer you that movement factor. She doesn't offer you the capability to be step with that Jet as the duelist, be the entry fragger, and that's why on the attack now, finally we see Velocity blossoming into the strength of their composition. This is the kind of play we need to see. More proactivity, more ability to draw off some pressure from Deathmaker and bring on some pressure onto Vibor himself, which will enable both of the duelists to thrive. Having said that though, with this timeout, I also notice the operator coming online for raw fuel. So I think the team's very evenly matched at this stage. The next few rounds, I feel like, are going to decide the entire map.
Oh man, raw fuel. I mean, we saw him connect some insane shots in the previous rounds. And Enigma Gaming, they do need this timeout as well, because they do realize VLT slowly and steadily they're closing the lead, and they're going to be jealous after seeing that. So they do not want to let that happen. So this timeout will pretty much just be kind of like a timeout for the side of relief, and just to understand what exactly VLT are doing and how are they going to be able to counter it.
The biggest weakness of running double duelist usually comes down to the fact that you're relying on the RNG of the plays, right? Now, Enigma, in their defense, they were in their attack, they were overcoming this by the fact that they were reading into VLT setups and they were continuously exploiting them, especially the fact that the Vibor on the Raze was generally very passive. Now that Vibor is starting to get a lot more aggressive, almost functioning when he is not functioning as the entry fragger, almost functioning as an active lurker, it's giving Velocity a lot of room to maneuver with, and especially giving someone like Deathmaker and Amaterasu a lot of agency to try and find plays of their own. The best way for Enigma to counter this is to meet them eye for eye, go for the proactivity, the aggressiveness yourself, try to capture areas of control in advance, and that's exactly what they seem to have done here on B-Long. An aggressive antidote wall right there will ensure that B-Long, at least for now, can be left on the hands of one anchor.
Look at that, though. 3 defenders available. Actually, 2 of them being really aggressive. There's Antidote and Kelly. Just trying to find an opening that will mean quite a lot for them for sure. They do. And Enigma will already have a huge edge. And Enigma also has the Resurrection available, so they can go for these risky plays, but still, they will need to make sure that they're at least getting those trades happen.
Similarly for Velocity though, Necro, they have that Hunter's Fury, they can play on the post lamp with that Hunter's Fury, but they're waiting for the wall to die down. They want to burst onto the site as soon as it does, and it's exactly what the dash comes in, so with the statues, but they don't account for Excali's position. Excali, he gets that first kill, distracts them away from Antidote while Raw Fuel picks up a collateral for himself.
Oh my god.
Antidote still unchecked.
One enemy remaining.
He's left unchecked and he will strike.
Down.
Finds the right moment, right to Ace, try to shut him down, but it doesn't matter. Antidote too quick to react. And Enigma Gaming getting another round in their hands. That means they only need one more round to get the win against VLT in the map of Icebox. And then the upcoming map's definitely going to be really interesting. Antidote also has a Resurrection available going inside this map, going inside this round. So Enigma Gaming overall have a huge advantage.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming definitely have that advantage because a 5-round cushion as they try to secure match point, and in a map, I have to remind everyone, is a map of the choice of Velocity Gaming. Having said that, Velocity, they have seemed to found a groove to rally themselves on. The aggressive nature is what helps them. But talking about aggressiveness, Raw Fuel with the first pick, the Hunter's Fury not yielding much value either. It looks like Enigma are
Oh my god, look at Raw Fuel just slicing through skulls.
One enemy remaining.
Tried to find another one, but wasn't really able to do so. But still, a lot of damage being dealt from his side. Heavy amount of damage being inflicted. And VLT now left with right to clutch alive. 1-on-3. Has all of his utilities available except the Owl Drone. 2 shock darts, 1 recon.
Look at this though. The spike is all the way over on the other side of the 410 on A side. So he's trying to isolate the duels first because he has plenty of time. If he can take down Rexy right here, he can fake that mid presence, go back all the way towards the screens area, and then again find those 1v1s because that's the best way to find that clutch. He's a master of it. You said it yourself, right to clutch himself. Can he pull this off?
He can definitely pull it off, but this is going to be a little tough. He needs to
30 seconds
turn
left.
on the Super Saiyan mode for this one. It needs to be over 9,000.
Oh no.
Is he going to be able to get one? No, misses those shots. That was quite crucial. Right to clutch, give another chance, but this time he's not going to be able to deliver. Was only able to get away with one. And Enigma Gaming secure the first map in their hands. Oh my god, Enigma Gaming, how did they just win that? That was insane, dude. None of us expected that. And not just a win. That was an insane win from their side. It just seemed like one-sided throughout the game.
Yeah, it really did feel like even the moments Velocity turned on, it was not exactly the rally call that we wanted. It was not exactly their ability that we've seen from Velocity in the past, that we saw from Velocity yesterday, to try and find that hard pushback where we see every single player thriving. There was a bit of a disconnect within the players themselves, and I personally have to attribute it to the composition because I don't think a Raze fits in. I had this opinion in the Reckoning match yesterday as well, and the Raze, it doesn't offer enough value. The only teams that play it are South American teams who inhabit the logic, well, there is no other key on our keyboard except the W key. So if you're going to play the Raze, you might as well play it their style.
I mean, it's pretty understandable, right? Aggressive duelists, that's what we like to see as well. But yeah, after that win on the Icebox, VLT, they are definitely going to be having a lot of ED on their side. But I don't know how to recover from that. Maybe going inside the next map that will try and help them out quite a lot. I don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like on the next map, because we did talk about this, even though the next map is theirs, but still we might just see some switch ups coming through. It's the map of Bind. So Bind as well is one of the most classic maps out there. But I do want to see what Enigma Gaming has been cooking up all the way in the back since all these days.
Yeah, and that's a very important question, because as we talked about Bind earlier, the composition Enigma Gaming runs is a composition that Velocity pioneered. And I mean, I was a part of their support staff team when they were running that composition. I remember how comfortable they used to be. But having said that, with this Reyna coming out for Excali on Icebox, I do think YB has prepped them to a T, which means going on to the map of Bind, I'm sure YB would have looked back as to how Velocity played that composition. I'm sure Antidote himself, who was a part of the team at that point, remembers how Velocity played that and where they might look to punish the side of Enigma Gaming. So these key narratives over the composition, they're really going to come in clutch as to which team finds the win.
Oh man, Amaterasu just being the IGL, also being the top fragger in the game. On the other hand, Rafiel is just doing Rafiel thing. He's on a complete Rafiel, just able to light things up for himself and his teams. But yeah, look at the damage number. It's a huge difference right there in the stats. Dude, it's 16,000, and then on the other hand, in VLT, you just have 11.1k. Headshot percentage, Enigma as well, just leading the charts. Enigma just proven VLT unparalleled.
Yeah, and I have to give props to a player that I feel goes unnoticed a lot, Rexy, because as you said, right, it felt like a one-sided affair, especially in that first half. I feel like if the Rexy clutch doesn't happen, it's not the same at all. We've seen how important clutches can be to the momentum of a team. Kappa yesterday with the 1v4 clutch, bringing back GE from the jaws of death. Just after that, Hellranger with another clutch. Today, we saw a back-to-back series of clutches. Paradox yesterday to finish up Icebox. I feel like if that thrifty clutch doesn't happen, that 1-0-1-1 clutch, that first round affair, first half affair that was relatively one-sided, might be much closer, inherently make the map much closer. So kudos to you, Rexy. That was one hell of a round to pull off.
Oh, that was indeed one hell of a round to pull off. And you can take a look at the players' comparison as well. It's Amaterasu being compared with Rafiel. Rafiel is the man who likes to play the jet, and Amaterasu is the man who pretty much likes to support his team, being the IGL. And the comparison clearly isn't fair, because Rafiel is supposed to be the aggressive player. Amaterasu is supposed to be the backbone of the team. So even though he's able to rack up these many kills, that's a statement in itself.
There has been instances in the past, though, where Amaterasu played Reyna on this map. I wonder if they could have foreseen Excali picking up the Reyna, shifted Vibor onto the stage, and given the MVP that is Amaterasu back to Reyna.
Reyna would definitely be an interesting thing that I would like to see how VLT would try and adapt to it. But yeah, via rewards, this is what we've got for them, got for you guys. Is the exclusive merchandise, and the lucky winners will get it every single day. All you guys need to do to win this is just make sure you guys are subscribed to the NODWIN Gaming YouTube channel, and just make a post on either Twitter or Instagram, and make sure you guys are putting hashtag VCC giveaway, and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post, and you guys will be eligible for this giveaway. You guys will have a fair share chance to try and win it. But yeah, overall, going inside the Bind map, I do want to see how things are really going to be looking like, man. As you mentioned, both these teams are really well known, or familiar with each other when it comes to the map of Bind. So a lot of predictable nature will be seen, a lot of reads will be seen here and there, and I'm expecting this map to be way much more closer than how we saw in the previous map of Icebox. But with that being said, the first map has been concluded of the second semifinal, so we're going to be pushing to a short little break.
Feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you. Get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on beating higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on beating high. Without you,
bit of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of their presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors, green.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Keep it coming. Hey, I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. This is Necro, this is CA, with growing partners Gillette. This is the road to VCT for South Asia region. And well, first map being taken care of already. Now moving on to second map, Bind. Now, pretty much a classic question. Nothing really, I'm not going to be throwing any kind of like curveball question on you. Just a classic question. What do you think so? How the agent select's going to look like?
But again, so what we've seen in recent history is Enigma just today playing that double duelist Jet Rays and double controller Viper Astra combination, with Sova of course being that final piece in the puzzle. Velocity, not only are they the pioneers of this composition, not worldwide, do not get me wrong, only in South Asia, but they have been coming back to it recently in the past month. Like several games, especially against SEA teams, for example, is where they have really been exploited over that combination. So I want to see which team is prepared for the other, and that's where the adaptiveness, the spontaneous nature of these IGLs will really come into play, combined with the timeouts, because that's something we haven't talked about, where every single time Enigma takes a timeout, they have that special voice in their ear, YB, giving them the instructions. They're not under the pressure of figuring out the solution themselves because they have someone to do it. On the other hand, Velocity, they don't have someone like that.
The coach. It's kind of like the saving grace. That's what you're trying to. That's what you're trying to say. In the timeouts, in the tactical timeouts, is the coach feeding them a lot of info and telling them what exactly to do, and then it just comes down to the IGL to convey them convey it in a way much more better manner and make those calls happen in game. So yeah, as you mentioned, for VLT, but again, I feel like Amaterasu has just so much experience at this point in time that he can make these kind of calls happen without a doubt. But yeah, viewer rewards for you guys, exclusive merchandise, and the lucky winners will every single day we get this exclusive merchandise. As you all know, all you need to do is just make a post on social media and type hashtag VCC giveaway and tag at NODWIN Gaming in it to have a fair bit of chance for yourself to get this, get these goodies in your hands. But yeah, getting back to the topic that we're having now. If you are thinking about any possible curveballs, what do you think so? Or which ones are going to be the most that will surprise you by quite a lot?
I think the best way to go about this is talk about agents that are definitely not going to change. So Ace on the Sova, not going to change. Hellfighter on the controller, not going to change. It really does come down to what Amaterasu prefers to play, right? Like, I personally want to see him take something with a lot more control. So maybe sacrifice one duelist for a KO, maybe sacrifice one duelist for a Sky or a Breach. It gives him a lot more agency to proactively push in, because one of the biggest weaknesses we talked about with this double duelist Jet Rays double controller composition is this lack of flashes. It's very hard to be proactive when you don't have as many flashes, which is why we see Enigma thriving when they play it slow. I don't think you want to play Enigma at their game after what happened in map 1, so I personally do want to see some sort of different initiator coming in.
The really good part about Enigma is kind of like they're really toe-to-toe with VLT. Now, the playstyle as well is kind of similar, as you mentioned. Both these teams have cracked aimers. At the same time, they have some insane strategies to work off of with. And Amaterasu, of course, being a really experienced IGL, even in the past, he has had quite a huge FPS background. So that also helps him out quite a lot. And as you mentioned, on the other hand, Enigma Gaming having that coach is just kind of like an icing on top of a cake for them.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited to see this Enigma Gaming squad continuously evolve as well. I feel like it's the right moment in our region for someone to really come and upset the balance, because yesterday it was an entire story about that. Godp came so close, but not close enough. Reckoning came so close, but not close enough. It's about time someone came close and crossed the damn finish line.
Oh, did they do so? That's the question. I mean, still they have another map to go through, man. I mean, Bind, yeah, Enigma has been looking really promising on the map of Bind. We saw in the VCC 1 as well, but then in the finals is where they really came down crashing, but it's fine. I mean, this is where they have elevated their experience a little bit more. They have some new players showing, representing Enigma. So this is, of course, going to be changing a lot of things, and I do want to see how the new players are going to be affecting their composition, overall mentality in the map of Bind, because the last time we saw the map of Bind, they were doing quite well. We had Badman as well, just coming in with the Brimstone player on the map of Vine. He was making so many things happen on the side of Enigma. Now with him not really being present in there, I do want to see how things are going to be looking like.
Yeah. Oh, a really nifty graphic. Thank you very much, production. 100% Sova pick rate. Not something that has changed since the beta days. But what I'm really surprised by is the 88% raise pick rate. Not something we see worldwide. Rather, would have expected more of the Sky or more of the KO to come on in there. But clearly, Ray is a favored agent for our region. The Astra and the Jet, again, not surprising at all. But again, what is surprising is the Omen having a 25% pick rate. I feel like that's attributed mostly to the T69 boys who love to play that agent.
Oh man, agent pick rate, look at this. Inside the entire VCC, as you mentioned, Soa has been picked all the times. Soa is just so key as well, right? Having that bow in your hand, also conveying a lot of visual information. It just means quite a lot. But without wasting any more time, let's just straight up head inside the agent select and find out how the team comps are going to look like.
Oh no, I'm really scared that this is just going to be a mirror composition matchup, and I'm not sure if Jet Race is what Velocity wants to find their agency against the side of Enigma. Amaterasu on the Viper is what we regularly see in that Jet Race composition. But talking about things that are not going to change, we expected Hellfighter, the insta-lock on the Astra, right to ace most likely with the insta-lock on the Sova. Now, he himself is potentially something that could change. They have run this comp without the Sova in the past, but as you saw in the Asian pick rate, I just think Sova is too damn good on certain maps to not play him.
I mean, Soa, yeah, and even I mentioned, right, just the amount of visual info that Soa really does give you, that means quite a lot, especially in the map of mine. Soa is such an instrumental agent to have in your back. But yeah, overall, VLT, as you mentioned, Enigma just sticking to the basics, nothing really crazy, nothing really out the box. They have this 2 duelists to work with on the other hand, pretty much mirror composition. Mirror composition is looking over here, CA.
The thing is, like, Vibor has played Viper in the past. I know this for a fact, so I'm just curious as to why that can happen with Vibor playing the Viper and Amaterasu picking up the Sky or the KO, but I guess it's not it. Vibor going to pick up the raise, maybe looking for a path to redemption for himself. Given the nature and the talent of this player, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, not necessarily happy that they're going for the mirror compositions, but you know what? If they beat Enigma at their own game, that's going to give them a hella nice boost going into this third map. You can already see the pump-up words, the motivational speeches being given by their 6th man in Marzil. He's certainly hoping his team can make it all the way to the finals. And I'm glad that that's happening, because right now, VLT, they need all the motivation they can get.
Oh, they indeed need all the motivation they can get. I mean, something unexpected happened in the previous map, and even VLT did not expect that. So, of course, it's going to be a little shocker for them.
Yeah, exactly right. I think for us too, a real shocker in the way it happened, but my eyes immediately goes to Excali. Reyna, Raze, these are the sort of agents he was playing when he was at his very prime. We saw how damn strong he was with the Raze on Bind just earlier today, and now Enigma starting on the attack. It's all about conditioning, it's all about defaults. Which team?
Oh my god.
Just 2 boom bots. Just 2 boom bots clashing against each other, guys. Nothing much special. But yeah.
So, as I was talking about conditioning, right? This exact play is what we saw from Enigma earlier today. Slowly walking in, using that narrow Viper wall that they like.
Yeah.
But the wall VLT themselves have set up very strong here in the sense that they want to keep showers. But Enigma, they're not going to let them do that. Trying to push in before they plant.
Beautiful U-Haul control was there from their side, but Enigma,
down A.
they're aggressing all the way down showers. Able to find 2, but still nothing really, no trades on anyone's favor just yet. We talk about trades favoring now. Enigma having a little man advantage, but still, Soa doesn't really have the HP to work with. Raw Fuel finds another instrumental frag, and that's going to mean quite a lot. If Enigma are able to secure this pistol round in their hands, that's going to be huge. A lot of missed shots, and I'm pretty sure RVK is going to be unsettled after that. Going for the plant. Such a questionable play. Where's this teammate? Why is he not covering him?
It's because I think he's really low, which is why I'm confused why he would go for the plant over there in the first place. They had an easy rotate all the way over to B, because since they knew that Deathmaker had dashed on over to U-Hop, but now instead a 1v1, and I think a Ghost versus a Frenzy, not a position you want to be in. Deathmaker, he finds that shot. Again, small mistakes by Enigma Gaming. In a 1v3, they had two positions where they could have easily planted. Could have gone for the showers plant, knowing Deathmaker was in that tiny cubby. But instead, they're like, you know what, we don't want to risk it. We're going to double peek together, which is where the question becomes, after you lose that double peek and he dashes away, why not go for the rotation right here? As you can see, they have over 30 seconds on the clock, more than enough time to find the defender side spawn rotation over to B.
Oh man. There we go. VLT already kicking things off. The round should have been won by Enigma Gaming, but just screwed things up by quite a lot. RVK missed a lot of shots. Then a questionable decision coming out from his side as well to go for the spike plant. I don't know what they exactly wanted to do in that situation, but now Wabor playing for the contact play, instantly backs off. Info being reported for his teammates. And still now looking to get the control back in the same spot. He's able to find the opening. He's getting spammed through, down quite low with only 24 HP to work with, but it's fine. The Boombot is there. His pretty much mate will take care of him. And now Vabor, even though he only has 24 HP to work with, is still able to do so much damage and keep the enemy team on their toes. Another frag. He might just go for his ace.
Oh,
no, stole it away.
Hey, to be fair, Vibor was very, very low, but we were talking about the path to redemption for Vibor. We were talking about the talent in display for this player. Certainly the perfect step, picking up that 4K. One of the Raze's biggest strengths on this map is her ability to hold down this hookah. Hookah and showers, I think, is her two best positions on this map. So Vibor displaying that in perfect fashion, finding that 4K, and brilliant, flawless round win for Velocity Gaming, which will now enable them, Necro, to go on a full bonus. Zero investment, very little investment into weapons in this round here will mean any weapons taken down by them on Enigma Gaming is just pure profit.
Oh man, 2-0 being the scoreline. Rawfield already kicking things off pretty well inside this round.
Recovering it.
A good start in the bye round, and that's what Enigma really needs on the attacking side. And it's a big man Soa taken care of. Right to Ace not really in the game anymore to give a lot of visual info. This is where VLT has been somewhat handicapped, but it doesn't matter. LFF is able to dish a decent amount of damage. But this is where I was, as I said, Right to Ace being taken care of. Easy floodgates being open inside the site, and VLT were just left so vulnerable.
One enemy remaining.
Talking about vulnerable.
Oh, no. Not used to see that. Not used to seeing that. Deathmaker losing those kind of aim duels. Weird champ.
Hey, to be fair, Rexy is cracked as hell too. We saw that in the clutch just in the last map where he pulled off that no-scope Marshall shot. So maybe we should start getting used to seeing that. Rexy really stepping up for his team as Enigma win that bye round. And without much loss in terms of economy. They did lose a couple weapons here, but it did mean that they were able to secure the round. So this now becomes the true test. Can Velocity really punish them with his next bye round coming up? Because with these mirror compositions, right, it's no longer is the map attack or defense sided, are the teams attack or defense favored. Every single round it carries over to the momentum, and that's the only thing that matters. Here. But again, the defaults and the wall changing here for Enigma. Look at this, much more.
Oh my god!
Deeper on the wall.
That dink though. Oh, Deathmaker. He just got hit with a stone right in the head. Wasn't really a lot of damage because he was a wall bang, but still, that was kind of like a warning shot. If he just stays there, he will be taken care of. So Deathmaker will be the back of it. That's what he exactly does. Out thrown out, and Rawfield will try to work alongside with it. Outro should be able to get a lot of info, but Vabor somehow wins that duel. Rawfield going to be disappointed in himself after that. It's going to be kicking his leg. But Xcali gets a beautiful entry on the side. VLT, I don't know how they're losing these aim duels. Deathmaker with the operator. He has to be the key player inside this round.
Beautiful shock dart from Ace though, takes on Xcali, and the numbers advantage for VLT now. They were able to rotate quite early and get ready for the retake, but I don't think they're going to be expecting Rexy to be playing this aggressive, holding that smoke. Anti finds Amaterasu on the lurk, and just like that, numbers advantage gone. Now, Lexi's position revealed.
Oh my god.
He needed someone to
Last
break.
player standing.
Oh my god, what's going on? Right to H just destroying them. And then Deathmaker from the back being the backbone in that previous round, just helping Right to Ace clean things up. And VLT finally they're looking like a strong team inside the map of Bind. In their own pick, they got destroyed, and maybe now in Enigma's pick, they will destroy Enigma.
Gabor playing with the edges of that Viper wall really well. Understanding when he wants to peek and when not. Gave him a huge advantage with respect to how his position was not been able to get expected. And we all know, right? Like, I feel like 80% of your aim in this game is just crosshair placement. So when you're able to produce these off angles, these surprise moments, it really does take away the edge from your opponent and gives you a massive edge to carry over into that fight. So now, a 3-1 lead for Velocity Gaming. The economy of Enigma broken. They're going to rely on Drawfield's Bladestorm to make something happen next.
Yeah, there's a reason that they're off angles. But Deathmaker, yeah, a Jet versus Jet duel, and Deathmaker comes out on top in that one. Bladestorm being shut down. Drawfield, again, the disappointment continues for him on the map of Bind. 3-1 is the scoreline. Nothing really crazy lead just yet from the side of the VLT stuff. Enigma can try and work things off. 2 quick kills, and now just like that, man advantage shifted on their favor. A side as well gifted onto them.
And this is the strength of Enigma. The idea that they can force one site, get a lot of resources invested onto that site before finding a quick rotation onto another. The Viper split as well set up. Enigma now control every power point. The entries from Heaven as well as defender side spawn into A smoked off. So very hard for VLT now to push in, but Deathmaker still electing to go for the peak. I feel like the smart decision here is to save.
You are divided.
Hospital provide. He's blocking so much. And that's gonna help a lot. Matarasa being spotted with the owl drone. VLT now left to try and make this retake happen. Enigma, they're just finding these openings, and that's meaning quite a lot for them. Cosmic UI still is into play, and this is what VLT is able to work off of with. But finally, Right to A is being shut down. Deathmaker the only man left alive with no choice rather than to save.
And as the Thrifty points out to us, you have to remember this was an eco round for Enigma Gaming. That's why I thought that the best decision would be to go for the save. They're not going to care about the kills being traded in favor of them. They are happy to give away their lives because they did not have the weapons in the first place. On the other hand, as you can see, the eco hurting for Velocity Gaming now. 4 people on light shields. Imagine 2 more rifles saved right now could have resulted in at least those players carrying over heavy shields. I wonder if that 25 light shield versus heavy shield number ends up being the X factor because of which one team loses this round. But right now, Amaterasu getting extremely aggressive. Got me scared for a second.
2-3 is the scoreline still. Enigma Gaming, they're able to close the lead. Deathmaker, oh no, with an opening like that, maybe the momentum will be stopped from VLT? That's the question that I'm wondering. But still, it's too early in the round to just guess anything. Deathmaker as well, just with those aggressive angles, trying to pick someone off. Excali has sneak all the way past through on the right. So he's found an easy entry over here. If he's able to create a surprising angle and surprise Deathmaker completely, that can be huge. Keeps coming out. Amaterasu will shut down Drawfield. You're trying to lead the pack, but Deathmaker now, the slice man's alive. Trying to slice through bodies over here. Excali already sliced off and cut off. Antidote follows it up with another one. Antidote with a huge 2K to try and change the pace.
Down B.
But again, I don't really feel like that's going to be the case. Instead, RVK, though, hold on, still low HP, but not really impossible.
Wait,
but he will get taken care of.
He heard 2 teleports, so RVK, as soon as he hears 2 teleports, realizes it's a 1v2, could have just gone for the spike again, played on the post plan, rather looking to fight right there. I feel like never works out because you can't isolate the duels when both of the players are in the teleports. So I don't think it would have mattered much considering how low he was, but these small decisions, they I feel like they fester in your head and they end up affecting the map later on. And both of the teams currently making small errors here and there. It's going to end up being the team that is able to rectify them sooner. I feel like that finds the right momentum to continue on in a win streak rather than back and forth in terms of the rounds.
Enigma looking to take the shower's controls. Pretty much Excali is trying to do so. Ubor's playing the shower. Intentions are pretty clear. They want to get this A site back in their hands. Just walking in slowly and steadily. Enigma. They have found a casual stroll on the A side, but still, they haven't really found a full control because they haven't found any openings. Hunter's Fury used from both these sides. Not a lot of value being found for both just yet, but still, right to Ace was able to find a little connection. And Enigma, within a blink of an eye, their entire aggression has been destroyed.
What revealed Hellfire's position, and just like that, it's become a 2v3 on the map before now on the site. Enigma have the capability to isolate those 2v3 into advantageous numbers for themselves. The Recon being taken down tells Rexy Depmaker is there. The numbers advantage is slowly dissipating and disappearing. The fake plant coming in. Excali uses that to take down Amaterasu. And Enigma turning the tables around on Velocity Gaming now with the numbers advantage for themselves.
Spike being planted. It's a 2-on-1.
One enemy remaining.
Doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Right to Ace capitalizes on the exact fact. Excali out the equation. This leaves him in a one-on-one situation. VLT again can try and keep the momentum going if they do win this one. If they are not able to win this one, that's going to be that's going to be affecting them quite a lot when it comes to their mental aspect. So yeah, right to Ace. Just trying to clutch this one out. Beautiful recon dart, try and force out right to Ace. Just keep him unsettled. And now he's out of bullets as well. I think so he accidentally TP'd his ball, or maybe no, that was meant to be. He did realize he doesn't really have a lot of time to work with. Time was slipping past by his hands. And Rexy, he's not scared though. He takes the TP right behind him and he wants that kill.
Rexy has been absolutely killer this game. As Astra likes to say it, rather. Killer. I really love Astra voice lines. You might have guessed by now. But
yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, they are, right? Talking about Astra voice lines, right now, Anti trying to say bye-bye Boomer to his opposing IGL. We'll see if it works out, because Velocity still has the lead in terms of the scoreline, but no longer in terms of the economy, and the IGL has made the call. Let's go for a B stack and start pushing aggressively. If we can get the trades, we get the weapons back, and it's almost like Anti's read this. You see the way they're positioning towards B Garden. They're expecting a heavy push. Rolfio looking to take the first peek, but Depmaker, what a shot.
Oh man, indeed a really great shot. Rexy able to reply back. That's a good thing. LFF. Oh, what was that? LFF, calm down. Easy there, soldier. Take it easy. Even though such low HP, able to flick on his skulls just without so effortlessly. That's going to be quite huge, and that's going to mean quite a lot. But look at LFF. He's able to sneak in through. Misses a lot of shots this time. Somewhere down line. Aim not really connecting on his targets. And LFF.
One enemy remaining.
Taking full advantage of that. RVK shut down. Right to Ace is the man who shuts him down, and now Enigma have the one last man alive, and it's going to be Rexy in a 1-on-3 situation.
30 seconds left.
Rexy left in a 1v3. Much harder situation than his previous clutches, but hey, if you can, once again, try to separate them, maybe, no. Doesn't happen. A Thrifty picked up for Velocity Gaming, and hey, Necro, I'll tell you what. We wanted a close matchup. We wanted that intense affair, different from what we saw in Icebox, where it was a lot more one-directional in the way, oh my god, one-sided in the way it went through in that first half, and we've got that. 5-3 on the board, both of the teams having got a Thrifty each so far. I feel like they're much more that neck-to-neck affair that we were expecting from the very start for this series.
I mean, neck-to-neck affair. I mean, the first map was completely one-sided, and now Bind is looking really neck-to-neck, so I'm happy. Deathmaker do sense the presence of his enemy. He's still gonna fall back to a little bit safer angle, but he's still holding that headshot angle. He's able to connect a couple shots, but he fades away instantly. Does want to do damage, but he does not want to get damaged out on himself. So it makes a lot of sense. Vibor able to find a frag, or at least find an opening onto somewhere else on the other side. Enigma, they're just crumbling down one after the other, but still the cracked aimers are keeping them alive.
4v4, but Rafuel is insanely low, so he has to be the bait for his team. Just try to enter, create space, and he's trying to do exactly that, but Excali caught off with the showstopper in his hand. That's a huge ultimate down, Necro.
Big ultimate down, and Rexy follows it up. And there we go, Deathmaker with a tap on Rafuel to shut him down instantly. Rexy in the front foot, and then you have RVK in the back. And just move on from the back to clean it up, and Deathmaker will just sit back and enjoy. VLT having another round in their hands. And Enigma, the pressure will start to build up now.
And with this round, you saw, like, that's... Again, these are the differences between an Astra smoke, a Brimstone smoke, and an Omen smoke. Where the Astra smoke is slightly more concave, I believe, in the way it's towards its peak. So it offers these small angles that if you've played against several times, you can use to your advantage on both sides. It could have been used by the Enigma players to catch out the player playing B Cubby, but instead it was used by Deathmaker to pick out that one player, Excali, who was trying to set up the entry with the showstopper, and that was the X Factor kill that got them the round. Now with this timeout, Enigma really have to persevere to understand what's gone wrong with their defaults. And in my opinion, it's the fact that they've stopped playing around their walls, stopped being proactive, rather trying to react to what Velocity is doing. And that's not Enigma's strength. Enigma's strength lies in their ability to be continuously proactive. But this is such a rare sight. The IGL quiet in the timeouts, we know why. It's because YB is giving them the instructions.
They're letting them big boy talk.
Yeah.
And the rest of the players are just going to sit there and listen. As I mentioned, IGL is probably just going to go follow the coach's footsteps. And in the game, it's the IGL's pretty much role to make the calls happen. So coach will just give you all the talk. But to actually make it happen, it's IGL's job. And I'm pretty sure Antidote, or at least we will see a little bit of switch-ups coming through from the side of Enigma, maybe a little bit change of the pace as well. For now, nothing really standing out to me, pretty much some classic stuff.
I really like the fact that they've gone back to the 2-2 units. Like, if you remember the match against T69 when they were fumbling, they left the Viper for the lurk, the passive lurk, to deny information, and they started functioning in 2-2 units to see if they could get proactive information on the basis of their duelists with a support each carrying over. Now that they've got their duelists in advanced positions, they can come back to the Viper, use the drone to clear out the Viper's pit, and then make a move mid-round on the basis of that. This is the kind of proactivity I wanted to see from Enigma, and this is the kind of buff you get from an insane coach.
Talk about buffs for sure, but talk about the aim buff. VLT still has a little advantage in that. You got the strats, but if you're not able to win the aim duels, this is what you said. Nothing will work out in your favor. Aim duel lost, Vibor gets an advantage.
They all assume it's going to be an A push, but instead Rafuel's B-long position, the Cosmic Divide blocking the vision Vibor has on the site, which means Rafuel is easily going to waltz in there, and Hellfighter likely going to get caught out right here. Now Vibor has to hold on for dear life, because if he loses the position, the round instantly over. Pulling off the showstopper, Deathmaker for the backup. They drop the spike, and Rafuel, the Guardian Angel, coming to save their grace.
Oh no, indeed the Guardian Angel, Rafuel.
No time.
He's just lining up bodies. He's on a 3K, right to ace, falling back. Feels like he's going for a save. Oh no, they just easily win that. Unfortunately, even though that was a really great strategy, Enigma Gaming just didn't really have a lot of time to work with, and then they just ran out of time right to clutch, realizing the exact same thing.
On that note, Necro, I just remembered another... Actually, wait, I'll hold that for a second, because I want to talk about that round right there, right? Once Rafuel makes the push and takes out Hellfighter, I think he needs to wrap immediately on the hookup position, and I wonder if that's a case of the anti not making the call to do that, or they're just assuming that as a 3-man unit, they can clear it out quickly, because you're forgetting then that the Viper's pit was held towards A short, so there is much likely support to come from the teleport itself, but hold on to the heebie-jeebies for a second here. Because once again, Enigma as those two-man units trying to make the hookah push happen, using a lot of utility in this hookah area. They're now committing the Hunter's Fury as well. They found a tag, but not a kill.
Yeah, no follow-through coming, and that's going to be a little disappointment. Again, Enigma, they have caught a lot of, they have a mountain climb for sure. 7 is the scoreline for VLT, and then only 3 rounds secured from the side of Enigma. And VLT, they're just able to stack them up on top of each other. Another round possibly in the favor of VLT, probably, because VLT have all their players alive. And well, there we go. RBK falls down. Enigma is just being put down to sleep. They're being put down. And I don't know what Enigma can do to try and switch things up, or at least to try and catch VLT off guard.
The importance of those clutch factors really coming into play. The last round, I feel like Enigma would have thought they could have easily pulled off with the way Rafiel was able to establish his advanced position on B long into a lurk. But we've seen the momentum shifts that can happen on the basis of these clutches. Now, a flawless round coming out for Velocity Gaming. They are in prime position to take this, put the pedal to the metal, and finish off this map and take us to Fracture, I believe, for map 3. It's going to be a hella interesting affair, depending on how this round turns out, because despite that momentum shift, if Enigma is able to find the win here, I do feel like then they get into that comfortable position where 8-4 is a decent score to make a comeback from. Oh no.
Oh, Materasu. Oh no. You gotta expect these kind of plays if there's a wall like that in front of you. Was just so unaware of what exactly was happening in the front and Enigma Gaming, but they're still able to reply back. At least man advantage now being neutralized. There's no man advantage, but if you talk about, well, right to ace just proving me wrong. 2-on-3 situation, and VLT just having a clear man advantage available. Right to ace on a 3K. He's on a tear. He's looking to get another one in his hands. Behind default is the man, and right to ace's praise. A little too precise. Rexy falls down.
The 9-3 scoreline, you can see the smiles on their faces as they seem to be getting back into their groove. They seem to be feeling themselves a lot more. We've seen this exact aggressive push happen from Amitarasu a couple of times before. Never played fruit, but this time Rafiel on his Blade Storm, maybe feeling the pressure as that star player of his team that he needs to make something happen to win them rounds, and that pleasure instead being his downfall. The sides have switched to Necro. Enigma now on their defense. Velocity have been in this position before, albeit not on this map. 9-3 lead converted into a loss on Ascent last time in the VCC finals. I hope they're not thinking about that, because I certainly am.
Oh no. But yeah, 9-3, it's a cursed score.
At least for VLT.
Okay. At least for VLT, yeah. VLT need to at least now realize that this pistol round is going to mean quite a lot. If they're actually able to win the pistol round, we might as well just call it and say that VLT are going to probably win the round. But oh, that's a huge frag. The shock darts the line and Gabor falls down. Man advantage shifted over to Enigma, and Amaterasu clearly a sign of worry on his face after that initial man falls down. Amaterasu in the front with the Viper. He's waiting for the players inside bathroom to make a move, but just the wall from the Viper is so well coordinated that now the wall is just going to block their vision. Rafiel pops out, gets a frag onto Amaterasu. The man in the site gets shut down, and a huge switcheroo coming through from their side as well. Look at that. It seems like now they're going to go for the B site.
Good antidote. He almost has this Spidey sense. YB's voice in the back of his head telling him, indeed, don't give up B site for free. They're very likely to rotate because that's exactly what you would do. So playing in that elbow position, guarding elbow, because even if the plant goes down, as long as he keeps elbow, his team can then go for the TP, pincer them through hookah, and try to go for the retake. But right to ace right now, trying his best to clutch. He gets taken down. And in a 5v2 position, Anti's life here is extremely important. He cannot go down before his team comes over.
As you mentioned, he cannot really go down. Challenge the duel.
10 seconds left.
Have to make it down to 70 HP. 10 seconds left on the clock. VLT will get the spike down. This round's really important for VLT if they do want to at least back this game in their hands, but no, it's Enigma instead. Starting the second half on a good note, and maybe they're able to keep this momentum going in the future rounds. Now, another round as well should be easily in their hands, but I'm not really sure how things are going to be looking like. With the Spike Planet, they will also VLT will have a decent amount of eco to at least go for half buys.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point too. Like, do they actually do that with the scoreline that they have 9-4? I mean, I think I would just be in a position where I don't have to do that for the same reason that I would say I do want to do that, because they have the cushion. So, not going for the forced buy, but Deathmaker opting for a Sheriff. We've seen that Sheriff result in some nasty shots before. So you never know. They might just use that to pull it off. But in general, eco entirely for Velocity Gaming. Not willing to take the risk, understanding that one more round isn't that big of a difference for them, considering the score gap.
One round indeed is not that big of a difference, but still sometimes it can mean quite a lot. If the enemy does get their morals up, then that means they will just start destroying you throughout the game. And Enigma is one of those teams that really needs that in the second map line. Quite close, beautiful gravity wall being used. Wabor as well, taking things really safe. Excali follows it up with a frag, but Deathmaker's aim is trained, his cross is trained. Excali walks right in that, and he will be welcomed with open arms. Enigma, 4-on-4 situation. A gun being retrieved on the side of VLT, and they also have the side control. But Antidote finds a kill on the Deathmaker. Big threat being silenced.
Look at the spike though. They've tried to make the full rotation happen from B to the showers in A and make a spike plant A, but Enigma understand this. This is exactly, again, what Enigma would have wanted to do. VLT playing it by the book, not working out for them whatsoever, because Enigma are disciplined. They keep someone on the side, remaining every single time. They are not able to get caught off guard so far. Hellfighter does get another frag, and at least in this scenario, I'll say, 3 weapons taken down from Enigma in an almost pure eco for Velocity Gaming. That's some great damage.
Indeed, some great damage, but RVK. Final kill collected. Enigma able to get another round in their hands. But yeah, as you mentioned, VLT, they were able to deal a decent amount of damage. Now going inside this buy round, this is where VLT will have a little advantage over Enigma.
Spike down A.
So I do want to see how things are going to be looking like going and moving inside the next now. But Enigma, at least they're able to close the lead a little bit, and that's what they really needed. Looking at the scoreline, it's 9-5. Enigma can definitely make this clutch happen, but Enigma just doesn't really have the weapons to support him inside this round.
Here.
Yeah. Really have to see. Look at this setup from Enigma Gaming though. Crossfire between the duelists in this hookah position, expecting that hookah aggression to come through from Velocity Gaming. Now the boombot reveals Excali's position, but not that of Raw Fuel. Except that. They're all going to push in on Excali, trying to check one angle together. Velocity expecting the crossfire. They shut it down.
Beautiful, well-synchronized play coming in from the side of VLT. As you mentioned, a beautiful shutdown, a letdown coming in from their side. Rexy with the Marshall.
Spike planted.
Has $1 million dream, but is he gonna be able to stand true? Is he gonna be able to stand tall in those? That's the question. Moves in. Oh, beautiful shot. Deathmaker gets slapped away. One-tap dirt nap is what I like to call it. But LFF follows it up, and Rexy gets shut down.
Well, already quite different from the 9-3 curse, in the sense that, if I remember correctly, it went from 9-3 all the way to 9-9 before Velocity won a round. It became 10-9 and then 10-13. So even if they were thinking about it, which I highly doubt because these are professional players, it will help them that, hey, we won this buy round in a convincing fashion, not much damage done either, and that means that they can comfortably move into this next round, which is going to be, in my opinion, the deciding factor for this map. The buy round for Enigma, the operator for Raw Fuel. If Enigma lose this round, it's all but over.
Oh man, let me tell you what kind of damage is definitely dealt though. Is the economy damage. And to get back from that, that's going to be a little question. RVK only has the Sheriff in his hands. And he needs to connect some heads. He needs to crack some skulls open. Deathmaker has already found his way all the way deep lamps. Making it inside the U-Hauls. A full side control in their hands in the front. So VLT looking really good. Cosmic Divide's out as well to block any of the vision from the defending side. So Enigma now left in such an unsettled spot.
That Cosmic Divide was clutch, even though the recon revealed one person's position. Cali was trying to take them down. It did not happen, and now all of that raise utility, committed to denying the entrance from the retake. A 5v5 retake here, Necro. It's all about you halls. The team that gets this or holds on to this wins the round.
Oh man, there we go. Rubor finds one. 2 kills from Enigma, 2 quick kills. Trying to keep things aligned.
Remaining.
2 huge frags from Deathmaker to try and make his
you
keep
defuse!
him alive in here, but still the defuse comes through, and VLT, this makes me question what went wrong.
The thing is, I'm not sure if VLT would actually be perturbed by that. I think they need to look at this as a win. Yes, ideally they win the round, but all 5 weapons taken away from Enigma Gaming, even though they win this round, there's very little chance that they have proper buys in the next, so definitely shouldn't be happy with the loss, but as you can see, the economical damage is insane. 3 Bulldogs, 1 judge. Enigma not in a great position to keep pushing on forward. Make that 2 judges. They're gonna look to once again play that hookah crossfire for VLT. They expected it once. There's no reason they won't expect it again.
4 rounds lead for VLT. Enigma to try and close it out, but still, as you mentioned, the economical damage is still there. 2 just trained in hookah. They're not going to let anyone cross over.
Enemy kill.
Oh, beautiful shot from Deathmaker. A little pixel peek. And will just rip his skull apart. VLT Vibora as well. Follows it up with another 2 quick kills. VLT and Enigma. This round is looking really close, but now VLT left for the man advantage to work with. Beautiful snake bite coming through from their side, Vibora. Look at this, man. RVK in the back. They do have another man coming in from the long side.
Oh, look at it.
I do want to see how, I do want to see what Rafiel's going to be able to pull it off. Because both the players are kind of almost tunnel vision. RVK with a beautiful frag. That's a huge frag. Instrumental frag right onto him. And Bull Rafiel follows it up with another one. LFF, the final man, left alive. Oh, the panic sets in. You can clearly do see the paranoia as well. LFF, nerves are going to be shaking without a doubt, but Rafiel is just too brilliant in these clutch moments.
And you can see Hellfighter is confused because he wasn't expecting his long to be unprotected. Amitarasu, I don't think should be holding the aggressive angle there. Rather, if he's playing at elbow, even if Hellfighter is taken down, as the Viper, you can play on the post plant and secure the round. So as you rightly pointed out, Necro, tunnel vision coming in there for Velocity Gaming, a post plant in which they were very much favored because both of the defenders were on opposite sides. They instead commit to those isolated views that you should never do when you have a man advantage, and they lose the round on the basis of that. Oh boy, if that doesn't make you feel like the curse might be back, I don't know what will, because now Velocity Gaming onto an Eco and Enigma are pushing back. And actually, you know what? I want to abandon this curse logic because at this point, Enigma, they're making a name for themselves. They shouldn't be looked at with respect to history. They should be looked at with respect to making history themselves. So Enigma trying to pull off this comeback because remember, map 1, they took it in the bag. If they can pull off this comeback in 2-0 Velocity Gaming, imagine the confidence with which they go into the finals.
Enigma just doing a lot of mental damage to VLT after that clutch. VLT certainly do realize now how Enigma are thinking over here. Enigma slowly and steadily, they're able to close this lead down. Beautiful Cosmic Divide to try and deny this push from VLT. Deathmaker with the Blaze Storm in hand, desperately looking for some frags. Cosmic Divide is there as well, but I do want to see now, how slow are VLT going to take things inside this round? Is Deathmaker actually going to be going for some pop-off plays, or are VLT going to go for some incredible execution?
I don't think VLT knew that the way that Cosmic Divide was set up, it actually helped them a lot on the A side, but nevertheless, it's gone for now. They're going to try to force this A side right here. The Hunter's Fury coming in from Rexy, spots that one. The Hellfighter might be taken down here, and that's key. The controller is gone, but Deathmaker is on a tear.
Huh? What? Yikes. Okay, I understand Deathmaker has knives in his hand. Doesn't mean you can throw your knife. Okay. Oh my god, that's quite close. Showstopper. Taking him out, taking him down quite low, and how? He just... Now, after that, I gotta say, that's emotional damage. I gotta say, come on. There's no way I cannot say it. That's some emotional damage right there. Because I do realize Deathmaker has knives in his hands. Rexy pretty much tried to replicate that, but he forgot he's not using Jet.
There has to be a misclick, right? Like, Yeah. What? I thought maybe his bullets ran out or something. No, it's just Rexy just had a derp moment and misclicked onto G, I think it is. That throws your weapon away. Oh, okay. Antidote. Able to just waltz in out there. The Astra entry frag away. Getting that easy first blood and now trying to move in further. Again, a crossfire setup between these two duelists. Rafuel trying to be the bait for Excali, or rather Excali trying to be the bait for Rafuel. We know that if Rafuel gets one reset on those knives, he can start popping the hell off.
Oh man, talk about popping the hell off.
No
one likes to get popped like a popcorn. Rafuel trying to just pop his skull open though. Seems like he's not going to be able to do so, at least for now. Beautiful setups coming in. Look at that. Viper's Pit as well. Just to try and deny it. Making sure that VLT are not going to be able to get that U-Haul control again. Because they have been doing so since such a long time. Always just walking in U-Haul. Just being a menace to Enigma Gaming. And Enigma Gaming being a little proactive inside this round. VLT left with no other choice rather than go for the B side. And that's what they're going for. Walk in. Rafuel has the Blade Storm available. He connects that headshot. Deathmaker shut down instantly. Excalibur following it up with another one. Skulls being popped. They're being cracked open. But still no guns retrieved yet. Rafuel wants a gun in his hand. Does he have a smoke to work with? No, that's the question. That's what I'm really wondering. Excalibur just being a huge distraction. And oh my god.
Oh my god.
What?
I'm really sorry. I can't help but laugh.
Okay.
It's just
See
such
it. I think so. You gotta say it as well. Just say it. At this point, just say it. You need to say
emotional damage.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, it has to be, right? At this point.
Has to be.
They win an eco round velocity right before this, then they lose an eco round right after. Their mind has to be boggled just the way our minds are, because this match is one hell of an affair between both of these teams, continuously showing up with either their worst or their best. There's nothing in between. These teams right now, giving it all. But look at velocity strats in this round. Very slow on the attack, but very committed to that A push. Looking for the execute. They have the Cosmic Divide as well as the Viper's Pit. So what they're trying to do is gain one free peek, catch someone off guard, and as soon as that happens, the Cosmic Divide comes down, the Viper's Pit is set up, and they try to hold on, and the free peek is gained. The ultimates are ready to come out.
Oh, that's a monster kill from Deathmaker to kick things off inside this round, especially having such a bad round in the previous one, losing to an eco.
Welcome to my world.
There we go. Viper's Pit counter coming in from their side, but RVK, beautiful connections. Is he just gonna walk out? No, RVK looks away in the wrong time. And well, this time he will be spared a lick of a bore. He just has to classic to work with. What? Well, effectively able to connect those shots. Excali on a 3K. He's on a tear. Right to ace, left the only man left alive. Doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. 45 HP. On the other hand, the man Rafuel himself.
30 seconds left.
He's pretty much full. He's got a lot to deliver in the tank as well.
Now, Rafuel knows exactly where the spike is. He's just holding the angle, playing for time, and probably has been given the information that ace is very, very low. And a questionable round, in my opinion, from Velocity Gaming. Once you get that pick, why not at least use the Cosmic Divide to get entry into the site? Instead, they use the Viper's Pit without the Cosmic Divide, which gets them caught as soon as the Viper's Pit is coming down. Now, with that Viper's Pit gone, the Cosmic Divide not nearly as strong. Wait, that rhymed. But, hey, Velocity Gaming, this is what I meant. I guess the only reason I can think of is because it wasn't a full buy for them. It was a bit of a semi-buy. Now is a full buy round. They did not want to commit all their resources into one round. But that could also be viewed as a greedy choice, because not committing your resources got Enigma that round. Now Enigma in a strong position. If they win this round, the equalization is guaranteed, Necro, because Velocity, they're going to have to go for another eco.
Another eco in their hand. Operator's out for Rafuel, so that's going to be huge side relief for Enigma. Look at Excali with such a bold peek. He's not scared. He's being pretty bold in this one. He needs to watch out from the long side, though. Deathmaker has sneaked all the way on the left side. Yep, Excali's just so unaware of that fact. Finally, he backs off, so at least now my anxiety level is not going to be spiking anymore. But yeah, 11-9 being the scoreline. VLT still having a lead. But Enigma Gaming, they're trying their best to close it off. But VLT is just back and forth competition for now.
U-Haul control gained from it to Sudo. The lurk working really well in combination with his wall. But I think Lexi has an idea of it. Shutting him down will mean Rafuel can still hold his Showers angle, find that first peak, and just drop Velocity like a fly. Remember, this was the buy, and Velocity, they've got no value out of it.
Drop him like a fly. This was the block. This was the buy. I like the rhyming right there. Pretty well. We have 2-on-2 now.
Last player
And
standing.
Enigma playing to close the distance off that VLT has gained for themselves. Look at Vibora just sneaking in inside the U-Haul. I feel like no one should try and contest this one, honestly. Just play things a little safe. Vibora
Has the nade.
wraps up from the back, Vibora also has some utility to work with. He can clutch this off for sure, but beautifully played from Excali. Proactive nature helping him out quite a lot in that clutch.
11-10 on the scoreline. The economy for Velocity Gaming broken. Enigma Gaming, they see the victory on the horizon, Necro. They see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're pushing all the way. But Deathmaker, he's on a tear altogether. So they need to figure out a way to shut him down because he's making these rounds go insanely close. And I think again and again, the rounds are coming down to these nifty mid-round calls where Enigma Gaming have displayed an insane amount of discipline. The ability with which they're able to make sure that mid-round rotations don't affect them at all has been astounding for me, because the biggest issue with this composition is the lack of information you're able to get in those mid-round areas as the defenders. So it just comes down to pure discipline and calling from Antidote, be like, hold your position, guys.
Look at Marzul in the back. He's just staring at his knee. And now he's looking at Amaterasu. He's like, what are you saying, man? Just goes back to his normal form. Yeah, he's just chilling overall, man. Chill vibes.
He's probably thinking, I want to play.
I want to play. Just give me a chance, man. Can someone just... Can
we just turn off the camera and swap seats real quick?
Look at him. He's just chilling in the back, dude. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I wish I was him right now.
I wish I had the
Just casting the
beanbag.
games.
I want the beanbag.
That's another story. I'm honestly down to just sleep on sand. I don't need a beanbag. That's too expensive. Just buy me sand. I'll just sleep on sand like that.
You don't need to buy sand, Necro. It's sand. It's there, like, naturally available in the earth. But hey, talking about what's available and what's not, economy-wise, Velocity completely broken. They've got a couple of Spectres, a couple of Sheriffs. Not the greatest rounds for them, but the setup has once again changed. Rafuel looking to peek in that A-short angle, while Excali holds down towards Showers. Actually, he's not even holding Showers, he's just playing on that A-short towards the bench on the other side of Showers. So, oh! I felt that.
Oh, beautiful shot. Star player shut down.
Oh my god, no!
And Legendo lets them all pass. 1, 2, 3. Quick kills and LFF finally puts a full stop to that performance. But it doesn't matter. The damage has already been dealt. Spike planted from inside of VLT. There's Spike plant coming through, but Excali's position still unknown. Anonymous factor kicking in. And now VLT getting surprised. It's the right to clutch himself. Has a recon dart available. If he plays this to perfection, clutch certainly isn't impossible, but still, he has only a Spectre to work with. So maybe the odds are pretty low. Oh, there we go. Not much to do there. Right to ace instantly gets traded off.
The sound that came in my head as soon as I saw them walking past Antidote, I can't actually say the words, but if you watch Dexter ever, you know the meme I'm talking about. Surprise! And then fill in the blanks, please. I can't on live stream.
Wait, what?
Right
I
here.
didn't know.
I'll show you later. You know the meme for sure. Everyone knows the meme. They just don't know that it's from Dexter. But hey, back to this round. The simple fact, right? We just talked about this. The entire strength of this composition is information denial. Antidote playing on the edge of that Viper cloud, so even when they turned in, they couldn't see him. The only way to check that angle is have someone turn around and check him entirely. The trigger control Antidote displays to hold his fire, knows exactly how many people are coming because of the footsteps from the audio information, and because of that, he's able to get one. But look at this, Rafuel that peak could have been huge. The Hellfighter, the Astra being taken down that early could have ended the round right then and there.
Yeah, that peak could have been detrimental for VLT. Nades coming in. Excali, do you realize 2 players have already sneaked in on the right side? Raw Fuel looking to connect the shots, but still no connections being found yet. 11-11 is the scoreline. Finally, Enigma, they are able to tie things up. And this is what they were really looking for.
Need that back.
Beautiful, beautiful. Retrieves the star in his hands and while the smoke fades away. And so does his life in the front. LFF though, beautiful peek coming out from the side of VLT. 2 players in the front, but he still has the showstopper available. Look at this, Excali can just shatter their dreams.
He most definitely can, but that trade not worth it for Enigma Gaming. The controller and their IGL is down, so it has to be down to Excali to use that showstopper, as you mentioned, to destroy them. Now the shock dart's coming out, the lineup's delaying the plan just for a little bit. The showstopper pulled out and a rocket in Vibor's face. Not something he's used to. Enigma Gaming looking and finding match point right here, unless Hellfighter, no, he can't.
Oh my god, they're just rolling over
Look
VLT and look at Antidote.
Oh my.
Oh, it seems like sometimes age really doesn't matter, huh?
Ooh. I'm getting goosebumps, Necro. I'm getting goosebumps.
I'm happy for Antidote. I'm happy for this, man.
Yeah, and the
Player
like the
standing.
forgetting the word for this, but the I do remember hand gesture that he made right there, like it's almost like rallying his team to him. Come on, guys, we got this. The 9-3 curse is real. Very much real. It's Enigma Gaming now with the economy advantage, with the operator on raw fuel, with the match point here. Looking to finish this off once and for all, make it a 2-0, and meet GE in the finals.
Looking at the final blow, and as you mentioned, just to meet GE in the grand finals. Are Enigma going to be your grand finalists with GE? That's the question. Is this going to be the knockout punch right here from Enigma? Let's find out.
Take flight.
Enigma as well, taking things really safe and slow. Cosmic Divide will be instantly used. Oh, Showstopper wasted. Not a good news for them. Showstopper was a huge key inside this take, and the Showstopper now wasted Vibor. A huge disappointment coming through from the side of VLT.
Oh my god,
LFF though is still able to at least make the trade happen. And as you mentioned, Rexy's position is so instrumental. He finds one, instantly fades back in the cover, has a recon dart to work with, but oh no, did not really use any of the utilities that he had available. Antidote follows it up with another one, and now it's a 1-on-2 situation. Somehow, Enigma, they're able to isolate these duels, and Right to Ace will fall apart as well this time. Right to Clutch not really coming through. A beautiful comeback, an insane comeback from Enigma Gaming, and Antidote deserves it.
Antidote, Enigma, Excali, Hika, who's not playing, and YB, the coach. The eagle eye, looking at them from an outside perspective, getting them the calmness they needed to secure the comeback and the win. Hearts for you, Antidote. You 100% deserve this. Damn it, I will never, ever in my life ever question if Antidote's lack of experience as an IGL can ever be an issue, because today he proved against one of the best IGLs in the country, one of the most experienced IGLs in the country. The ability to maintain discipline in a team, in my opinion, that's the hardest thing to do as an IGL. You need to get people to not just listen to your calls, but follow them to a T and hold their positions, not even jiggle for an off second here and there. And on the defense, their ability to hold on to the site, their ability to hold on to their triggers, hats off.
Hats off, man. Absolutely insane. The way they were able to win these rounds. I mean, yeah, in the late game somewhere, it was just like a back and forth stalemate situation going on. But finally, Enigma found themselves in a groove. And somewhere down the line, VLT started slipping away. Like the emotion started taking over them. And this is where overall, you know, just Enigma just found themselves that move to, like, you know, just step themselves up and get that win.
I feel really bad saying it. I know they're professional players, but they're also human beings. The curse, it's not really a curse, it's more of a psychological thing. And somewhere along the line, you have to wonder if they started not about the scoreline, but just about the fact that they've been come back on by a top team before if they started thinking of that. But look at the MVP for Enigma. It's Rexy. And the fact that he doesn't even have a positive KDA shows what we're expecting from the entire team. It was all about discipline. It was all about teamwork. It wasn't one player popping off for Enigma to get them this win. And there's no better win than a win that your team gets.
Oh man, it's a complete team game, as you mentioned. Rexy as well, just popping off in that previous game, doing so good. Rafiel as well, he was there, but he wasn't really like the star player in that previous game. It was more kind of like Rexy just making so many things happen. Also doing a good job playing that SOA, getting that visual info for his teammate. On the other hand, Deathmaker, of course, clearly just making a huge difference on the entire overall scoreboard. So VLT, I don't exactly know what went wrong over there. VLT, they were trying their best. They also had a huge lead, but Enigma was just able to close it slowly and steadily. And VLT, they were just not able to adapt to how to counter Enigma's defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I have to give it the MVP candidates because I can't decide between these two. Chat, do let me know. Necro, give me your opinion too. But for me, it's not about the KDA. I know it's going to go to Rafiel on the basis of that. But for me, the MVP is either Antidote for the calling and for that trigger control. Because that round was not supposed to go in their favor. Or Rexy. Because he was continuously consistent in his ability to find himself at the end of those clutches.
Not just himself, he's helping his team as well to put his team in a better position. So overall, I feel like, Rexy has to be the MVP. Even though Rafiel is kind of like the shiny player, it's kind of like the star player for their team, but still Rexy, the way you need to understand when you're playing characters that have a lot of utilities, that you need to make sure you have a lot of responsibilities on your back. You already have like a little bit added pressure, and still able to be top frag, or at least playing such a character as SOA. That's insane in itself, but still Excali and Rafiel just able to dominate the grounds, getting themselves the first 2 slots in the pretty much kill boards. Look at that.
And look at the headshot percentage. This is what I meant by Rexy is also very much a crack player. Can take on DM in those 1v1s. 36.48 headshot percentage, but boy, oh boy. I know this was a 2-0, but in no way did it feel like a 2-0. My heart just boom, boom throughout the match.
Insane game indeed, man. After that game, like, I don't know what to say. Like, I was shocked myself. Coming inside this, I predicted VLT 2-1. I thought VLT has got this in their back, but then just Enigma was just surprising us, not just them, surprising us as well with the amount of plays they were able to pull off and just keep VLT on their toes, just keep VLT on their knees, keep them guessing. And they were just able to change things. As soon as you saw a tactical timeout come in, we always saw one thing or the other change.
Yeah, and that's going to be a buff they carry over even to the finals, because while GE have an analyst, they haven't announced officially a coach just yet. So Malav going against Vibe now in that support staff position. I'm excited to watch that. The individual battles, Rossi versus Rafiel, Kappa versus Rexy, Anti versus Skills, all of these, man. I'm sorry about the 2 players I missed out, but every single player in themselves have that narrative built up, and it shows in the names. GE versus EG. It's just a matter of which letters.
It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. GE versus EG. It's going to be a really great finals. I mean, I thought we're probably going to be witnessing the Val Classico, but we might as well call this one a Val Classico. Just how promising Enigma Gaming's looking. I mean, I feel like, GE, you better be ready for tomorrow. You're going to be having a huge competition.
I mean, Diego Simeone came down and broke down the Val Classico. I guess you can start calling Vibe the Diego Simeone of our region, because he's brought this third big team and he's taking down these giants like they're nothing.
Oh, man. I mean, as you mentioned, even Antidote was just staying so quiet in those tactical timeouts, right? He was just hearing what's going on in the headsets, and then we saw him talk quite a lot actually inside the game. And as you mentioned, that initial trigger discipline right there on the U-Haul, that meant quite a lot right there on the lamps. He let all those 3 players pass by, and as soon as he took all of them down, you clearly could see the disappointment on VLT's faces. And this is where their mental kind of slipped away.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about that mental factor when it's 2 such great teams playing against each other. When the skill is so closely matched, your psychological warfare plays such a big deal, which is why, like, I still can't decide between Rexy and Antidote for the MVP, because for Anti, not just to hold his cool, but in so many situations, outread and outplay in terms of the mind games, it's absolutely phenomenal. If GE is watching this, which I assume they are, they're going to be thinking about what layers Anti has that he's not revealed. Because on one hand, we talk about his lack of experience, like he's a new IGL, which means he might not be as experienced. But on the other hand, because he's new, he's very less known in terms of his thinking tendencies, what his habits are, what he's likely to do, and that gives him that surprise factor. I think that showed up today as well.
And I also want to ask you a question. This is complete off topic, but I'm going to hold on to my words. It's time for us to throw to a short little interview.
बढ़ते हैं और एक कॉन्वर्सेशन एक इंटरव्यू की तरफ बढ़ते हैं with the man, the myth, the legend, Excali from Enigma Gaming. Excali, कैसे हैं? How are you doing? Hello everyone in the back.
Thank you for asking.
Well, Excali, सबसे पहले तो ये जानना चाहूँगा how has the experience been? I mean, आपने ये Enigma Gaming का lineup join किया and we see you being very versatile. I mean, जैसा आपका agent pool रहता है इस lineup के साथ, also you have raw fuel as well. तो कहीं competition चलता है कि मेरे frags ज़्यादा होंगे, आपके frags ज़्यादा होंगे?
नहीं, मतलब ऐसा कुछ competition नहीं है. Kills वगैरह कुछ matter नहीं करता. The only thing that matters is the victory. And today we won.
I mean, definitely.
मतलब frags actually doesn't matter because you can see when it was when we were 9-3 down, I had like 5-6. Everyone, सबके kills it was under 10.
जी हाँ.
And मतलब you just have to believe in your team, believe in yourself, and you can actually make it happen.
Definitely. I mean, वही सबसे ज़्यादा important होता है कि it's all mental. किस तरीके से आप अपना mindset रख सकते हैं, लेकिन अब साथ के साथ आपको mindset रखना है कल के दिन के finals का, वो best of 5 जो global esports के against होगा. So आपसे मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि
sorry to interrupt. Talking about mindset, I don't think मतलब we would have been in this situation if YB wasn't here.
Yeah.
He's the one मतलब who just motivates us all the time. मतलब even if you're leading 12-0, he's like, just shut the fuck up. Play your game like it's 0-0. Most of the credits of today's game goes to YB. I don't think if YB इधर नहीं रहता तो I don't know मतलब 9-3 when we are down we could have just lost 13-3.
जी. I mean, काफी सही आपने बताया कि उनके यहाँ पर विचार अच्छे रहते हैं, शट द फ्रंट डोर एंड सीधा फाइट लेने जाइए. लेकिन देखिए इन सब चीजों को साइड पे रखते हैं, बट कल के दिन के मैच के बारे में आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ. व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स फॉर टुमारोज मैच जो बेस्ट ऑफ 5 फाइनल्स रहेगा ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स के अगेंस्ट?
We are actually not going to think about it. We are just going to play our game, perform like we are always used to it. मतलब जितना scrim किया है, जितना practice किया है, जितना मेहनत किया है, that's it. मतलब उतने कल show करना है. And ज़्यादा overthink वगैरह, no overthinking. That is what YB taught us. So these words not mine.
Nice.
Just play our game. That's it.
मेरे बारे में अच्छा बोल.
मेरे बारे में अच्छा बोल. Also talking about
एक और चीज, आई थिंक एटीट्यूड एक और आपके टीम के एक और सपोर्टर को शोकेस करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, तो इंट्रोडक्शन हो सकता है क्या उनसे भी?
इंट्रोडक्शन हो सकता है, यस, बट
चॉकलेट बॉय ऑफ कोलकाता.
बहुत सारी बातें यहाँ पर खुल रही हैं हर किसी को लेकर के. आइए चॉकलेट बॉय ऑफ कोलकाता आपको इंट्रोड्यूस यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है. आइए जरूर आइए. तो जरूर हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कैसा आपके माइंड में कैसा आपका माइंडसेट रहा, क्या क्या वो 9-3 स्वर्ण आपकी. ओके, ये एक बहुत चिल माहौल होता है जॉनी. जब ऐसा माहौल होता है तो हमेशा एक वाइब अच्छी आती है.
मैं एक्चुअली के साथ एग्री करूंगा. खुशी की बात है, सेलिब्रेशन, यू नीड टू हैव
एंड वो डॉगो भी अगर सामने ला सकते तो जरूर अच्छा लगता है. मैं
तो लाइक बेसिकली माहौल तो काफी अच्छा है. और जब 9-3 डाउन है तो लाइक आई वाज विद हिम. लाइक मैं जब 2018, 19, 20 मतलब 2018-19 तक मैं वाईबी के साथ खेल रहा था, तो आई थिंक मेरा और उसका काफी जो माइंडसेट है काफी सेम है. तो ये काफी अच्छा चीज है कि अगर एक आईजीएल और कोच का माइंडसेट सेम वेवलेंथ पे चले तो वो एक टीम का जो मसाला क्रिएट होता है, खाना अच्छा बनता है टीम का. तो आई थिंक उसके लिए मेरे लिए काफी अच्छा है कि ही इज हेल्पिंग मी. एज यू नो आई एम आल्सो अ न्यू आईजीएल. आई एम आल्सो लर्निंग डे बाय डे. एंड वो 9-3 लाइक वही है कि माइंडसेट है कि इवन इफ यू आर अप 9-3 अप में भी जो लाइक प्ले एक एक राउंड के खेलते हैं हम लोग, और 9-3 डाउन में भी एक एक राउंड के लिए खेलते हैं। तो कभी भी गेम में कुछ भी हो सकता है, तो वो आपको दिखा। अगर हम लोग वो टाइम पे बॉक डाउन हो जाते तो मैच उधर ही खत्म, अभी हम लोग को थर्ड मैप खेलना पड़ता। तो वो माइंडसेट काफी एसेंशियल होता है, जो कि बहुत एथलीट्स मतलब अभी तक मतलब उस पर फोकस नहीं करते। बट आई थिंक टू बी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट और टू सक्सीड इन योर लाइफ, आई थिंक इन गेम के बाद माइंडसेट भी काफी आपको स्ट्रांग रखना पड़ता है सब कुछ के लिए।
एंड कल ये माइंडसेट, ये माइंड का स्ट्रेंथ काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होगा, क्योंकि BO5 सीरीज आपको फेस करनी है। एंड आई सी वाई बी देयर कि चलिए जल्दी से प्रेप करने जाना है। तो थैंक यू सो मच एंटीडोट फॉर जॉइनिंग अस, एंड थैंक यू टू योर टीम एज वेल। सब लोग आए,
थैंक यू जॉनी भाई,
इट वाज वेरी फन हैविंग दिस कन्वर्सेशन, एंड थैंक यू सो मच। गुड लक फॉर टुमारो बाय द वे।
ऑल द बेस्ट, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर टुमारो।
Hashtag chill vibes in the chat. Everyone just a friendly man, having a good nature all across. Just a chocolate boy Antidote himself said that he's a new IGL, but he's still trying to improve every single day. He's trying to put in the work, he's trying to put in the grind, he's trying to put in the hours. And each and every single player, even from Enigma, said all the credits goes to YB.
Exactly, right? That coach diff really coming on. Even in that entire chill vibe, we could feel that the players were all celebrating. You could see YB still with the serious face on. Happy with the win for sure, but the job's not done just yet. He wants that victory. You can feel it off of him.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, YB, I mean, he was more kind of like just sitting back, chilling. He was trying to figure out what they were exactly saying. He was hearing his name. Yeah. He was like, oh, yeah, I am hearing my name. I think, so yeah, they're probably giving me a lot of props because I did a lot of hard work as well. But yeah, overall, jokes aside, man, Enigma did an absolute fantastic job of moving on in the future. In the grand finals, we have a huge matchup to come, and these are two of the best teams out there in the India region, and I'm pretty sure each and every single viewer in the chat as well, you do not want to miss this one out. Global Esports versus Enigma Gaming in the grand finals. Now, I don't exactly want to ask you for speculations, but I still have a little itch, man. I don't know what to do.
5 maps. That's all I'm giving you.
All 5 maps. You're saying it's going to be really close. It's going to be that close.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm vibing with it. But yeah, overall, Enigma Gaming, it did seem like there was no pressure on them. They were taking things really chill. And even YB said, don't overthink for tomorrow. Just play your game. There's nothing to really overthink about. The way you guys are playing is pretty much next to perfection. So there's no need to overthink, right? Global Esports is just one of those teams like VLT. VLT taken down. Now it's time for Global Esports for Enigma. But Global Esports as well, being the defending champions. This is where they will also have a lot of pressure, but at the same time, defending champions means they have proved themselves once, and it shouldn't be that tough for them to prove themselves again. But the giveaway winner of here, we have Akil Nath, and the ID as well over right there. Congratulations, Akil.
Yeah, Akil Nath from Trivandrum is today's winner, but whoever applied and was not able to get the merchandise, don't you worry. Every single day we have this giveaway for you guys, so you can log back in tomorrow and give another shot at it.
Oh, exactly. I mean, the giveaways are going every single day. So, and as I mentioned, all you guys need to do to enter the giveaway as well is just type hashtag VCC giveaway in any of the social medias post, and just make sure you guys are tagging at NODWIN Gaming as well. And make sure you just subscribe to the YouTube channel too, just to have a little bit of more chances to win this giveaway. And overall, you guys can tag us too as well. You guys can see our social media handles right there, and CS is right there as well. So you guys can go ahead and follow us on our social medias, tag us too. Be a little creatives with those posts. And if you guys are creatives, of course, that's going to be adding a little bit of more chances for you to win the giveaway. But what a matchup, man. What a matchup. But with that being said, it's time for us to end the second day of the VCC of India Qualifiers 1. Semifinals was absolutely insane. We'll be back tomorrow with the grand finals.
Going out, getting high on the weekend. Sold out, on party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own now. Look at all the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going sold out. Look at all the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Party on my own now. Look at all the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going sold out. Look at all the people trying to hold me back. Told me that.
so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all.
You're the superstar above me when the sun goes down. The one and only who could light this town. And when you're feeling like you're burning out, I will remind you that you're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. Superstar.